The Bolshevik Revolution 1917 to 1923. By Edward Hallett Carr. Asterisk. Volume 1. The temerity of an attempt to write a history of Russia since the October Revolution of 1917 will be obvious to everyone, and those who condone the attempt at all will show some indulgence towards faults of execution. A history of Soviet Russia written by an Englishman who has neither a Marxist nor a Russian background may seem a particularly hazardous enterprise. But the width and obviousness of the gap to be bridged has its compensations. Books written in Great Britain or the United States about Western or Central Europe are often marred by the unconscious assumption that the policies and institutions of, say, France or Italy or Germany can be understood in the light of British or American analogies. No sensible person will be tempted to measure the Russia of Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin by any yardstick borrowed from the Britain of MacDonald, Baldwin and Churchill or the America of Wilson, Hoover, and Franklin Roosevelt. The historian of Soviet Russia will at every stage of his work be more than ordinarily conscious of the exacting character of the dual task imposed on every serious historian, to combine an imaginative understanding of the outlook and purpose of his dramatis personae with an overriding appreciation of the universal significance of the action. My ambition has been to write the history not of the events of the revolution, but of the political, social, and economic order which emerged from it. Having this purpose in mind, I imagined a long introductory chapter in which I should have analyzed the structure of Soviet society as it was established before Lenin's final withdrawal from the scene in the spring of 1923, a moment which approximately coincided with the foundation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. But this framework proved on examination almost ludicrously inadequate to the magnitude of Lenin's achievement and of its influence on the future. The chapter was quickly replaced and as a volume, and grew in process of writing into a major work under the title The Bolshevik Revolution, R917-R923, to be completed in 3 volumes, of which the first contains parts I to 3. The second volume containing Part 4 and the third volume containing Part V are far advanced and should be ready for publication next year. The second installment of the whole project will be entitled The Struggle for Po-1 R923-R928. The Bolshevik Revolution, 19R7-R923, though it will be complete in itself, nonetheless retains something of its character as the introductory stage of a larger enterprise. It purports to contain not an exhaustive record of the events of the period to which it relates, but an analysis of those events which molded the main lines of further development. For example, the reader will find no consecutive narrative of the Civil War, though I have had many occasions to discuss its course and consequences, especially in Part 3 of the present volume, and shall have many more in Part V. On the other hand, I have not hesitated to devote my opening chapters to events and controversies before 1917 which, even if their immediate consequences appear small, played a vital part in the later history of the Revolution. John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World and M. Phillips Price's My Reminiscences of the Russian Revolution provide vivid pictures of the revolution itself, and those in search of a comprehensive narrative in English of the period of the Civil War will find it in W. H. Chamberlain's 2-volume History of the Russian Revolution, I-9, I-7, I-92, I. The writing of contemporary history has its pitfalls. But I have never been convinced that they are greater than those confronting the historian of the remoter past, when time has reduced the evidence to manageable proportions by a process of selection and attrition which in no way guarantees the survival of the fittest. It is commonly believed that the historian of Soviet Russia faces exceptional difficulties arising from the paucity, or unreliable character, of his sources. Whatever justification may exist for this belief in the period after 1928, it has no foundation in the period now in question, the materials for which are abundant and are on the whole marked by an unusual frankness both in the statement of facts and in the expression of opinions. Since the Soviet authorities at present pursue the mistaken policy of giving no encouragement to non-communist students of their history and institutions to visit the USSR and to work in its libraries, I have been obliged to draw mainly on the libraries of other countries. Among these the most richly endowed in this field are the libraries of the United States, I am therefore deeply indebted to the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, to Columbia University and to Stanford University for making it possible for me to visit the United States in 1948 and to travel widely in the country. The libraries of Columbia, Harvard, and Stanford Universities, as well as New York Public Library and the Library of Congress, are all rich in Soviet material. I am grateful to the librarians and staffs of all these institutions for their ready assistance and advice in the search for material. The main part of my work has, however, been done in England, and, while much has still to be achieved before adequate facilities for Soviet studies are developed in our major universities, I have been fortunate in the generous help of friends, the diversity of whose opinions has often contributed to the clarification of my own. Mr. Isaac Deutsche has read the whole of my Ms., and given me the benefit of his mature knowledge and advice on innumerable points of fact and interpretation. Mr. A. Rothstein, lecturer in the School of Slavonic and East European Studies, University of London, read several chapters and made valuable comments and criticisms. Dr. R. Schlesinger, of the Department for the Study of the Social and Economic Institutions 7 of the USSR, University of Glasgow, performed the same service for the chapter and note on the Bolshevik doctrine of self-determination, and Mr. Ramilevich for the first 2 chapters on early party history. Mrs. Jane DeGrasse read the whole volume in proof and suggested many corrections both of substance and of form. Dr. Ilya Neustadt, formerly assistant in the library of the London School of Economics, and now lecturer in the University College, Leicester, was an invaluable guide to the extensive resources of the library and a resourceful helper on points of research. And Mr. J.C.W. Horn, of the British Museum, Dr. L. Loewenson, librarian of the School of Slavonic Studies, and the library staff of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, have also given me courteous and unfailing help in my unending quest for books. I am conscious of having incurred to all these a debt which I cannot adequately acknowledge in this preface. It is perhaps less necessary than usual on this occasion to add the customary caveat that none of those who have helped or advised me is responsible either for my mistakes or for my opinions. Not one of them is likely to find himself in agreement with everything I have written. My gratefulness to them is none the less sincere and profound. I should also like to take this opportunity to thank my publishers for having made it possible for me to embark on this long-term undertaking. Some technical details remain to be noted. 2 constant bugbears of writers on Russian subjects are the calendar and the system of transliteration. Events occurring in Russia before October-November 25, 1917, are here dated according to the Julian calendar at that time current. Events occurring outside Russia are dated according to the Western calendar. Wherever confusion seemed possible, I have made it clear which calendar I was using. Events occurring in Russia between October-November 25, 1917, and February 1, 1918 are dated in both styles. Events occurring after February 1, 1918, are dated according to the Western calendar. No system of transliteration is ever satisfactory except to the philologist who has invented it. The system which I have followed approximates to that of the Library of Congress, shorn of a few of its refinements. In proper names I have sometimes sacrificed system to desire to avoid the outlandish. Thus I have written Herzen, Axelrod, Zinoviev, and Arhonikij. Sometimes consistency has been sacrificed to familiarity, as in Jugashvili and Jordania, and Dzerzhinsky has been preferred to Dzierżynski, the Polish form which he himself doubtless used when he wrote in Latin script. On such points I have probably failed even to be consistently inconsistent, but need plead for the indulgence only of those who have not wrestled with these particular difficulties. A bibliography of the main sources used for the Bolshevik Revolution, R9 R7 R9 23, will appear in the 3rd volume. In the meanwhile it is hoped that sufficient guidance will be found in the footnotes. No single complete edition exists of the works of Marx and Engels in the 8 languages in which they were written. Of the projected Historisch Kritisch Gesamtausgabe under the auspices of the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute, only 7 volumes of Part I and 4 volumes of Part III have been published. These I have used where applicable. Elsewhere I have used the virtually complete Russian translation of the works also published by the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute. Of Lenin's works I have used the second edition, in preference to the still incomplete fourth edition, which omits nearly all the full and informative notes. Of Stalin's works, the first 12 volumes were available when the present volume went to press. The collected edition of Trotsky's works in course of publication in Moscow between 1925 and 1927 was not completed, but I have used this edition for writings included in it. Speeches of Lenin and Stalin at party or Soviet congresses, etc., have as a rule been quoted from the collected works and not from the official records of the congresses, etc., which are less accessible to the ordinary student. The transcriptions, where I have checked them, have proved reliable. Other speakers have been quoted from the official records. Owing to the incompleteness of files of Soviet newspapers in this country, I have occasionally been obliged to quote them from secondary sources without verification. Except for the collected works of Marx and Engels, Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, I have given the publication date of sources cited. The place of publication has been noted only where uncertainty was likely to arise. Works in English are assumed to have been published in London unless otherwise noted, or unless the nature of the work made such indication superfluous. The habit of using abbreviations of Soviet institutions was too convenient to be discarded. But I have always given the institution its full title on its first mention, and have appended a list of abbreviations at the end of the volume. A full index will appear with the bibliography at the end of the third volume. E. H. Carr, April 20, 1950. Contents. Part I. The Man and the Instrument. Chapter 1. The Foundations of Bolshevism. 2. Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. 3. 1905 and after. 4. From February to October. Part 11. The Constitutional Structure. Chapter 5. The Two Revolutions. 6. The Constitution of the RSFSR. 7. Consolidating the Dictatorship. 8. The Ascendancy of the Party. 9. Party and State. Note A. Lenin's Theory of the State. Part 111. Dispersal and Reunion. Chapter 10. Policy, Doctrine, Machinery. Outlines of Policy Doctrine in Evolution Machinery. Contents. Chapter 11. Self-determination in practice. The Western Borderlands, the Eastern Borderlands, Central Asia, the Transcaucasian Republics, Siberia. 12. The Balance Sheet of Self-Determination 364. 13. Through Alliance to Federation 380. 14. The Constitution of the USSR 399. Note B. The Bolshevik Doctrine of Self-Determination 410. The 19th century background. Bolshevik doctrine before 1917. List of abbreviations. Part I. The Man and the Instrument. Chapter I. The Foundations of Bolshevism. W. Hat afterwards became the Russian Communist Party, and, later still, the All-Union Communist Party, traced back its origin to a tiny congress of 9 men who, meeting at Minsk in March 1898, founded a Russian One Social Democratic Workers' Party. The 9 delegates represented local organizations at Petersburg, Moscow, Kiev, and Ekaterinslav, and the Jewish General Workers' Union in Russia and Poland, commonly called the Bund. The Congress lasted 3 days, March 1 to 3, 1898. It appointed a central committee and decided to issue a party organ. But before anything else could be done, the police arrested all the principal participants, so that virtually nothing remained of this initial effort save a common name shared by a number of local committees and organizations which had no central rallying point and no other connections with one another. None of the 9 delegates at Minsk played any leading role in the subsequent history of the party. A manifesto of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party issued after the dispersal of the Congress was the work of Peter Struve, a Marxist intellectual. This remained its most substantial legacy to posterity. The manifesto, after referring to the life-giving hurricane of the 1848 revolution, which had blown over Europe 50 years before, noted that the Russian working class was entirely deprived of what its foreign comrades freely and peacefully enjoy: a share in the administration of the state, freedom of the spoken and written word, freedom of organization and assembly. These were necessary instruments in the struggle for its final liberation, against private property, for socialism. In the West the bourgeoisie had won these freedoms. In Russia conditions were different. The farther east one goes in Europe, the weaker, meaner and more cowardly in the political sense becomes the bourgeoisie, and the greater the cultural and political tasks which fall to the lot of the proletariat. On its strong shoulders the Russian working class must and will carry the work of conquering political liberty. This is an essential step, but only the first step, to the realization of the great historic mission of the proletariat, to the foundation of a social order in which there will be no place for the exploitation of man by man. 1. The document thus unequivocally accepted the two stages of revolution, the bourgeois democratic and the proletarian socialist revolution, laid down in the Communist Manifesto just 50 years earlier. Its great merit was that it pointed for the first time to the fundamental dilemma of the Russian Revolution, the incapacity of the Russian bourgeoisie to make its own revolution and the consequent extension of the role of the Russian proletariat to leadership in the bourgeois democratic revolution. The main criticism afterwards made of it was that it failed to mention the dictatorship of the proletariat or to indicate the means by which the proletariat could be enabled to carry out its mission. The manifesto remained an academic exercise rather than a program of action. The Congress at Minsk was the first concerted attempt to create a Russian Marxist party on Russian soil. For the past 30 years the leading Russian revolutionaries had been the Narodniks, a composite name for a succession of revolutionary groups believing in the theory of peasant revolution and in the practice of terrorism against members of the autocracy. At the end of the 1870s a young revolutionary named Plekhanov broke with the Narodniks on the issue of individual terrorism, which he rejected as futile, fled abroad, became a convert to Marxism, and in 1883 founded in Switzerland a Russian Marxist group under the name the Liberation of Labor. For the next 15 years Plekhanov and his associates, of whom Axelrod and Varazay Sulich were the most active, waged unceasing literary war against the Narodniks, applying to Russia the Marxist thesis that the revolution could come about only through the development of capitalism and as the achievement of the industrial proletariat. The rapid expansion of industry and factory life in Russia during these years and the beginning of industrial strikes added substance to a program which might at the outset have seemed unrealistic. In the 1890s embryonic Marxist groups made their appearance in Russia itself, and the year 1895 saw the foundation in Petersburg of a League of Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. Among the members of this league was a young and enthusiastic disciple of Plekhanov, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. Vladimir Ulyanov had been born in 1870 in Simbirsk, the son of a minor official. The younger generation of the family was early imbued with the revolutionary tradition. When Vladimir was 17, his elder brother, Alexander, was executed for complicity in a plot to assassinate Alexander III. Vladimir Ulyanov studied at the University of Kazan where he was converted to Marxism and eventually expelled for revolutionary activities. In the early 1890s he came to Petersburg to practice law and to complete his Marxist education. His earliest writings were a continuation of Plekhanov's polemics against the Narodniks, and in the winter of 1894 to 1895 he was expounding Plekhanov's new work on the question of the development of the monist view of history to an admiring circle of young Marxists. In the summer of 1895 young Ulyanov visited the master himself in Switzerland, and, back in Petersburg, joined the League of Struggle for the Liberation of the Working Class. But the League was not interested only in theory. Ulyanov, like its other members, engaged in the distribution of revolutionary pamphlets to factory workers, and this led at the end of 1895 to his arrest, his imprisonment for some months and his eventual exile to Siberia, though owing to the laxity of police regulations the sentence did not interrupt his literary activities. During his exile in Siberia, his mind was turning over plans of party organization which centered round the creation of a party newspaper to be published abroad and smuggled into Russia. He discussed these plans with Nadezhda Krupskaya, who joined him in Siberia and became his wife, with another social democrat, Khryzhanovsky, who shared his place of exile, and with two others, Patrusov and Martov, who were elsewhere in Siberia. On their release from Siberia early in 1900, Ulyanov, Patrusov and Martov, having collected much-needed funds, went on to Geneva to seek Plekhanov's collaboration. Agreement was soon reached. A popular weekly named Iskra and a solid theoretical journal named Zarya were to be published under the editorship of a board of 6, Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Zasulich, representing the Liberation of Labor Group, together with Ulyanov, Patrusov, and Martov. The first number of Iskra came from the press in Stuttgart on December 1, 1900, the first issue of Zarya on April 1, 1901. Plekhanov's prestige and authority as the doyen of Russian Marxists made him, in his own eyes and in those of others, the presiding genius of the enterprise. The three members of the Liberation of Labor Group were the only prospective collaborators mentioned by name in the preliminary announcement of Iskra, which was apparently based on a draft made by Ulyanov in Russia. Three and the same three names, Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Zasulich, also appeared alone on the title page of Zarya. The three junior editors were still quite unknown and had their spurs to win. Ulyanov, the most prolific writer among them, had published his earliest works under the pen names Ilan and Tulin. Since leaving Russia he had concealed his identity under the pseudonyms Petrov and Free. An article appearing in Zarya in December 1901 was the first occasion for the use of a new signature, Lenin. The occasion was of symbolical importance. It was about this time that Lenin first began to emerge head and shoulders above his fellow editors by his energy and by the clarity of his ideas. He alone knew exactly what he wanted, to establish an accepted body of revolutionary doctrine and an organized revolutionary party. The first of these aims required, in addition to filling the columns of Iskra, the promulgation of a party program; the second, the summoning of a party congress to take up the work begun and abandoned. In 1898, Iskra was designed to give, in the words of the preliminary announcement of its birth, a definite physiognomy and organization to the scattered Russian social democratic movement. Before uniting, and in order to unite, we must first decisively and definitely draw a line of separation. Otherwise our union would be merely a fiction covering up the present confusion and preventing its radical removal. It will therefore be understood that we do not intend to make our organ a mere collection of variegated opinions. We shall on the contrary conduct it in the spirit of a strictly defined policy. By the middle of 1902 Iskra was able to lay before its readers a draft party program which represented a careful blend of the views of the milder and more cautious Plekhanov and those of the bolder and more uncompromising Lenin. About the same time Lenin published his first major original work on revolutionary doctrine and revolutionary organization, What is to be Done? Early in 1903 preparations were far enough advanced to summon a party congress to meet in Brussels in July of that year. Bolshevism as a stream of political thought and as a political party, Lenin was to write nearly 20 years later, has existed since 1903. Its character was determined by the controversies of the period in which it was conceived and brought to birth, controversies in which Lenin's clear-headed genius, confident persistence, and polemical temperament gave him the outstanding role. Before the Congress met, three ideological battles had been fought and won. As against the Narodniks, the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party regarded the proletariat and not the peasant as the driving force of the coming revolution. As against the legal Marxists, it preached revolutionary and socialist action. As against the so-called economists, it put forward in the name of the proletariat political as well as economic demands. The campaign against the Narodniks was the main achievement of Plekhanov. The first Russian revolutionaries of the 1860s, building on the intellectual foundations laid by the pioneers of the 1840s, were materialists in the sense of the 18th century Enlightenment and radicals in the tradition of the French Revolution. They lacked contact both with the Russian peasant and with the still numerically insignificant Russian factory worker. The Russian revolutionaries of the 1870s discovered the Russian peasant and found in him the prospective protagonist of the Russian Revolution, which thus acquired for the first time a social as well as an intellectual content. Some of them were followers of Bakunin and turned towards anarchism and terrorism. Others were influenced by Marx, but interpreted his teaching in a peculiarly Russian way, arguing that Russia, being a predominantly peasant country, would avoid the Western stage of bourgeois capitalism and that the specifically Russian peasant commune would provide a direct transition from the feudalism of the past to the communism of the future. The distinction between the revolutionary radicals of the 1860s and the Narodniks of the 1870s had some analogy with the famous argument in other fields of Russian thought between Westerners and Slavophiles. The Westerners held that it was the destiny of Russia, as a backward country, to learn from the West and to advance through the same phases and by the same processes which had already marked the progress of the West. The Slavophiles believed that Russia, backward no doubt but full of youthful vigor and in this respect superior to the already decaying West, had a peculiar destiny of her own to accomplish which would enable her to rise above the characteristic evils of Western civilization. Lenin's early writings against the Narodniks did little more than drive home the arguments of Plekhanov. In the very first of them he proclaimed with youthful emphasis his own revolutionary faith in the proletariat. It is on the industrial working class that the Social Democrats center their attention and their activity. When the advanced members of that class have assimilated the ideas of scientific socialism and the idea of the role of the Russian worker in history, when their ideas are widespread and the workers have created stable organizations that will transform the disconnected economic war of today into a conscious class struggle, then will the Russian worker, rising at the head of all democratic elements, overthrow absolutism and lead the Russian proletariat along the straight way of open political struggle towards a victorious communist revolution. In the last decade of the 19th century, wit and foreign capitalists were busy intensifying the development of Russian industry and of the Russian proletariat and thus creating the conditions which would prove Plekhanov and Lenin right. The star of the industrial worker was rising, the star of the peasant waning, in the revolutionary firmament. It was not till 1905 that the problem of fitting the peasant into the revolutionary scheme again became a burning party issue. The legal Marxists were a small group of intellectuals who, in the middle 1890s, began to expound Marxist doctrines in books and articles cast in such a form as to pass the Russian censorship. The rapid spread of Marxism among Russian intellectuals at this time was due to the expansion of Russian industry and to the absence of any bourgeois tradition or bourgeois political philosophy which could play in Russia the role of Western liberalism. Marx had praised the growth of capitalism in feudal conditions as a progressive force. Marxism was acceptable to the nascent Russian middle class as an ideological reinforcement in the struggle against feudalism and autocracy, just as Marxism was later to have its appeal to the rising capitalist class in backward Asiatic countries as an ally in the struggle against foreign imperialism. But, in accepting Marxism, the Russian middle-class intellectual emptied it of any immediate revolutionary content, so that the authorities, who still feared the Narodniks as the main revolutionary party, were not unwilling to tolerate these sworn enemies of the Narodniks whose own program seemed to carry no imminent threat. The outstanding figure among the legal Marxists was Peter Struve, the author of the Manifesto of the Minsk Congress. His critical notes on the question of the economic development of Russia, published in 1894, were the original platform of the group, ending with the famous injunction to socialists not to concern themselves with unrealistic projects of heaven-storming, but to learn in the school of capitalism. Two other legal Marxists were Bulgakov and Berdyaev, subsequent converts to Orthodox Christianity, and Antonin Baranovsky, author of a standard work on Russian factories. Diametrically opposed to the Narodniks, they accepted without qualification the Marxist view of the development of bourgeois capitalism as a necessary first stage in the eventual achievement of socialism, and they believed that in this respect Russia must learn from the West and tread the Western path. So far Lenin was in full agreement with them. but their insistence on the necessity of the bourgeois capitalist stage soon led them to regard this as an end in itself and to substitute reform for revolution as the process through which socialism would eventually be achieved, thus anticipating the views of Bernstein and the German revisionists of Marxism. As Lenin summed up the matter long after, they were bourgeois democrats for whom the breach with Narodnism meant a transition from petty bourgeois socialism not to proletarian socialism, as in our case, but to bourgeois liberalism. One more substantial was the controversy with the so-called economists, a group of Russian social democrats who exercised a powerful influence on the whole movement about the turn of the century. The distinctive tenet of the economists was the sharp separation of economics from politics. The former were the affair of the workers, the latter of the intellectual leaders of the party. According to this thesis, the workers were interested not in political, but only in economic ends. The class struggle for them reduced itself to a form of trade unionism, a struggle of men against masters for better conditions of work and social improvements within the framework of the existing order. Politics were the concern of the intellectuals, but, since the only conceivable political program in contemporary Russia was a program of bourgeois reform, the party intellectuals were in fact limited to the same ends as the bourgeois liberals and became indistinguishable from them. In the words of the so-called credo, which came to be accepted as the manifesto of the group, discussions about an independent workers' political party are nothing more than the product of a transfer of foreign tasks and foreign achievements to our soil. A whole set of historical conditions prevents us from being Western Marxists, and demands from us a different Marxism which is appropriate and necessary in Russian conditions. The lack in every Russian citizen of political feeling and sense evidently cannot be redeemed by discussions about politics or by appeals to a non-existent force. This political sense can be gained only by training, i.e. by participation in that life which Russian reality offers. For the Russian Marxist there is only one way out: to support the economic struggle of the proletariat and to participate in liberal opposition activity. These heresies were denounced in the summer of 1899 by Lenin and a group of his fellow exiles in Siberia, who described them in a counter-manifesto as a regression from the party manifesto of the previous year, where the work of conquering political liberty had been squarely placed on the strong shoulders of the Russian worker. In the following year Plekhanov produced a vade-mecum of documents introduced by a preface of his own which was designed to serve as the final exposure of economism. And Martov, who had a talent for political satire, wrote a hymn of the latest Russian socialism: "Flatter us not with your politics, ye demagogues of the toiling masses, prate not to us of your communisms, we believe in the might of caisses d'assistance." The controversy was carried on into the Iskra period, occupying many columns of the new journal. And Lenin's What is to be done, after an initial sally against the legal Marxists, proceeded to a mass assault on economism in all its ramifications. The idea of the Social Democrat must be not a trade union secretary, but a tribune of the people. A trade union policy of the working class is simply a bourgeois policy for the working class. Political as well as economic agitation was needed to arouse the class consciousness of the masses. Indeed, the two could not be separated, since every class struggle was essentially political. Unlike the legal Marxists, who were in essence a bourgeois group advocating bourgeois policies through a Marxist idiom, the economists had a policy of economic agitation and social reform for the workers and were to that extent a genuine workers' party. But they reached the same practical conclusion as the legal Marxists, that it was necessary to postpone to an indefinite future the revolutionary socialist struggle of the proletariat and to concentrate meanwhile on a reformist democratic program in alliance with the bourgeoisie. Lenin did not fail in later years to point out that they had in this respect anticipated the fundamental tenet of Menshevism. The underlying issue at stake in the controversy with the legal Marxists and the economists was one which continued to dog the whole history of the Russian Revolution. The tidy scheme of the Communist Manifesto provided for revolution by successive stages. First, the bourgeois revolution would overthrow the remains of the feudal order and of political absolutism, and establish bourgeois democracy and bourgeois capitalism, with its attendant phenomenon, an industrial proletariat. Then the proletariat, organizing itself under the conditions provided by bourgeois democracy, would proceed to the final revolution to overthrow bourgeois capitalism and establish socialism. On the other hand, Marx himself had seemed to have some doubts about the application of this scheme, which was the product of a brilliant generalization from English and French history, to the Germany of the 1840s, still awaiting her bourgeois revolution but already possessing a nascent industry and rapidly growing proletariat. In 1844 Marx had questioned the possibility of keeping the coming German revolution within the limits of a bourgeois revolution which leaves the pillars of the house standing, and declared that Germany could be emancipated only through the revolutionary proletariat. 2. In the Communist Manifesto itself he predicted that, owing to the advanced conditions and developed proletariat of contemporary Germany, the German bourgeois revolution would be the immediate prelude to a proletarian revolution. And after the fiasco of 1848 had revealed the helplessness of the German bourgeoisie, Marx drew the link between bourgeois and proletarian revolutions in Germany closer still. In his address to the Communist League in March 1850, he argued that the failure of 1848 had imposed a dual task on the German workers: first, to support the bourgeoisie in its democratic struggle against feudalism and to give to that struggle the acutest possible form, and, secondly, to maintain an independent party ready to take up the socialist struggle against bourgeois capitalism as soon as the bourgeois democratic revolution was completed. Moreover, while the two tasks were theoretically separate, the interest of the workers was to make the process continuous, while the democratic petty bourgeoisie wants to end the revolution as rapidly as possible. Our interests and our task consist in making the revolution permanent until all the more or less possessing classes are removed from authority, until the proletariat wins state power, until the union of proletarians not only in one country, but in all the leading countries of the world, is sufficiently developed to put an end to competition between the proletarians of these countries, and until at the very least the chief productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. And Marx ended a long appeal with the phrase, their fighting slogan must be permanent revolution. Russian Marxists in the 1890s thus had two courses open to them. Everyone agreed that Russia had not yet reached her bourgeois revolution, and it could therefore be argued, as the legal Marxists and economists argued, that at this stage the proletariat could, so far as the socialist revolution was concerned, only play a waiting game, and in the meanwhile act as a subsidiary ally of the bourgeoisie in its program for the overthrow of feudalism and autocracy. The alternative was to apply to Russia some such scheme as Marx had propounded for Germany, and Lenin seems to have been the first, in an article called Tasks of Russian Social Democrats, written in Siberia in 1898, to make the application. Here Lenin argued that the task of Russian social democracy was to lead the class struggle of the proletariat in both its manifestations 11, in the democratic struggle against absolutism, in which the proletariat would have an ally in the bourgeoisie, and in the socialist struggle against capitalism, in which the proletariat would fight alone. While all social democrats recognize that the political revolution in Russia must precede the socialist revolution, it is nonetheless true that the democratic task is indissolubly linked with the socialist task 11, so that all socialists in Russia must become social democrats. And all true and consistent democrats in Russia must become social democrats. Lenin preserved a complete theoretical separation between the two revolutions. Mindful of the absence in Russia of the relatively advanced industrial development of Germany in 1848, he refrained from following Marx in his prediction of an immediate 11 succession of bourgeois and proletarian revolutions. He preferred to say nothing at all about the interval between them. But the indissoluble link 11 between the two tasks of Russian social democracy brought him near to Marx's conception for Germany of a continuous process of revolution. Lenin's article was enthusiastically received by the Liberation of Labor 11 group in Geneva, and published there with a preface by Axelrod praising it as a direct commentary 11 on the party manifesto. 2. Acceptance of the dual task of the proletariat, democratic and socialist, had its implications in terms of party organization. One of the issues in the controversy with the economists was the so-called question of spontaneity won in the workers' movement. The Communist Manifesto, in attacking the utopian socialists, had opposed the gradual, spontaneous class organization of the proletariat to an organization of society specially contrived by these inventors. On the other hand, emphasis on gradual and spontaneous development might be pushed to a point where it amounted to a denial of the need for political action. Spontaneity thus became a catchword of the economists, who held that the development of economic action among the masses would make them spontaneously ripe for revolution. Orthodox Social Democrats, as represented by Plekhanov and the Liberation of Labor Group as well as by Lenin, argued not only that the workers should be encouraged to put forward political as well as economic demands, but that they should be imbued with a conscious revolutionary purpose and conduct a consciously planned revolutionary campaign. Consciousness was adopted as the opposing catchword to spontaneity. According to Lenin, the weakness of the Russian workers' movement at the end of the century was that the spontaneous element had outstripped consciousness. Russia's rapid industrial development had provoked a wave of strikes against intolerable conditions in the factory. But the protest of the workers was not guided by any revolutionary consciousness or revolutionary theory. The theoretical discussion on spontaneity and consciousness masked the vital practical issue of the nature and function of a revolutionary party which ultimately rent the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party in twain. What was one day to become Bolshevik doctrine developed gradually, and provoked no serious clashes of opinion within the party before the fateful Congress of 1903. It was not molded exclusively by Lenin. Plekhanov still enjoyed a unique authority as the theorist of the party, which Lenin was slow to contest. But from the foundation of Iskra onwards Lenin became more and more the pacemaker of advanced ideas within the party, and it is in his writings that the evolution of party doctrine can be most clearly traced. The view consistently propounded in Iskra of the character of the party rested on two propositions to which Lenin returned over and over again. The first was that without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. The second was that social democratic consciousness or class political consciousness was not a spontaneous growth, and could come to the worker only from without. Both these propositions define the relation of the party to the proletariat as a whole and had corollaries whose far-reaching implications were not immediately apparent. The first proposition, which insisted on the supreme importance of theory, called for a party created by intellectuals and, at any rate at the outset, composed mainly of them. This, in Lenin's view, was an historically attested necessity. The history of all countries bears witness that by its own resources alone the working class is in a position to generate only a trade union consciousness, i.e. a conviction of the necessity of coming together in unions, of carrying on a struggle with the masters, of securing from the government the promulgation of this or that law indispensable for the workers and so forth. The teaching of socialism has grown out of philosophical, historical, and economic theories worked out by educated representatives of the possessing classes, of the intelligentsia. The founders of contemporary socialism, Marx and Engels, belonged themselves by their social origin to the bourgeois intelligentsia. Similarly in Russia the theoretical teaching of social democracy has arisen altogether independently of the spontaneous growth of the workers' movement, has arisen as the natural and inevitable result of the development of thought among the revolutionary socialist intelligentsia. J. He invoked the authority of the profoundly just and weighty words of Koski, still the revered theoretical leader of German social democracy. The contemporary socialist movement can come into being only on the basis of a profound scientific knowledge. The bearer of the science is not the proletariat, but the bourgeois intelligentsia. Contemporary socialism was born in the heads of individual members of this class. It is difficult to dissociate this attitude from a faint aroma of condescension, which was characteristic of Plekhanov and not at this time wholly absent from the writings of Lenin. The manifesto announcing the foundation of Iskra, in pursuing the campaign against the economists, expressed contempt for purely workers' literature, and looking back much later on this period, Lenin noted that, in Russia as elsewhere, the growth of a mass workers' movement had been a signal for the appearance of opportunist deviations in the Marxist camp. 3. Lenin and his early associates were intellectuals of the purest water, and their writings attained a high standard of learning and acumen. Zinoviev described the few workers in the early party organizations as isolated phenomena. 4. The 1905 revolution for the first time brought into the ranks of the party a significant number of workers. The second proposition, which envisaged the party as a revolutionary elite imposing a revolutionary consciousness from without on the mass of the workers, drew a sharp distinction between the proletariat and the party. The class was an economic unit, the party a political or ideological unit, one, and it was in the nature of things that the party could be only a part of the class, two, its vanguard and the champion of its interests. It was Plekhanov who in the columns of Iskra coined the term hegemony to express the relation of the party to the proletariat. He protested against the confusion of the concept class with the concept party, and added that the whole working class is one thing, and quite another thing is the Social Democratic Party, which represents only the leading and at the beginning numerically small detachment of the working class. No serious Marxist ever believed that a small elite of revolutionaries could by itself make a revolution. That would have been to fall into the heresy of Blanquism. 4. No one insisted more powerfully than Lenin himself that without the masses no serious political action was possible. But the party was never conceived by Lenin as a mass organization. Much of its strength was due to the fact that it was more concerned to exclude than to include, quality rather than quantity was its aim. The function of the party was to lead the workers. The spontaneous struggle of the proletariat will not become a genuine class struggle until this struggle is led by a strong organization of revolutionaries. 5. The doctrine of spontaneity, which denied this role of leadership, was nicknamed tailendism because it condemned the party to lag at the tail of the workers' movement. The doctrine of the party as a repository of revolutionary theory and revolutionary consciousness, leading and guiding a spontaneous workers' movement, was hammered out by Lenin and his colleagues in Iskra against a background of current controversy. It had, however, good Marxist warrant. Some such doctrine had inspired the first Communist League of the 184 OS, a body whose membership never exceeded a few hundreds, and left its mark in at least one passage of the Communist Manifesto. The Communists are, practically, the most progressive and resolute section of the working class of all countries. They have, theoretically, the advantage over the great mass of the proletariat of understanding the line of advance, conditions, and general results of the proletarian movement. Another passage of the Communist Manifesto, on the other hand, described the proletarian movement as the independent self-conscious movement of the immense majority, and in later years, influenced partly by the failures of 1848 and partly by their English surroundings, Marx and Engels came to believe in a period of indoctrination of the masses as the necessary prelude of a proletarian revolution. The only organization sponsored by Marx and Engels after their arrival in England, the International Workingmen's Association, was a mass association, not a revolutionary party, and was as remote as could well be imagined from the Communist League of their youth. Such difference as there was between the Marx of the Communist League and the Marx of the First International was the effect not of an evolution of doctrine, but of a change of milieu from the Prussian police state of the 184 OS to the bourgeois democracy of mid-Victorian England. It was thus logical that Lenin should in this respect have been a disciple of the earlier rather than of the later Marx. Lenin was from the outset a practical Russian revolutionary, whose revolutionary theory was framed in the light of Russian needs and Russian potentialities. The project of making the intelligentsia TB.E spearhead of a proletarian revolution was even more apposite to Russian than to German conditions, not only because the weak and backward Russian proletariat stood even more than its German, and a fortiori than its Western European, counterpart in need of such leadership, but because the Russian intelligentsia did not, like its Western counterpart, possess social roots in the commercial bourgeoisie and was not therefore committed to any deep-seated bourgeois allegiance. The economically rootless Russian intelligentsia had already shown how its capacity for abstract revolutionary thinking could be harnessed to the political reality of social revolution. The going to the people movement of the 1870s, being exclusively directed to the most backward section of the population, the peasantry, was a fiasco. But it had its place in history as a first quixotic and desperate attempt to bridge the gulf between the masses and the revolutionary intelligentsia, and this could now be repeated with the proletarian masses. It was, however, when Lenin reached the details of party organization that Russian conditions most clearly influenced his thought. The nature of the Russian state precluded the formation of any kind of socialist, or even democratic, party on a Western model and drove every democratic or socialist movement into secret and conspiratorial channels. Isolated revolutionary groups of workers and students formed by well-meaning amateurs fell easy victims to the Tsarist police. Such exploits were like a campaign waged by gangs of peasants armed with clubs against a modern army. One against small groups of socialists seeking shelter up and down the broad Russian underworld stands the gigantic machine of the powerful contemporary state straining all its forces to crush socialism and democracy. We are convinced that we shall in the end break this police state. But in order to carry on a systematic struggle against the government, we must bring our revolutionary organization to the highest point of perfection. The making of revolution in Russia was a task for professional revolutionaries, and it was no accident that military metaphors so frequently appeared in discussions not only by Lenin, but by Plekhanov and other Iskra writers, of party organization. The theme of party organization was finally developed by Lenin in the summer of 1902 in the pamphlet What is to be Done, which drew the conclusions from the campaign against the economists. In his treatment of this concrete topic, Lenin ran further ahead of his Iskra colleagues than on any previous occasion. He compared the position of the economists to that of the revisionists in Germany, of the possibilists in France and of the Fabians in England. It was the symptom of a profound division in the social democratic movement between a democratic party of social reformers and a socialist party of true revolutionaries. The one party conceived itself as an organization of workers, the other as an organization of revolutionaries. The difference was fundamental. An organization of workers must be, first of all, occupational, secondly, it must be as broad as possible, thirdly, it must be as little secret as possible. Conversely, an organization of revolutionaries must contain primarily and chiefly people whose occupation is revolutionary activity. This organization must necessarily be not very broad, and as secret as possible. Lenin faced the charge that such an organization was in contradiction with the democratic principle. The charge could come only from foreign quarters ignorant of Russian realities. The democratic principle as commonly interpreted required full publicity and election to all posts. Neither of these requirements could be fulfilled by a revolutionary party working within the framework of our autocracy. Lenin concluded, the one serious organizational principle for workers in our movement must be strictest secrecy, strictest choice of members, training of professional revolutionaries. Once these qualities are present, something more than democracy is guaranteed, complete comradely confidence among revolutionaries. It would be a great mistake to think that the impossibility of a really democratic control makes the members of a revolutionary organization irresponsible. They feel their responsibility very keenly, knowing by experience that in order to rid itself of an unworthy member, an organization of genuine revolutionaries recoils from nothing. This principle was to be applied equally at all levels. We must break completely with the tradition of a purely workers' or trade union type of social democratic organization down to factory groups inclusive. The factory group or factory committee must consist of a very small number of revolutionaries, receiving direct from the committee orders and powers to conduct the whole social democratic party work in the factory. All members of the factory committee must regard themselves as agents of the committee, bound to submit to all its directions, bound to observe all laws and customs of this army in the field into which they have entered and which they cannot leave without permission of the commander. Thus the whole emphasis came to rest on the need for a small, closely knit party under a strong central leadership to act in the name of the proletariat as the spearhead of revolution. The methods of the revolutionary struggle varied and must be determined empirically from time to time. What remained fixed and consistent was the central plan built up on a sound basis of theory, and executed, with the support of the masses, by a highly organized, disciplined, and centrally directed party of professional revolutionaries. Lenin, now in his early 30s, had reached the summit of his powers. The 3 years following his release from Siberia were years of feverish and incessant intellectual activity. These were the years in which the foundations of Bolshevism as a stream of political thought and as a political party were laid. The instrument carried the stamp of the man, it reflected its creator's simplicity, his unbending strength and, above all, his singleness of purpose. A well-known passage in Krupskia's memoirs bears witness to that masterful concentration on a single end which was the hallmark of Lenin's character. As a schoolboy he liked skating, but found that it tired him, so that he wanted to sleep afterwards. This hindered my studies. So I gave up skating. After his return from Siberia he ceased to play chess because chess gets hold of you too much, and hinders work. At one time he had been fascinated by the study of Latin, but it began to hinder other work, so I gave it up. After the revolution he told Gorky, "I can't listen to music too often. It affects your nerves, makes you want to say stupid, nice things and stroke the heads of people who could create such beauty while living in this vile hell. And now you mustn't stroke anyone's head, you might get your hand bitten off." If Lenin could lead and dominate men, it was because he himself throughout his life was led and dominated to an exceptional extent by a single thought and a single aim. This overwhelming sense of service to an idea accounted for the simplicity and modesty of demeanor which all remarked in him. He set an example of austerity and impersonality which long remained a standard of conduct for the party. No doubt Stalin was correct in noting this trait as one of the strongest sides of Lenin as the new leader of the new masses. But there was no element of calculation in Lenin about an attitude which was deeply rooted in his character. This wholehearted simplicity and directness left their mark on Lenin's thinking. His immense learning, his analytical skill, his outstanding intellectual power in the marshalling of fact and argument were displayed without much concern for the subtler alternations of light and shade. Everything was clear-cut, brilliant, decisive. As Bukharin said in the last year of Lenin's life, Lenin is a strategist of genius. He knows that it is necessary to strike the principal enemy and not eclectically weave shade upon shade. In controversy he was apt to resort to a one-sided emphasis which he justified by the need to counteract similar one-sidedness in his adversary. The economists bent the stick one way. In order to straighten the stick it was necessary to bend it the other way, and this is what I did. Yet his ideas could be utopian to the point of naivete, as in his reflex ions on the disappearance of the state or on the replacement of bureaucracy by the personal service of citizens. The combination of a fundamental simplicity of thought and character with fanaticism in opinion and ruthlessness in action is strongly reminiscent of Robespierre. Lenin's self-assurance in the infallibility of his creed was rendered all the more formidable by his lack of personal pretensions. The denunciation of opponents, and the attribution of their intellectual myopia to moral obliquity, had been fixed in the Russian tradition since Belinsky and in the revolutionary tradition since Marx, if not earlier. But the fanaticism was none the less real because it was traditional, and even fellow revolutionaries were shocked by the ruthlessness with which Lenin excommunicated dissidents. A sectarian with a serious Marxist training, a Marxist sectarian, was the final verdict of the bitterly hostile Patrusov who regarded Lenin as constitutionally incapable of digesting opinions different from his own. But Lenin was no mere theorist of revolution. Opinion was never divorced from action. He was a practicing revolutionary, and, whatever might be said of doctrine, the practice of revolution allowed of no mercy and no exceptions. It was this union of theory and practice which made Lenin a complex figure and accounted for his unique greatness. Trotsky in a well-known passage contrasted Marx, the man of theory, with Lenin, the man of action. The whole of Marx appears in the Communist Manifesto, in the preface to the Critique, in capital. Even if he had never been destined to become the founder of the First International, he would still remain for all times the figure which we know today. The whole of Lenin on the other hand appears in revolutionary action. His scientific works are only a preparation for activity. Even if he had never published a single book, he would live on in history in the shape in which he has entered it, as the leader of the proletarian revolution, as the creator of the Third International. To this estimate may require some corrective, especially for the early period. But it was Lenin himself who quoted in April 1917, "Theory, my friend, is gray, but green is the everlasting tree of life." 3. And it was Lenin who in November 1917 observed with a sigh of relief that it is more agreeable and useful to go through the experiment of revolution than to write about it. 4. In the succeeding months he was constantly at odds with the doctrinaires in his party. It is not enough, it was clear that we were materially the weaker several times over. The Mensheviks have more money, more literature, more transport, more agents, more names, more collaborators. It would be unforgivable childishness not to see this. Yet a few months later a Menshevik agent in a confidential letter was speaking in still more contemptuous terms of the complete ineffectiveness of Menshevik literature and organization in Petersburg. 2. As the revolution was gathering momentum throughout Russia in the summer of 1905, the Bolsheviks held in London the exclusively Bolshevik Congress, which they described, and which became known in history, as the Third Party Congress. Lenin's principal lieutenants at the Congress, Bogdanov and Lunakarsky, were to break with him 3 years later. Lunakarsky returned to the party in 1917, and the Third Congress brought onto the scene for the first time 3 other delegates who were to play a conspicuous role after the October Revolution, Kamina, Litvinov, and Krysin. But the fact that every outstanding leader in the original party except Lenin had gone over, whether wholeheartedly, like Axelrod, Martov and Patrusov, or half-heartedly, like Plekhanov and Trotsky, to the Menshevik camp placed Lenin in a position of unique authority. The only figure at the Third Congress capable of taking a stand independent of Lenin was Krysin, at this time the chief Bolshevik organizer in Russia itself, and Lunakarsky regarded the principal achievement of the Congress as a complete fusion of the Bolsheviks of the Leninist left wing with the Bolshevik right wing under Krysin. But the purely subaltern role assigned to Lenin's adjutants is described in Lunakarsky's own recollections of the report on armed insurrection which he was called on to make to the Congress. Vladimir Ilyich gave me all the fundamental theses of the report. Not satisfied with that, he insisted that I should write my whole speech and give it to him to read in advance. The night before the sitting at which my report was to be given, Vladimir Ilyich attentively read through my manuscript and returned it with 2 or 3 insignificant corrections, which was not surprising considering that, so far as I remember, I took the most precise and detailed indications of Vladimir Ilyich as my starting point. 2. The difference between Bolshevik and Menshevik attitudes to the nascent revolution was marked in the respective resolutions of the London Congress and the Geneva Conference. The Congress recognized the urgent need to organize the proletariat for an immediate struggle with the autocracy by means of armed insurrection, and held that eventual participation in a provisional revolutionary government might be permissible for the purposes of a ruthless struggle against all counter-revolutionary attempts and of the defense of the independent interests of the working class, a decision destined to give trouble 12 years later. The Menshevik Conference, on the other hand, considered that the party must not set itself the aim of seizing power or sharing power in a provisional government, but must remain the party of extreme revolutionary opposition. For this party strife played no part in events in Russia. The revolution set in motion by the massacre before the Winter Palace on January 9, 1905, slowly gathered momentum through the spreading disorders of spring and summer till it reached its climax in October with a wave of strikes, the promise by the Tsar of a liberal constitution, and the formation of the first Soviets of workers' deputies. The earliest of these newfangled institutions seemed to have been the result of spontaneous action by groups of workers on strike. Priority in time was claimed by the factory town of Ivanovo-Voznesensk, and during the next few weeks more or less organized Soviets sprang up in nearly all the main industrial centers. The Petersburg Soviet, which was one of the earliest, was also incomparably the most important. The history of the institution begins with its Petersburg prototype. The Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Deputies was constituted on October 14, 1905, and had a career of 50 days. Its first president was Khrushchev Nosar, a radical lawyer, who joined the Menshevik wing of the Social Democratic Party during the period of the Soviet. The Soviet quickly a Kufredan organization, issued a weekly newspaper, and at its height numbered some 550 delegates, representing 250,000 workers. The most prominent Social Democrat in its ranks was Trotsky, who quickly emerged as an energetic and resourceful leader and, when Khrushchev Nosar was arrested at the end of November 1905, became its president for the last few days of its existence. The weakness of the Soviet was, as Trotsky afterwards said, the weakness of a purely urban revolution. By the beginning of December the government felt strong enough to take action against it. Trotsky and the other leaders were arrested, and Trotsky's brilliant and defiant conduct of the defense before the court which tried them helped to build up the prestige of the Soviet as well as his own. The Petersburg Soviet had been composed mainly, though by no means exclusively, of Social Democrats. Insofar as it took account of the feud within the party, it was either neutral or Menshevik. Everywhere in Russia the role of the Bolsheviks in the Soviets of 1905 was slight and undistinguished. Lenin himself had spoken of them guardedly as not a workers' parliament and not an organ of proletarian self-government, but a fighting organization for the attainment of definite ends. For as such they could be no more than a non-party auxiliary of the party in its struggle to achieve revolutionary ends, and might even be regarded with a slight tinge of jealousy as a rival organization. Lenin reached Petersburg early in November 1905. But it is not certain that he ever appeared at the Petersburg Soviet. In any case he took no leading part in its work. The practical activity and heroism of the revolutionaries and the tragedy of their failure threw a grim light on the disunity in the party which aspired to lead the revolution. The split in both London and Geneva had not yet gone deep among the rank and file of the party in Russia itself. 3 In the Russia of 1905 Social Democrats everywhere sank their differences and worked together without taking account of the differences which divided the party leaders. During the summer, moves for reunion were made from both sides. As the movement grew with the relatively free conditions promised by the October Constitution of 1905, Lenin became impressed by the increasing impatience of the rank and file of the party at the deadlock. For the former disputes of the pre-revolutionary period, he wrote shortly afterwards, were replaced by solidarity in practical questions. Just before the downfall of the Petersburg Soviet, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks so far buried the hatchet as to issue 3 numbers of a joint newspaper in its support, the Severny Golos. In December 1905 a conference of Bolsheviks at Tammerfors in Finland, it was the occasion of Stalin's first appearance at an all-Russian party conference or congress and of his first meeting with Lenin, approved a fusion between the central committees of the two wings with a view to organizing a joint party congress. In January and February 1906 the new Joint Committee was able to announce active preparations for the Congress, which met at Stockholm in April. Officially described as the Unity Congress, it bore at the time no regular number in the party series, though it was known in later literature as the Fourth, and a further Joint Congress was held in London in April-May 1907. The Stockholm Unity Congress of April 1906 met at the climax of the mood of optimism engendered by the October Constitution and the convocation of the First Duma, and yielded a Menshevik majority. At the London Congress Bolsheviks outnumbered Mensheviks, though the balance was held by smaller groups, while Trotsky, appearing at a Congress for the first time since 1903, claimed to stand outside the fractions. Even before the London Congress of 1907 recriminations had broken out again between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Lenin accused Dan and other Menshevik leaders of a bargain with the cadets over the Duma elections, which he branded as selling workers' votes, and was summoned to defend himself before a party court against a charge of slandering party colleagues. A fortnight after the London Congress dispersed, the dissolution of the Second Duma in Petersburg ended the pretense of constitutional government and ushered in the Stolypin period of reaction. And the strong hand. Formal unity was preserved at a party conference held in Paris at the end of December 1908, 1 and during the following year several numbers appeared of a new party journal, Social-Democrat, on the editorial board of which Martov sat side by side with Lenin, Kamina and Zinoviev. Lenin's willingness at this time to temporize with the Mensheviks was probably not unconnected with trouble within the Bolshevik wing of the party. Bogdanov and Lunacharsky were the leading spirits in an idealist deviation which sought to reconcile socialism with religion and was fiercely demolished by Lenin in his one large philosophical work, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. This deviation also had a political bias, being associated with a demand for a boycott by the Social Democrats of the Third Duma, the first instance in party history of that afterwards familiar phenomenon, a left opposition. Lenin doggedly fought down all his opponents, and if the Bolsheviks succeeded during these years in maintaining their existence as a coherent and organized group, their survival was due entirely to the single-minded and persistent self-confidence of one man. Meanwhile, a meeting of the party's Central Committee in Paris in January 1910 once more reaffirmed party unity on a basis of compromise between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, this time against Lenin's vote. 3 Beneath the outward forms of party unity, maintained with increasing difficulty from 1906 to 1911, lay differences which grew more, not less, profound with the lapse of time and the frustrating consciousness of defeat. The collapse of the glorious hopes of 1905 had been a heavy blow to the party. But sober analysis of what had happened in that year only served to show how irreconcilable the standpoints of the factions had become. Even the factions themselves began to disintegrate, so that it was no longer possible to speak of two sharply defined and opposite camps, and it was perhaps this general confusion rather than any underlying unity of opinion which prevented an open breach. The Mensheviks remained a large but loosely knit group, held together by a common philosophy rather than by a common program of action. The Bolsheviks had more cohesion and a more clearly defined policy, but owed these advantages exclusively to the masterful determination of their leader. Among those who belonged to neither of the two main factions, the dominant figure was Trotsky, whose intellectual acumen gave him a position in the field of theory independent both of Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, though he lacked the support of any regular following. The controversies in the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party during these years on the lessons of 1905 and the future destinies of the Russian Revolution turned on three different interpretations or applications of Marxist doctrine propounded respectively by the Mensheviks, by the Bolsheviks and by Trotsky. The experience of 1905, while leaving untouched the fundamental problem of the application of the Marxist analysis to the Russian Revolution, raised new issues and presented old issues in a new light. Kosky described it as a bourgeois revolution in an epoch when bourgeois ideals have come to complete bankruptcy, when bourgeois democracy has lost all faith in itself, when it is only on the soil of socialism that ideals can flourish and energy and enthusiasm develop. The driving force of the revolution came from the workers and, intermittently, from the peasants. Its tentative achievements, the granting of a constitution, the Duma, the formation of political parties, had been bourgeois. It had proved abortive, and by 1908 hardly anything remained of it, because the bourgeoisie had been incapable not merely of making a revolution, but of garnering the fruits of a revolution made for them by others. Recognition of the incapacity of the Russian bourgeoisie was common ground for all groups. But on the conclusions to be drawn from this recognition opinions were utterly divided. Did it call for a revaluation of the theoretical relation of the socialist to the bourgeois revolution, and therefore, in political terms, of the relation of the proletariat and of its party to the bourgeoisie? Would the Marxist scheme be strictly followed in the development of the Russian Revolution, or might it undergo some modification either owing to the preponderance of the peasantry in the Russian economy and the peculiar features of the agrarian problem, or owing to the ripening of the socialist revolution in more advanced European countries? Finally, the old question of the nature, functions, and organization of the party continually recurred and lost none of its acuteness in the new setting. Of the three groups, the Mensheviks had been the least affected by the experience of 1905. Nothing that happened in Russia in that year could alter their fidelity to what seemed to them the fundamental tenet of Marxism. The socialist revolution could be the work only of a strong proletariat, the Russian proletariat could become strong only through the development of Russian capitalism. Russian capitalism could be developed only through the victory of the bourgeois revolution. This syllogism implied not only the theoretical separateness of the two revolutions, but an interval of time between them. It ruled out any policy of immediate preparation for a socialist revolution, and condemned the proletariat at the present stage to the role of a subsidiary ally of the bourgeoisie. The Mensheviks did not believe that the Russian proletariat could anticipate Marxist destiny by enlisting the alliance of the peasant masses. The peasantry remained for the Mensheviks an essentially anti-revolutionary force. Any revolutionary policy which counted on its support was a reversion to the Narodnik heresy of a peasant revolution. This argument could be reinforced by the experience of 1848, by numerous passages from Marx and Engels, and by the experience of 1905 when, as Trotsky himself said, the proletarian revolution was broken on the bayonets of the peasant army. 1. As regards the prospects of European revolution, the Mensheviks had committed themselves at their conference of May 1905, only in one event would social democracy on its own initiative direct its exertions towards acquiring power and holding it for as long as possible, namely in the event of revolution spreading to the advanced countries of Western Europe, where conditions for the realization of socialism have already reached a certain ripeness. In this event the restricted historical limits of the Russian Revolution can be considerably widened, and the possibility will occur of advancing on the path of socialist transformations. 1. But the phrase "a certain ripeness," which Lenin criticized as unwarrantably pessimistic, 2. was typical of Menshevik caution. This resolution, adopted at a moment when the prospects of 1905 were still untarnished, remained the sole Menshevik pronouncement on the subject, and European revolution never occupied a conspicuous place in Menshevik thought, if only because the Mensheviks never regarded it as imminent. It followed that a strain of pessimistic resignation was inherent in the Menshevism of this period. As Axelrod put it at the Stockholm Congress, social relations in Russia are as yet ripe only for a bourgeois revolution, and the impulse of history drives the workers and revolutionaries themselves with much greater force towards bourgeois revolutionism, which turns both the one and the other into involuntary servants of the bourgeoisie, than towards a revolutionism which is in principle socialist and tactically and organizationally prepares the proletariat for political supremacy. J. and Martynov at the same Congress defined the function of the party in the current period as being to stir bourgeois democracy to political life, to push it forward and to radicalize bourgeois society. For in terms of party organization, this meant continued opposition to conspiratorial action or to preparations for armed insurrection and, consequently, to Lenin's whole conception of a party of professional revolutionaries. Lenin contemptuously described the Mensheviks as men who take a pace backwards or mark time on the same spot, not knowing how to define the conditions of a decisive victory. The Bolshevik diagnosis of 1905 and of the lessons to be drawn from it was radically different. The massacre of January 9, 1905, had brought on the scene a third force in Russian politics which was one day destined to eclipse both the autocracy and the bourgeoisie, the proletariat. The proletariat has shown that it is a force not only interested in the smashing of the autocracy, but ready to proceed to a genuine smashing of the autocracy. Since January 9, 2022, our workers' movement is growing up before our eyes into a national movement. 1. Lenin accepted as unequivocally as the Mensheviks the bourgeois character of the incipient revolution and the necessity to pass through the stage of bourgeois democracy on the way to socialism. He who seeks to advance towards socialism by any other road, bypassing political democracy, inevitably arrives at conclusions both economically and politically inept and reactionary. We Marxists should know that there is not, and cannot be, any other path to real freedom for the proletariat and the peasantry than the road of bourgeois freedom and bourgeois progress. 2. But he argued that the Russian bourgeoisie was neither able nor willing by itself to complete the bourgeois democratic revolution, not only because it was weak, but because its support of revolution was inconsistent, selfish, and cowardly. Owing to its fear of the proletariat, it was already halfway to becoming counter-revolutionary. The Menshevik policy of delay, far from improving the prospects of revolution, would make bourgeois resistance all the more stubborn. Henceforth the proletariat was the one consistently revolutionary class. It alone is capable of going on reliably to the end, because it is prepared to go much further than the democratic revolution. It must therefore take on itself, first of all, the task of completing the bourgeois revolution. 3. The task imposed on the proletariat of completing the bourgeois democratic revolution as a prelude to the consummation of its own socialist revolution could be fulfilled on two conditions, and the elaboration of these was the main theme of Lenin's major work of the summer of 1905, Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. The first was an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry. The peasantry, though not revolutionary in the sense assumed by the Narodniks of being hostile to capitalism as such, was at the present moment less interested in the unconditional defense of private property than in taking away the landowner's land, which is one of the chief forms of that property. Hence the peasantry could be harnessed by the proletariat as its ally at the present stage, and this would enable the proletariat to overthrow the autocracy and to complete the bourgeois democratic revolution in defiance of bourgeois lukewarmness or bourgeois opposition. The result of this victory would be not a socialist dictatorship of the proletariat, but a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. 2. Lenin was, however, prepared to look even further ahead than this. Once the bourgeois revolution was achieved by this combination, the peasantry as a whole would no longer be revolutionary and would not support the proletariat in its advance towards the socialist revolution. At that stage it would be necessary for the proletariat, once more taking the lead, to split the peasantry against itself and to enlist the support of the semi-proletarian elements, i.e. the poor and landless peasants, against the rich peasants who would have profited most by that division of the landowners' estates. The whole program was summarized in an italicized passage of Two Tactics of Social Democracy. The proletariat must carry through to completion the democratic revolution by uniting to itself the mass of the peasantry, in order to crush by force the opposition of the autocracy and to paralyze the instability of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat must complete the socialist revolution by uniting to itself the mass of semi-proletarian elements in the population, in order to break by force the opposition of the bourgeoisie and to paralyze the instability of the peasantry and of the petty bourgeoisie. 3. The second condition was not discussed at anything like the same length, probably because Lenin was as usual expounding his doctrine in the form of a polemic, and the second condition, unlike the first, was not contested by his Menshevik adversaries. But it had already been tentatively stated in an article of April 1905 and was repeated clearly enough in two passages of Two Tactics of Social Democracy. One result of the democratic revolution would be to carry the revolutionary conflagration into Europe, and nothing would so powerfully shorten the route to complete victory in Russia. The establishment of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry would give us the possibility to raise Europe, and the European socialist proletariat, throwing off the yoke of the bourgeoisie, will in its turn help us to complete the socialist revolution. 1. Lenin was careful throughout Two Tactics of Social Democracy to uphold the distinction, practical as well as theoretical, between the two stages of the revolution. He even wrote that this democratic revolution will not weaken, but will strengthen, the domination of the bourgeoisie too, a prediction which seemed to commit him to the Menshevik belief in an extended interval between the two stages for the further development of capitalism. Nevertheless, he specifically pointed to two elements of the transition from the democratic to the socialist stage, the support of the semi-proletarian section of the peasantry and the support of a socialist revolution in Europe, and he showed how these two elements might be expected to grow out of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship which would crown the first stage. He did therefore treat the two stages as in some sort a continuous process. 3 months later, in September 1905, in a short article on the relation of social democracy to the peasant movement, he borrowed Marx's famous phrase of 1850, "From the democratic revolution we shall begin immediately and within the measure of our strength, the strength of the conscious and organized proletariat, to make the transition to the socialist revolution. We stand for uninterrupted revolution. We shall not stop halfway." 3. He never seems to have used the phrase again. But the idea remained. At the end of 1905, in some notes which were first published 20 years later, he sketched out once more the stages of the revolution in their logical sequence. The proletariat in alliance with the peasantry would complete the bourgeois revolution. This achievement would lead to a new stage in which the rich peasants and a substantial part of the middle peasantry would go over to the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat, with the sympathy of the poor peasantry, would struggle for the preservation of its democratic victory in the interests of a socialist revolution. This struggle would be hopeless unless the European socialist proletariat came to the help of the Russian proletariat. This was the key to the final victory. The European workers will show us how it is done, and then we together with them will make the socialist revolution. One of all the leading Russian social democrats, Trotsky was the only one to play a conspicuous part in the events of the 1905 revolution. It was therefore natural that he should be strongly influenced by its lessons. In this respect he stood at the opposite extreme to the Mensheviks. His collaboration with the Mensheviks after the split with Lenin in 1903 on the question of organization was brief. He had no natural sympathy with the passive strain in Menshevik doctrine. Our struggle for the revolution formed a new Russian bureau. There was, however, little to be done. Local committees in a few large centers still carried on surreptitious propaganda. But communications with the Central Committee in Switzerland were intermittent and precarious, though issues of the party journal Sozi al Demokrat, published by Lenin at irregular intervals throughout the war, sometimes got through. In Russia, the party had no publication since the suppression of Pravda on the outbreak of war. Lenin sat meanwhile in Switzerland writing and watching and waiting. Early in 1916 he moved from Bern to Zurich, where he found more readily available material for imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, his major work during the war. He also wrote much on the attitude of socialists to the war and on the question of national self-determination, which had been brought into prominence by Allied propaganda, and on which party opinion was keenly divided. In April 1916 he attended a second conference of the Zimmerwald Group at Kienthal. The proceedings seemed to show a slight move towards the left among socialists opposed to the war, but no real unity of opinion or purpose. Lenin's confidence in the rightness of his creed never flagged. But the cramped monotony of existence and the inability to act sapped something of his optimism. In the autumn of 1911, at what seemed the darkest moment of reaction, he had seen increasing signs that the epoch of the rule of so-called peaceful bourgeois parliamentarism is nearing its end to give place to the epoch of the revolutionary struggles of a proletariat organized and trained in the spirit of the Marxist idea, which will overthrow the rule of the bourgeoisie and establish the communist order. In January 1917, addressing a Swiss audience, he was doubtful whether we, the old, would live to see the decisive battles of the coming revolution. Some 6 weeks later revolution broke out in Russia, and, after more than a month of anxious waiting and troublesome negotiation, Lenin with a party of some 20 Bolsheviks, including Zinoviev, Radek, Sokhonikov, and Safarov, traveled through Germany to Sweden by agreement. The German authorities in a railway coach sealed from communication with the outside world. The party reached Petrograd on April 3, 1917. Chapter 4. From February to October 1. February Revolution of 1917, which overthrew the Romanov dynasty, was the spontaneous outbreak of a multitude exasperated by the privations of the war and by manifest inequality in the distribution of burdens. It was welcomed and utilized by a broad stratum of the bourgeoisie and of the official class, which had lost confidence in the autocratic system of government and especially in the persons of the Tsar and of his advisers. It was from this section of the population that the first provisional government was drawn. The revolutionary parties played no direct part in the making of the revolution. They did not expect it, and were at first somewhat nonplussed by it. The creation at the moment of the revolution of a Petrograd Soviet of Workers' Deputies was a spontaneous act of groups of workers without central direction. It was a revival of the Petersburg Soviet, which had played a brief but glorious role in the revolution of 1905, and was, like its predecessor, a non-party organization elected by factory workers, social revolutionaries, Mensheviks, and Bolsheviks being all represented in it. It did not at first aspire to governmental power, partly because its leaders took the hitherto accepted view that Russia was ripe only for a bourgeois, and not yet for a socialist, revolution, and partly because it had no sense of its own competence or preparedness to govern. The attitude of the Soviet was afterwards described by Lenin as a voluntary surrender of state power to the bourgeoisie. And its provisional government. 1 The fact, however, that the writ of the Soviet was recognized by an ever-increasing number of workers and soldiers gave it, in spite of itself, a position of authority which could not be ignored, and this was the practical and almost accidental basis of the so-called dual power set up by the February Revolution, when public authority was in some sort exercised by two bodies whose attitude to each other swung uneasily between rivalry and cooperation, the Provisional Government, which was the legal successor of the Tsarist government and recognized as such by the outside world, and the self-constituted and therefore revolutionary Soviets of workers' deputies. The example of Petrograd was followed by the setting up of Soviets in Moscow and other large cities and, somewhat, later, in country districts, and this, in turn, led to the summoning of a first All-Russian Conference of Soviets at the end of March 1917. Of the two factions of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, it was the Mensheviks who at first profited most by the February Revolution. As in 1905, the promise of constitutional government seemed to justify their program and gave them the advantage over the Bolsheviks. A bourgeois revolutionary regime, enjoying the critical support of good Marxists until such time as bourgeois capitalism had exhausted its potentialities and the way was open for the socialist revolution. This was precisely the Menshevik picture of the first stage in the revolutionary process. Indeed, the dual power, considered as a constitutional partnership between bourgeois government and proletarian legal opposition, was essentially Menshevik in conception. The main point of embarrassment for the Mensheviks was their attitude to the war, on which they were not agreed among themselves. But a policy of pressing the bourgeois government to end the war on a democratic program without entering into precise details of the ways and means of ending it seemed for the moment to meet all requirements. The Mensheviks quickly emerged into a predominant position in the Petrograd Soviet. Its first president was the Georgian Menshevik. The principal rivals of the Mensheviks were the Social Revolutionaries. It was not long before the Soviets of Workers' Deputies became Soviets of Workers and Soldiers' Deputies, and, as the armies dissolved into struggling masses of peasants crying out for peace and land and counting on the Social Revolutionaries, the traditional party of the peasant revolution, to fulfill their ambitions, the star of the Social Revolutionaries continued to ascend. The Bolsheviks seemed to have gained least. The suddenness of the revolution had left the determination of Bolshevik policy in the hands of three men cut off not only from the party center in Switzerland, but from the other experienced party leaders marooned in Siberia. The position was embarrassing. On the one hand, they were committed by Lenin's theses of 1914 and by everything he had since written to the sensational policy, known to be distasteful even to many Bolsheviks, of advocating civil war and national defeatism. On the other hand, the party resolution of 1905 had contemplated the establishment of a provisional revolutionary government as the result of a democratic revolution and had admitted that Bolshevik cooperation in such a government might be desirable for the purposes of a ruthless struggle against all counter-revolutionary attempts and of the defense of the independent interests of the working class. One with so much guidance and no more, Shlyapnikov, Zalutsky and Molotov, constituting the Russian Bureau of the Central Committee, drafted a party manifesto which was issued as a broadsheet on February 26, 1917, and appeared 2 days later as a supplement to the first issue of the Izvestiya of the Petrograd Soviet. To all things considered, it was a creditable effort. Since no provisional government had yet been proclaimed, the question of defining relations to it did not arise. The manifesto called on the working class and the Revolutionary Army to create a provisional revolutionary government, which would establish a republic, introduce democratic reforms such as the 8-hour day, the confiscation of estates and the creation of a constituent assembly on a basis of universal suffrage and secret ballot, confiscate and distribute stocks of food, and enter into negotiations with the proletariat of the belligerent countries for a revolutionary struggle of the peoples of all countries against their oppressors and enslavers, and for the termination of the bloody human slaughter which has been imposed on the enslaved peoples. Factory workers and insurgent armies were urged to elect their representatives to this provisional revolutionary government. The appeal ended with salutes to the red banner of revolution, the democratic republic, the revolutionary working class and the revolutionary people and insurgent army. Lenin, who read extracts from this manifesto in the German press while he was still in Switzerland struggling to arrange for his journey to Russia, noted as especially important and especially topical the perfectly correct idea of our Central Committee that the indispensable thing for peace is relations with the proletarians of all the belligerent countries. 1. The February Revolution had removed all obstacles other than the shortage of manpower to a revival of the party journal. The publication of Pravda was resumed on March 5, 1917, under an editorial board consisting of Molotov, who as member of the Bureau of the Central Committee bore the chief responsibility, Kalinin, valued perhaps, then as later, less for his intellectual qualities than for his prestige as a usable party member of peasant origin, and Arameev, of whom little is known except that he had been a contributor to the Pravda of 1912. 2. The first issue was distributed free, the second sold 100,000 copies. 3. The views expressed in the first 7 numbers of the new Pravda were broadly those of the party manifesto. It denounced the existing provisional government as a government of capitalists and landowners, and thought that the Soviet should convene a constituent assembly to establish a democratic republic. On the issue of the war, it published on March 10, 1917, a resolution of the Bureau advocating a transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war for the liberation of the peoples from the yoke of the ruling classes, though it still refrained from the explicit advocacy of national defeatism. But it was not immune from backslidings. The same issue which printed this resolution printed an article by Almansky which concluded and added as the third point, not the introduction of socialism as our immediate task, but immediate transition merely to control by the Soviet of workers' deputies over the social production and distribution of products. The theses ended with a proposal to revise the party program and to change the name of the party from Social Democratic to Communist, and with a demand for the creation of a revolutionary international. Lenin's cautious phraseology left room for a certain practical vagueness about the precise moment of the transition to socialism, but none for doubt about this transition as the main goal, and it was on this point that the battle was at once joined. On the day after the publication of the theses, Pravda carried what appeared to be an editorial note signed by Kamina emphasizing that they represented only Lenin's personal opinion and concluding, "Insofar as concerns Lenin's general scheme it appears to us unacceptable, since it starts from the assumption that the bourgeois revolution is finished and counts on the immediate transformation of this revolution into a socialist revolution." 1. On the same day the Petrograd Committee of the party discussed Lenin's theses and rejected them by 13 votes to 2, with 1 abstention. 2. The challenge had still to be taken up at the Petrograd All-City Party Conference on April 14, 1917, and at the All-Russian Conference which was to follow 10 days later. Meanwhile Lenin developed his views in a further article in Pravda and in 2 pamphlets, though the second of these was not published till some months later. In Lenin's analysis the dual power consisted of 2 distinct governments. The provisional government was the government of the bourgeoisie, the Soviets were a dictatorship formed by the proletariat and the peasantry. 3. Since the transfer of power to this dual authority had taken place, it was to this extent true that the bourgeois or bourgeois democratic revolution is finished, even though all the necessary bourgeois democratic reforms had not yet been carried out. The revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry has been realized. 4. The peculiarity of the situation was the interweaving of the bourgeois power of the provisional government and the revolutionary dictatorship of the Soviets. The future turned on the struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat for the peasant masses. S. For the moment the fact of class cooperation between the bourgeoisie and the peasantry was decisive, the Soviets were still, in accordance with the Menshevik view, an annex of the bourgeois government. But if and when the peasantry seized the land for itself, then this will be a new stage of the bourgeois democratic revolution. Lenin's powerful argument once more implied the transition to socialism, though it stopped short of explicitly proclaiming it. He still regarded it as premature to demand the overthrow of the provisional government. But he emphasized that the dual power could be no more than a transitional phase of struggle which must end in a victory for one side or the other. There cannot be two powers in the state. The Menshevik conception of partnership would not work. Sooner or later the Soviets must overthrow the provisional government or themselves be destroyed. The Petrograd Party Conference proved to be a sort of rehearsal for the All-Russian Party Conference, so that the issues were debated twice over by the same protagonists and with the same results in the smaller and in the larger assembly. The proceedings again demonstrated Lenin's immense power over the party, a power resting not on rhetoric, but on clear-headed and incisive argument conveying an irresistible impression of a unique mastery of the situation. Before Lenin arrived, said a delegate at the Petrograd Conference, all the comrades were wandering in the dark. Now only Kamenev presented a coherent defense of the policies accepted by all the leading Bolsheviks in Petrograd before the presentation of the April theses. The main issue was narrowed down to the question whether, as Lenin proposed, the party should work for the transfer of power to the Soviets, or whether, as Kamenev desired, it should be content with the most watchful control over the provisional government by the Soviets, Kamenev being particularly severe on anything that could be construed as incitement to overthrow the government. In the decisive vote Kamenev's amendment was defeated by 20 votes to 6, with 9 abstentions. The All-Russian Party Conference met 10 days later under the shadow of a ministerial crisis. Milyukov's note of April 18, 1917, promising fidelity to the undertakings given to the Allies by the Tsarist government, had raised a storm of protest which led to his enforced resignation. At the conference the tide flowed still more strongly in Lenin's favor. Stalin briefly, and Zinoviev at greater length, supported him against Kamenev. Lenin at one moment held out an olive branch to Kamenev by saying that, though the provisional government must be overthrown, it could not be overthrown at once or in the ordinary way. The main resolutions were passed by overwhelming majorities of the 150 delegates. With only 7 abstentions, the conference declared that the advent of the provisional government did not change and could not change the imperialist character of Russia's participation in the war, and undertook to assist the transfer of all state power in all belligerent countries into the hands of the revolutionary proletariat. This was followed by a resolution, carried with only 3 dissentients and 8 abstentions, condemning the provisional government for its open collaboration with the bourgeois and landowners' counter-revolution, and demanding active preparations among the proletarians of town and country to bring about the rapid transfer of all state power into the hands of the Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies or of other organs directly expressing the will of the majority of the people. For the most substantial opposition was manifested to the resolution containing an analysis of the current situation, for, even after it had accepted Lenin's policy, the party, long attuned to the conception of a bourgeois revolution as the proximate goal, still had its hesitations about proclaiming the transition to the socialist stage of the revolution. This resolution declared that the objective conditions of the socialist revolution, which were undoubtedly present before the war in the most advanced countries, have ripened further and continue to ripen in consequence of the war with extreme rapidity, that the Russian Revolution is only the first stage in the first of the proletarian revolutions inevitably resulting from the war, and that common action by the workers of different countries was the only way to guarantee the most regular development and surest success of the world's socialist revolution. It then reverted to the old argument that, while the immediate realization of the socialist transformation was not possible in Russia, the proletariat should nonetheless refuse to support the bourgeoisie and should itself take the lead in carrying out the practical reforms requisite to complete the bourgeois revolution. This resolution was carried only by a majority of 71 to 39, with 8 abstentions. 1. Nor did anyone answer the question which only Rykov seems to have raised: whence will arise the sun of the socialist revolution? I think that with all existing conditions, with our standard of living, the initiation of the socialist revolution does not belong to us. We have not the strength, nor the objective conditions, for it. 2. The adoption at the April conference of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," though it did not betoken immediate revolutionary action, for the first time gave concrete shape and a constitutional mold to the Bolshevik scheme of revolution. Lenin's somewhat lukewarm attitude towards the Soviets in 1905 had been modified by their vigor and success in mobilizing popular support, and by the prestige which attached to them even after their downfall. In the spring of 1906 he referred to them as new organs of revolutionary power. These organs were founded exclusively by the revolutionary strata of the population. They were founded outside all laws and regulations in an entirely revolutionary way, as a product of primitive popular creativeness, as an exhibition of the independent action of the people. They could thus be regarded as an approximation to Lenin's conception of a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, and as the de facto beginnings of a provisional government. But in the ensuing period of reaction and discouragement the memory of the Soviets faded and little was heard of them in party discussions. When Lenin delivered a long lecture on the 1905 revolution to a Swiss audience in January 1917, the Soviets were dismissed in 3 or 4 sentences, though it was still claimed for them that in some places they had really functioned in the capacity of a new state power. 2. It was therefore understandable that the revival of the Petrograd Soviet in February 1917 should not at first, in view of Menshevik predominance in its ranks, have greatly excited the Bolshevik group in the capital. It was not mentioned in the first Bolshevik proclamation of February 26. But here a curious parallel occurs between Marx and Lenin. Marx's dictatorship of the proletariat remained, for 20 years after he first enunciated it, an abstract and disembodied conception, till Marx eventually discovered its embodiment in an institution created by men who were for the most part not his disciples, and regarded at the outset by Marx himself with thinly veiled suspicion: the Paris Commune. Lenin had evolved all the essentials of his theory of revolution before Soviets had been heard of, and his attitude to the First Petersburg Soviet, a non-party or, worse still, a Menshevik affair, was as hesitant as that of Marx to the Commune. Yet the Soviets, raised to a pinnacle by their challenge to autocracy in 1905, became in the spring of 1917 the predestined repositories of the revolutionary power of which Lenin dreamed. The first of his letters from afar, written from Switzerland in March 1917, and the only one of them to be published before his arrival in Petrograd, hailed the Petrograd Soviet as a new, unofficial, undeveloped, still comparatively weak workers' government expressing the interests of the proletariat and of all the poorest part of the town and country population, and this view implied, as Lenin saw, that the situation was already in transition from the first to the second stage of the revolution. 3. The way was thus prepared for the April theses, in which recognition of this transition was clearly connected with the new slogan "All Power to the Soviets." It was at this time that Lenin proclaimed the Soviets to be a power of the same type as the Paris Commune of 1871, a power whose source was not a law previously discussed and passed by a parliament, but a direct initiative of the popular masses from below and on the spot, a direct usurpation, to employ the current expression. Lenin thus triumphantly linked himself with Marx and the Soviets with the Commune. The Soviets were not only a realization of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship, they were, like the Commune, a foretaste of the Marxist dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. But the party line remained fluid on one point. The concluding words of the party program adopted in 1903 and still unaltered in 1917 demanded a constituent assembly elected by the whole people, and the Third All-Bolshevik Party Congress of 1905 had once more called for the convening by way of revolution of a constituent assembly on the basis of universal, equal and direct suffrage and with secrecy of the ballot. 3. It is true that Lenin at the same time poked fun at those who believed in the immediate birth of a constituent assembly, and declared that without armed insurrection a constituent assembly is a phantom, a phrase, a lie, a Frankfurt talking shop. But this essentially bourgeois democratic institution continued nonetheless to occupy a cardinal place in Lenin's scheme of revolution. In April 1917 it would have been possible to argue that this plank in the party platform belonged to a period when the bourgeois revolution lay in the future and had been rendered obsolete by the advent of the February Revolution. But this argument was never used, no doubt because neither Lenin himself nor, still less, his followers were prepared to commit themselves to the view that the bourgeois revolution had been completed. The resolution of the April conference had named both the Soviets and the Constituent Assembly as potential recipients of power, without apparently choosing between them, and throughout the period from February to October 1917 the Bolsheviks, in common with all other left groups, continued to voice the demand for the Constituent Assembly and to censure the provisional government for dilatoriness in convening it, unconscious of any inconsistency between this demand and the concurrent slogan, "All power to the Soviets." If this inconsistency, or this inability to choose, had been probed to the source, it might have thrown light on the initial dissensions in the party over the April theses. But for the present it reflected, not a division of opinion, but an uncertainty and lack of definition in the mind of the party leaders, including Lenin, on the character of the current revolutionary process. Events were left to prepare the eventual clarification. From the moment of the April conference every move on the political chessboard seemed to play into the hands of the Bolsheviks and to justify Lenin's boldest calculations. Milyukov's note of April 18 had been a slap in the face not so much for the Bolsheviks as for those moderate elements in the Soviet which, while rejecting the Bolshevik policy of peace through civil war and national defeat, were nonetheless insistent on a renunciation of imperialist designs and on immediate efforts to secure a democratic peace. Milyukov's resignation brought about the downfall of the government. In the first provisional government Kerensky had been the only socialist minister, and his equivocal position had been marked by his frequent attempts to disown responsibility for acts of other ministers. Early in May a new government was formed in which, though Lvov remained premier, 6 socialist ministers were included as representatives of the Soviet, 2 portfolios were held by SRS, 2 by Mensheviks and 2 by independent socialists. This rearrangement was designed ostensibly to increase the power and prestige of the Soviet by strengthening its control of the government. The results were quite different. The new government, still the prisoner of an administrative machine run by the bourgeoisie and by the old official class, hard pressed by the Allies and faced by the quite insoluble problem of a democratic peace, could do little to satisfy the soldiers and workers who more and more clamored for some token that an end to the war was at hand. The Soviet had hitherto been a coalition of socialist parties for the defense of the interests of the workers against the bourgeoisie. Now it could no longer win credit in their eyes by harassing a bourgeois government in which it was strongly represented. Splits developed in the SR and Menshevik parties between those who supported and those who attacked the socialist ministers. Most important of all, the Bolsheviks were now the only party uncompromised by participation in a feeble bourgeois socialist coalition and offering a clear-cut policy of peace at any price. The process by which they eventually won the confidence of the vast majority of soldiers and workers, and became the dominant power in the Soviets, had begun. Early in May another significant event had occurred. Among the exiles now flocking back in large numbers, Trotsky reached Petrograd from the United States, having been delayed for 5 weeks by the British authorities. On the day after his arrival he spoke in the Petrograd Soviet, and his prestige as the outstanding figure of the original Soviet of 1905 at once made him a potential leader. 2. He joined a small social democratic group called the United Social Democrats, which had existed in Petrograd since 1913 and claimed independence both of Bolsheviks and of Mensheviks. In the past his restless intellect and temperament had led him to quarrel with every party leadership. But now he thirsted for action, and saw in Lenin the only man of action on the scene, despising alike the SRS, the Mensheviks, and those weak-kneed Bolsheviks who had hesitated to answer Lenin's call. Almost from the moment of his arrival it was clear that an alliance would be struck. The April conference itself had recognized the importance of rapprochement and union with groups and movements which really stand on the ground of internationalism. On May 10, 1917, Lenin in person attended a meeting of the Mezrayancy and offered them a seat on the editorial board of Pravda and on the organizing committee of the forthcoming party congress, proposing also to extend the offer to Martov's group of internationalist Mensheviks. According to notes taken by Lenin at the time, Trotsky replied that he was in agreement insofar as Bolshevism internationalizes itself, but added proudly, "The Bolsheviks have debolshevized themselves, and I cannot call myself a Bolshevik. It is impossible to demand of us a recognition of Bolshevism." The meeting led to no result. In effect, Trotsky, faithful to his old policy of reconciliation all round, wanted an amalgamation of the groups on equal terms and under a new name. Lenin had no intention of weakening or diluting the instrument which he had created. The party must remain supreme and intact. He could afford to wait. The summer of 1917 in Petrograd was a period of incessant conferences. An all-Russian peasant congress in May was dominated by the SRS and voted firmly for support of the provisional government. On the other hand, a conference of Petrograd factory workers at the end of the same month was the first representative body to yield a Bolshevik majority, a foretaste of what was to come. The beginning of June brought the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Of its 822 delegates with voting rights, the SRS accounted for 28.5, the Mensheviks for 248 and the Bolsheviks for 105. Nearly 150 delegates belonged to various minor groups, and 45 declared no party allegiance, an indication that the political affiliations of many outlying Soviets were still fluid. The Bolshevik leaders attended in full force. Trotsky and Lunacharsky were among the 10 delegates of the United Social Democrats, who solidly supported the Bolsheviks throughout the 3 weeks of the Congress. The most dramatic moment of the Congress occurred on its second day during the speech of the Menshevik Minister of Posts and Telegraphs, Tsereteli, and was thus reported in the official records. At the present moment there is no political party which would say, "Give the power into our hands, go away, we will take your place." There is no such party in Russia. The claim, or the threat, was not taken very seriously. The Bolsheviks were in a small minority at the Congress, and Lenin's principal speech was frequently interrupted. The Congress passed a vote of confidence in the provisional government, rejecting a Bolshevik resolution which demanded the transfer of all state power into the hands of the All-Russian Soviet of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies. Not the least important decision of the Congress was to give itself a regular constitution. The Congress itself was to meet every 3 months, and created for current action a central organ in the form of an All-Russian Central Executive Committee 3 whose decisions would be binding on all Soviets in the intervals between Congresses. VTSIK was elected forthwith on a proportional basis. Of its 250 members 35 were Bolsheviks. For Lenin's assertion of the Bolshevik willingness to take power was a declaration of war on the provisional government and was intended as such. The authority of the coalition was wielding. It was the period of what Trotsky called the dual powerlessness. The next step was to test the state of mind of workers and soldiers in Petrograd. The Bolsheviks summoned their supporters to a street demonstration on June 9, 1917, but called it off in face of opposition in the Congress. The Congress itself then arranged a monster street demonstration in support of the Soviets on June 18, 1917. But not more than a handful of the banners carried expressed confidence in the provisional government, and it was said that the slogans inscribed on 90% of them were Bolshevik. A more serious popular rising began on July 3, 1917, at the moment when the government, hard pressed by the Allies, had ordered a large-scale military offensive in Galicia. The demonstrations lasted for 4 days and became seriously menacing. It was freely believed that this was the beginning of a serious Bolshevik attempt to seize power, though the party leaders insisted that it was a spontaneous demonstration which they themselves struggled to keep within bounds, and Lenin himself argued that it was impossible to act so long as a majority still believed in the petty bourgeois capitalist-controlled policy of the Mensheviks and SRS. 1 This time, however, the government took up the challenge. Loyal troops were drafted into the capital, Pravda was suppressed, and orders were issued for the arrest of the three chief Bolshevik leaders. Kamenaya was taken, Lenin and Zinoviev went into hiding, and escaped to Finland. Within the next few days the Galician offensive failed, with heavy losses. Another ministerial crisis led to the resignation of Lvov and the appointment of Kerensky as premier. Trotsky and the Mezrayancy, some 4,000 strong, at length joined the Bolsheviks. 2a.nd There was a flood of further arrests, including Trotsky, Lunacharsky and Kollontai. At the end of July, 1917, with Lenin and other leaders still in hiding or in prison, the Sixth Party Congress, the first since the London Congress of 1907, was held in Petrograd. Sverdlov presided, and it fell to Stalin and Bukharin to make the main political reports. J. Lenin had furnished guidance in a small pamphlet written since his retirement into hiding on the slogans in which he argued for the withdrawal of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." This had been devised in the days when a peaceful transfer to Soviets representing the proletariat and the peasantry still seemed possible. Since the July troubles it was clear that the bourgeoisie had declared for counter-revolution, and that it would fight the existing Soviets were tools of the bourgeoisie. The Congress, skillfully led by Stalin in face of some opposition on this point, declared that all power to the Soviets was the slogan of the peaceful development of the revolution, of the painless transfer of power from the bourgeoisie to the workers and peasants, and that nothing would now avail short of the complete liquidation of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. When Nogin, echoing the doubt expressed by Rykov at the April conference, asked whether the country had really made such a leap in 2 months that it is already prepared for socialism, Stalin boldly replied that it would be unworthy pedantry to ask that Russia should wait with her socialist transformation till Europe begins, and that the possibility is not excluded that Russia may be the country which points the way to socialism, an acceptance of Trotsky's thesis of 1906. At the same time there was a warning against being provoked into premature fighting. With the leaders dispersed, and the party itself threatened at any moment with official persecution, the Congress could do little but mark time. The principal event of August 1917 was an all-party state conference convened in Moscow by Kerensky to advise on the state of the nation. Composed of more than 2,000 delegates drawn from a variety of public bodies and organizations, it proved a wordy fiasco. It was followed at the end of August by the one attempt of this period at a military coup from the right, the Kornilov insurrection. Though the plot miscarried ignominiously without a blow being struck, it caused a flurry of alarm in all the left parties and groups. Even Lenin offered a compromise to the Mensheviks and SRS. The Bolsheviks would resume their support of the Soviets if they in their turn would finally break with the bourgeois parties. But this led to nothing. The Mensheviks and SRS convened a democratic conference to match the state conference in Moscow, and this created a council of the Republic designed to fill the gap until the Constituent Assembly should meet. By this time the Bolshevik star was rising rapidly. After the Kornilov affair the Bolsheviks secured majorities in the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets, though the SRS and Mensheviks still dominated VTSIK. In the country, as the self-demobilized soldiers returned to their homes, land hunger grew more acute and peasant disorders and the ransacking of estates more frequent, and with this went a discrediting of the SRS, who had done nothing, and a shift of sympathy towards the Bolsheviks, who promised everything. The conditions which Lenin had foreseen in his April theses as justifying the transition to the second stage of the revolution were maturing fast. Lenin's first reaction was to revive the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." This was done in an article written in the first part of September and published on September 14, 1917, in Raboki I Put. Then on September 12, 13 and 14, growing more and more impatient in his enforced retreat, Lenin wrote 2 secret letters in succession to the party Central Committee declaring the time ripe for the Bolsheviks to seize power by armed force. To Trotsky, released from prison in the middle of September, was elected president of the Petrograd Soviet, which became the principal focus of Bolshevik militancy. Throughout the next month the battle over the April theses was repeated in a new context. The first clash in the Central Committee occurred over participation in the Democratic Conference, Kamina and Rykov supporting it and Trotsky and Stalin demanding a boycott. The decision went in favor of participation and was severely blamed by Lenin, who applauded Trotsky's stand J towards the Ibid XXI, 142-148. End of September, 1917, Lenin, more and more excited and determined, moved up from Helsingfors to Viborg to be nearer the scene of action. A short article in Rabaki I put entitled "The Crisis is Ripe" repeated previous arguments and added a new one: growing disorders in the belligerent countries and the beginning of mutinies in the German army and fleet made it clear that we stand on the threshold of a worldwide proletarian revolution. But the most significant part of the article was a postscript not for publication, but for communication to members of the Central Committee. He accused them of ignoring his previous communications and offered his resignation from the Central Committee in order to regain his freedom to agitate among the rank and file of the party, for it is my profound conviction that if we wait for the Congress of Soviets and let slip the present moment, we shall ruin the revolution. Lenin's threat seems to have once more reduced the Central Committee to an embarrassed silence. There is no record of any answer. The personal touch was required to shake the prevailing inertia or Sept 1C1 SM. On October 9, 1917, Lenin came in disguise to Petrograd, and on the following day appeared at a meeting of the committee which was destined to become historic. His presence and reproaches of indifference to the question of insurrection sufficed to turn the scale. By a majority of 10 votes to 2 the committee decided to prepare for armed insurrection and to appoint a political bureau to carry out the decision. This Politburo consisted of 7 persons: Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Trotsky, Stalin, Sokhonikov and Bubnov. It is significant of the sense of solidarity among the party leaders at this time and of the requirements of party discipline that the 2 who had voted against the decision were nonetheless included as a matter of course in the executive organ. 6 days later the Petrograd Soviet created a military revolutionary committee under the presidency of Trotsky as president of the Soviet, with Podvoisky as his effective deputy, and it was this body rather than the party Politburo which made the military preparations for the revolution. The battle was, however, still not finally won. On October 11, 1917, Kamina and Zinoviev circulated a letter to all the principal Bolshevik organizations protesting against the decision for armed insurrection. On October 16, Lenin once more stated the case for the immediate seizure of power to an enlarged meeting of the Central Committee attended by Bolsheviks from the Petrograd Party Committee, from the military organization of the Petrograd Soviet and from the trade unions and factory committees. Since the Kornilov affair, he argued, the masses had been behind the party. But the question was not one of a formal majority. The position is clear. Either a Kornilov dictatorship or a dictatorship of the proletariat and the poorest strata of the peasantry. We cannot be guided by the mood of the masses, that is changeable and unaccountable. We must be guided by an objective analysis and estimate of the revolution. The masses have given their confidence to the Bolsheviks and ask from them not words, but deeds. Lenin reverted to the international, especially the German, situation which justified the conclusion that if we come out now, we shall have on our side all proletarian Europe. The discussion showed that, though the Central Committee might have been haltingly won over by Lenin's magnetism, the doubts of Kamina and Zinoviev were still shared in wider party circles. Zinoviev and Kamina repeated their objections. Stalin and other members of the Central Committee supported Lenin. Here are 2 lines. One is headed for the victory of the revolution and leans on Europe, the other does not believe in the revolution and counts only on being an opposition. The Petrograd Soviet has already taken its stand on the road to insurrection by refusing to sanction the removal of the armies. The debate was somewhat unreal. Active preparations were being pressed forward by the Petrograd Soviet and its Military Revolutionary Committee. but military preparations could not be discussed at such a gathering, and neither Trotsky nor Podvoisky spoke, if indeed they were present. The meeting reaffirmed by 19 votes to 2 the decision to proceed with the preparations for an immediate insurrection, though a proposal of Zinoviev to await the meeting of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, convened for October 20, obtained 6 votes against 15. 2. At the conclusion of the meeting the Central Committee met alone, and appointed a military revolutionary center consisting of Sverdlov, Stalin, Bubnov, Uritsky and Dzerzhinsky, which was to form part of the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet. This was a curious early instance of the fusion of party and Soviet institutions. Contemporary records make no further mention of the center. It was evidently intended as a contact group rather than as a separate organ, and, like the Politburo appointed a week earlier, never seems to have come into existence. At the end of the meeting of October 16, 1917, Kamenev resigned his membership of the Central Committee. 2 days later he published in Novaya Zhizn, a non-party journal of the left, a letter once more protesting, in his own name and that of Zinoviev, against the decision. The letter was not only a breach of party discipline, but a betrayal to the world of the party decision, though in the state of disorganization and impotence into which the provisional government had now fallen, the disclosure of preparations for an insurrection against it was perhaps as likely to intensify panic as to provoke effective countermeasures. The party, on the eve of the decisive action which was to put its fortunes to the supreme test, was threatened with a grave domestic crisis. Lenin, after the meeting of October 16, had retired once more into hiding. But on October 18, the day of the publication in Novaya Zhizn, he wrote a letter to members of the party describing the act of Kamenev and Zinoviev as strike-breaking 11 and a crime 11, and declaring that he no longer regarded them as comrades and would demand their exclusion from the party. This was followed on the next day by a more detailed letter in the same sense to the Central Committee. 1. Trotsky, in an attempt to cover up Kamenev's indiscretion, publicly denied in the Petrograd Soviet that any decision had been taken for armed insurrection. 2. Kamenev, believing or pretending to believe that Trotsky had been converted to his view, declared that he agreed with every word Trotsky had said, and Zinoviev wrote in the same sense to the party journal Rabotchi I Put. His letter was published on the morning of October 20, 1917, in the same issue which carried the last installment of an article by Lenin vigorously attacking the views of Kamenev and Zinoviev, though without naming them. 3. Stalin tried to pour oil on the waters by appending an editorial note in the following terms: "We in our turn express the hope that the declaration of Comrade Zinoviev may be considered to close the question." The sharp tone of Comrade Lenin's article does not alter the fact that in fundamentals we remain of one mind. Feelings therefore ran high when, in the absence of Lenin, the Central Committee met on October 20, 1917. Sverdlov read Lenin's letter to the committee. After a debate, Kamenev's resignation was accepted by a majority of 5-3, and a specific injunction was issued to Kamenev and Zinoviev to make no further public pronouncements against decisions of the Central Committee or of the party. Lenin's demand for their expulsion from the party was not taken up. Meanwhile, Trotsky protested not only against the declarations of Kamenev and Zinoviev, but against the editorial note in Rabotchi I Put which appeared to exculpate them. Sokhonikov declared that, though a member of the editorial board, he had no responsibility for the note and did not approve of it, and Stalin offered his resignation from the board. The committee prudently decided not to discuss the matter or accept the resignation, and passed to other business. 1. It was the first open clash between the future rivals. 2. The critical moment was now at hand, being fixed by the decision to strike the blow before the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets met on the evening of October 25. On the eve of the appointed day the Central Committee met to put the final touch to some practical arrangements, and Kamenev, the decision of 4 days earlier having been reversed or forgotten, resumed his seat. Trotsky asked that members of the committee should be attached to the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet to look after postal and telegraphic and railway communications and to keep watch on the provisional government. Dzerzhinsky was detailed for railways, Bubno for posts and telegraphs, Sverdlov for the provisional government, and Milyutin was put in charge of food supplies. An embryonic administration was taking shape within the party committee. In the early morning of October 25, 1917, the Bolshevik forces went into action. The key points in the city were occupied, the members of the provisional government were prisoners or fugitives. In the afternoon Lenin announced to a meeting of the Petrograd Soviet the triumph of the Workers' and Peasants' Revolution, and in the evening the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets proclaimed the transfer of all power throughout Russia to Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. 2. On the evening of October 26, 1917, the second and last meeting of the Congress adopted the decrees on peace and on the land, and approved the composition of the Council of People's Commissars, popularly known as Sovnarkom, the first workers' and peasants' government. For the organization of the almost bloodless victory of October-November 25-7, 1917, the Petrograd Soviet and its Military Revolutionary Committee were responsible. It was the Military Revolutionary Committee which took the power as it fell from the nerveless hands of the provisional government, and proclaimed to the world the achievement of the revolution. 3. As Stalin afterwards said, the Congress of Soviets only received the power from the hands of the Petrograd Soviet. 4. All contemporary witnesses pay tribute to the energy and ability displayed by Trotsky at this time and to his services to the revolutionary cause. But the higher strategy of the revolution had been directed by Lenin through his chosen instrument, the Bolshevik wing of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. The victory, though won under the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," was a victory not only for the Soviets, but for Lenin and the Bolsheviks. Lenin and the party, the man and the instrument, were now indissolubly one. The triumph of the party seemed almost exclusively due to Lenin's consistent success in stamping his personal will upon it and in leading his often reluctant colleagues in his train. The prestige of Lenin's name had been firmly established, the foundations had been laid of the ascendancy in the party of the single leader. The relation of Lenin's policy to the wider issues raised by the Russian Revolution opens an endless debate. The decision foreshadowed in Lenin's April theses and carried out at his instigation 6 months later to seize power on a socialist program and on the foundations of an unfinished bourgeois revolution has been the subject of volumes of commentary and controversy. It has been treated as a prolongation of the Marxist line consistently pursued by the party since 1903, though the Bolsheviks in Petrograd in the confusion of the February Revolution and in the absence of their leader had momentarily deviated from the line, this remains the official view. It has been treated as a final abandonment by Lenin and the Bolsheviks of the Marxist line and a plunge, in defiance of Marx's teaching, into the adventure of a socialist revolution not resting on the foundations of a preceding bourgeois revolution. This was the Menshevik view. It has been treated as a last-minute correction by Lenin, based on true Marxist principles, of a long-standing party deviation due to excessive devotion to the formal aspects of Marx's scheme of revolution. This was Trotsky's view. Since these divergent views rested on different texts of Marx, on different interpretations of what Marx meant and on different estimates of what was required to apply Marx's meaning to Russian conditions, the argument proved inexhaustible and inconclusive. The question hotly debated in later years between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks whether the course adopted by Lenin could and did lead to the socialist goal also turned on a point of interpretation: what was meant by socialism. But behind these arguments conducted in conventional Marxist terminology lay the real problem which the makers of the October Revolution had to face. It may well have been true, as the rapid disintegration of the February Revolution seemed to show, that bourgeois democracy and bourgeois capitalism on the Western model, which was what the Mensheviks wanted and expected, could not be rooted in Russian soil, so that Lenin's policy was the only conceivable one in the empirical terms of current Russian politics. To reject it as premature was to repeat, as Lenin once said, the argument of the serf owners about the unpreparedness of the peasants for freedom. But what this policy committed its sponsors to was nothing less than to make a direct transition from the most backward to the most advanced forms of political and economic organization. Politically, The program involved an attempt to bridge the gap between autocracy and socialist democracy without the long experience and training in citizenship which bourgeois democracy, with all its faults, had afforded in the West. Economically, it meant the creation of a socialist economy in a country which had never possessed the resources and capital equipment and trained workers proper to a developed capitalist order. These grave handicaps the victorious October Revolution had still to overcome. Its history is the record of its successes and failures in this enterprise. Part 2. The Constitutional Structure. Chapter 5. The Two Revolutions. The October Revolution had triumphed with the Bolsheviks still divided on the scope of the revolution, and uncertain whether to regard it as bourgeois democratic or as proletarian socialist. The revolution, by overthrowing the provisional government, had consecrated the Soviets as the supreme repositories of revolutionary power. But this did not imply rejection of the ultimate authority of a constituent assembly, which was the characteristic organ of bourgeois democracy, and to whose early convocation the Bolsheviks, equally with the provisional government, were committed. The decree of October-November 26, 1917, which established the Council of People's Commissars, described it as a provisional workers' and peasants' government exercising authority until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, and the decree on land opened with the statement that the land question in all its magnitude can be settled only by the nationwide Constituent Assembly. 1. It is true that a laconic decree of the same date proclaiming that all power belongs to the Soviets added no such reservations. 2. And the Declaration of Rights of the Peoples of Russia promulgated a few days later announced the principles of a future voluntary and honorable union of the peoples, and promised the prompt elaboration of concrete decrees to give effect to them, without referring at all to the powers of the Constituent Assembly. 3. But in the heat of revolution such formal inconsistencies were not likely to be noticed. The provisional government, far more pedantic than its successor about constitutional proprieties, had itself flagrantly forestalled the functions of the Constituent Assembly by its decree of September 1, 1917, proclaiming Russia a republic. The student of the documentary records of the October Revolution will at once be struck by the infrequent and inconspicuous appearance of the words socialism and socialist in its earliest pronouncements. To defend the revolution or the revolution of the workers and peasants is a sufficient definition of purpose. Revolutionary is by itself an adjective of commendation, counter-revolutionary the quintessence of evil. 1. Derivatives of the neutral word democracy, equally acceptable to supporters of the bourgeois and of the socialist revolution, appear 4 times in the initial proclamation of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of October-November 25, 1917, and over again in the peace decree of the following day. As a democratic government, said Lenin in introducing the land decree to the same session of the Congress, we cannot evade the decision of the popular masses, even if we were not in agreement with it. 2. The vital first steps of the regime were thus taken under the banner not of socialism, but of democracy. A little later the epithet democratic was used to commend the system of election to the Soviets and to the Constituent Assembly and especially the right of recall as well as the principle of the election of judges. 4. This emphasis on democracy was accompanied by a proclamation of socialism as the ultimate goal. The most revealing evidence of Lenin's attitude at the moment of the revolution is his speech at the Petrograd Soviet on the afternoon of October-November 25, 1917, announcing the triumph of the workers' and peasants' revolution. Having declared that this Third Russian Revolution must lead in its final result to the victory of socialism, he reverted in his concluding words to the 2 conditions which he had laid /VN long ago for the transition to socialism, the support of the peasants and the support of world revolution. We shall win the confidence of the peasants by a single decree abolishing the property of the landowners. The peasants will understand that the salvation of the peasantry lies only in union with the workers. We have the mass strength of organization which will conquer all and lead the proletariat to world revolution. In Russia we must at once occupy ourselves with the building of the proletarian socialist state. Hail the worldwide socialist revolution! 1. The international aspect of the revolution was present to Lenin's mind with peculiar vividness at the moment of its victory in Russia. 10 days later he declared in his capacity as president of Sovnarkom, "We shall march firmly and unswervingly to the victory of socialism, which will be sealed by the leading workers of the most civilized countries and give to the people solid peace and deliverance from all oppression and all exploitation." 2. And the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People drafted by Lenin at the beginning of January 1918 proclaimed the socialist organization of society and the victory of socialism in all countries as part of the fundamental task of the Soviet order. 3. The achievement of socialism was still thought of by Lenin at this time primarily in terms of world revolution. These hesitations about the scope and character of the October Revolution are reflected in early constitutional terminology. The word Russia having been abandoned, there were difficulties in finding an appropriate name for the new authority. It called itself the Provisional Workers' and Peasants' Government, or simply the Revolutionary Government, resting on Soviet power and on the triumph of the slogan "All Power to the Soviets." Only once in a particular context did it refer to itself as the Socialist Government of Russia. 4. The first fundamental constitutional declaration in Soviet history is contained in the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, which opens with the words, "Russia is declared a republic of Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. All power in the center and locally belongs to these Soviets." And the following clause for the first time names the country the Soviet Russian Republic. It might be dangerous to draw conclusions from a terminology so fluctuating and uncertain. But whatever Lenin himself may have thought, the word socialist was still a bugbear to many of his supporters and allies. 1. A substantial minority, if not a majority, of the party at this time seems clearly to have clung to the view, fervently held by Mensheviks and SRS alike, that the revolution had not yet fully completed its bourgeois stage and was consequently still unripe for its transition to socialism. On this view, the October Revolution was merely a continuation and deepening of the February Revolution, and did not differ from it in principle or purpose. On this view, it was legitimate to look forward to the Constituent Assembly as the crowning achievement of the democratic revolution. Waverings within the party had not been ended by the victory of the revolution. At the moment of victory, an all-Bolshevik government had been proclaimed. But in the first few days its authority was not established far outside Petrograd, and under pressure from the Executive Committee of the Railwaymen's Union, which controlled communications and aspired for some weeks to act as an independent power dictating terms to the government, the Central Committee of the party agreed to open negotiations with the SRS and Mensheviks for a coalition government of all parties represented in the Soviets. For Lenin this was merely a tactical maneuver. 2. For Kamina and Zinoviev it was an admission of the correctness of the view taken by them. On the eve of October 25 that the time was not yet ripe for a specifically proletarian revolution. When, therefore, on November 14, 1917, Lenin proposed to abandon the negotiations as futile, he encountered strong opposition from Kamina, Zinoviev, and Rykov. In the debate in the party's Central Committee he received unequivocal support only from Trotsky, but the majority voted solidly for a resolution laying down conditions which would of necessity lead to a breakdown of negotiations. 1. Kamina and Rykov, in their capacity as Bolshevik delegates to VTSIK, failed to act on the decision. In a declaration of November 3/16, 1917, Lenin carried the issue onto the plane of party discipline, and 3 days later a formal ultimatum was delivered by the Central Committee to its recalcitrant members. 5 members of the committee, Kamina, Zinoviev, Rykov, Milyutin, and Nogin, at once resigned. The last 3 resigned their positions as people's commissars, and several lesser members of the government also resigned. Of the recalcitrants only Zinoviev recanted forthwith and was reinstated in the Central Committee. 2. A considerable split among the party leaders had once more occurred at a critical moment on an issue of tactics which was also an issue of doctrine. Having surmounted this crisis and gradually extended its authority over the northern and central provinces of European Russia, the regime had now to face the elections to the Constituent Assembly, fixed by the provisional government before its downfall for November 12-25, 1917. What Lenin thought about them at this time is not certainly known. 3. But the party was deeply committed to them by its repeated utterances between the February and October revolutions. The official machine was in motion and would have proved difficult to reverse at the last moment. One of the first acts of Sovnarkom had been to confirm the date set by the provisional government. Uritsky, one of the leading Bolsheviks, was appointed as commissar to supervise the work of the electoral commission appointed by the provisional government. The commission in its turn refused to cooperate with Uritsky and complained of having been placed under duress. 2. But the elections went forward and seemed to have been conducted without interference from any side, though in some outlying districts they were not held at all. The results justified any apprehensions that may already have been felt in the Bolshevik ranks. Of the 707 elected members of the assembly, the SRS could claim a comfortable majority, 410 in all. The Bolsheviks secured just under a quarter of the seats, i.e. 175. Most of the 86 members of the national groups, of which the Ukrainians formed the largest, were strongly anti-Bolshevik. The Cadets, the only surviving bourgeois party, had 17 seats, the Mensheviks 16. 3. If this could be read as a verdict on the government set up by the October Revolution, it was a crushing vote of non-confidence. The first effect of the defeat was to convince Lenin of the necessity of a compromise on the issue of a coalition. At the moment of the elections, an All-Russian Congress of Peasants' Deputies was in session in Petrograd. At the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets in June 1917, a group of left SRS had already rebelled against the party leadership and supported the Bolshevik minority, though this had had little effect on the party as a whole. Now at the All-Russian Congress of Peasants' Deputies, Lenin and the other Bolshevik delegates were successful in bringing about a split in the ranks of the SRS. Agreement for a coalition was reached between the Bolsheviks and the left wing, which secured a majority in the Congress and whose most noteworthy figure was Spiridonova. It was an agreement, as Lenin emphatically remarked, possible only on a socialist platform. 1. On November 15, 1917, a joint meeting of VTSIK, of the Petrograd Soviet and of the Executive Committee of the Peasants' Congress was held to celebrate the Act of Union. 2. VTSIK already consisted of 108 members elected by the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. Its membership was now doubled by the addition of an equal number of delegates elected by the Peasants' Congress, and 100 delegates of the Army and the Fleet as well as 50 from the trade unions were added to its ranks, raising the numbers to something over 350. It now became the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies. In order to complete the coalition, left SRS were appointed to 3 People's Commissariats, Agriculture, Justice, and Posts and Telegraphs, carrying membership of Sovnarkom, as well as to several minor government posts. About the same time the commissariats were transferred. From party headquarters at Smolny to the premises of the old ministries, Bolshevik rule was rapidly fitting itself into the traditional framework of state power. The agreement with the left SRS not only reinforced the position of the Bolsheviks, but also provided them with their strongest argument to explain away the results of the elections to the Constituent Assembly, the potentially deceptive character of the SR vote. The SRS had gone to the polls as a single party presenting one list of candidates. Its election manifesto had been full of lofty principles and aims but, though published on the day after the October Revolution, had been drafted before that event and failed to define the party attitude towards it. Now 3 days after the election, the larger section of the party had made a coalition with the Bolsheviks, and formally split away from the other section which maintained its bitter feud against the Bolsheviks. The proportion between right and left SRS in the Constituent Assembly, 370 to 40, was fortuitous. It was entirely different from the corresponding proportion in the membership of the Peasants' Congress, and did not necessarily represent the views of the electors on a vital point which had not been before them. The people, said Lenin, voted for a party which no longer existed. One reviewing the whole issue 2 years later, Lenin found another argument which was more cogent than it appeared at first sight. He noted that in the large industrial cities the Bolsheviks had almost everywhere been ahead of the other parties. They secured an absolute majority in the two capitals taken together, the cadets here being second and the SRS a poor third. But in matters of revolution the well-known principle applied: the town inevitably leads the country after it, the country inevitably follows the town. The elections to the Constituent Assembly, if they did not register the victory of the Bolsheviks, had clearly pointed the way to it for those who had eyes to see. The results of the elections made it certain that the Constituent Assembly would serve as a rallying point for opposition to the Soviet regime from both wings, from the surviving bourgeois supporters of the provisional government and from the dissident socialists. The Bolsheviks, well versed in revolutionary history, were alive to the precedent of the French Constituent Assembly of May 1848, whose function, 3 months after the February Revolution, had been, in a well-known phrase from Marx's 18th Brumaire, to cut down the results of the revolution to a bourgeois standard and to prepare the way for the massacre of the workers by Cavaignac. An attempt was made in the name of former ministers of the provisional government, and in defiance of the Soviet government, to convene the assembly on December 28, 1917. This was resisted by force. Anti-Soviet forces under former Tsarist generals were beginning to mass in South Russia, and Sovnarkom, now thoroughly alarmed, issued a decree which accused the cadets of providing a legal cover for the cadet Kaldin counter-revolutionary insurrection, declared the Cadet Party a party of enemies of the people, and announced that the political leaders of the counter-revolutionary civil war would be arrested. Though the right SRS and many of the Mensheviks sided with the cadets, the Bolsheviks did not as yet venture to apply measures of repression to other socialist parties. From this time onwards the fate of the Constituent Assembly was the subject of constant preoccupation in party circles. What appears to have been the first warning of Bolshevik intentions was given by Lenin in a speech to VTSIK on December 14, 1917, "We are asked to call the Constituent Assembly as originally conceived. No, thank you. It was conceived against the people and we carried out the rising to make certain that it will not be used against the people. When a revolutionary class is struggling against the propertied classes which offer resistance, that resistance has to be suppressed, and we shall suppress it by the same methods by which the propertied classes suppress the proletariat. New methods have not been invented yet." And he followed up this declaration with a set of theses on the Constituent Assembly, which appeared anonymously in Pravda of December 13-26, 1917, and constituted the most important brief analysis from his pen of the character of the October Revolution. The theses on the Constituent Assembly brought uncompromisingly into the open what had been implicit in everything Lenin had written since the famous April theses 8 months earlier, the conviction that the bourgeois revolution in Russia was a spent force and that the right course was to turn one's back resolutely on it and pursue the road to socialism. He began by admitting that in a bourgeois republic the Constituent Assembly is the highest form of the democratic principle, so that its appearance in past party programs, drawn up before the achievement of the bourgeois revolution, was fully legitimate. Ever since the February Revolution of 1917, however, revolutionary social democracy had been insisting that a republic of Soviets is a higher form of the democratic principle than the customary bourgeois republic with its Constituent Assembly. It was indeed the only form capable of assuring the least painful transition to socialism. This process of transition had been assisted, first, by the regrouping of class forces due to the permeation of the army and peasantry with revolutionary ideas, secondly, by the struggle between the Soviet power and the bourgeois regime in the Ukraine, and thirdly, by the counter-revolutionary rising of Kaldin and the cadets which had taken away all possibility of resolving the most acute questions in a formally democratic way. These developments had created an inevitable clash between the Constituent Assembly and the will and interest of the toiling and exploited classes who began on October 2, the socialist revolution against the bourgeoisie. Thus any attempt, direct or indirect, to look at the question of the Constituent Assembly from the formal, juridical standpoint, within the framework of bourgeois democracy was treason to the proletariat, an error into which a few of the Bolshevik leaders fall through failure to appraise the October Rising and the tasks of the dictatorship of the proletariat. All that was left for the Constituent Assembly was an unconditional declaration of acceptance of the Soviet power, of the Soviet Revolution. Otherwise, a crisis in connection with the Constituent Assembly can be solved only by revolutionary means. 1. There is no record of the discussion of Lenin's theses in the Central Committee of the party, but, whether or not formal discussion took place, they thenceforth became accepted party doctrine. For the Bolsheviks, Lenin's theses on the Constituent Assembly were a final tearing asunder of the veil of bourgeois constitutionalism. For the other socialist parties, painful events were required to bring home to them what the proletarian revolution meant. The acceptance of the theses had two practical results. In the first place, it made irrevocable the breach between the Bolsheviks and the socialist parties, which adhered to the view that the revolution was still in its democratic stage. Once the proletarian character of the revolution was accepted, those who maintained the democratic view logically and inevitably became counter-revolutionaries, in intention if not in action. Secondly, it sealed the fate of the Constituent Assembly, the crown of the democratic revolution, but an anachronism once that stage had been superseded by the proletarian socialist revolution. The burning issue of the dual power, the clash between the Soviets and the representative organs of bourgeois democracy which had raged since the February Revolution, was resolved at last. The Constituent Assembly had now only to surrender or be wiped out. Any suggestion that the action taken against the Assembly was the result of a sudden or unpremeditated decision prompted by anything that happened after the Assembly met must be dismissed as erroneous. The action of the Bolsheviks was the outcome of a considered policy and of a clear-cut view of the progressive development of the revolution from its bourgeois democratic to its proletarian socialist phase. The publication of Lenin's theses on the Constituent Assembly was in the nature of a declaration of war on the Assembly and on the political parties which were likely to control it. The actions of the next 3 weeks were so many tactical steps in a campaign whose main strategy had been decided. On December 17/Joe, 1917, came the arrest of the Right SR leader, Avsentiev, together with some of his followers, not, as a leading article in L'Izvestiya explained, in his quality as a member of the Constituent Assembly, but for the organization of a counter-revolutionary conspiracy. 1. It was the first occasion on which such measures had been applied to representatives of a socialist party. On December 20, 1917/January 2, 1918, a decree of Sovnarkom convened the Constituent Assembly for January 5/18, 1918, subject to the attainment of a quorum of 400 members. 1 and 2 days later it was decided by a resolution of VTSIK to summon the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets for January 8/21, 1918, and an All-Russian Congress of Peasants' Deputies a few days later. Zinoviev, now once more Lenin's obedient henchman, pointed the decision by a clear enunciation of Leninist doctrine. We see in the rivalry of the Constituent Assembly and the Soviets the historical dispute between two revolutions, the bourgeois revolution and the socialist revolution. The elections to the Constituent Assembly are an echo of the first bourgeois revolution in February, but certainly not of the people's, the socialist, revolution. The terms of the resolution were an avowed challenge. It denounced the slogan "All power to the Constituent Assembly" as the rallying point of elements all without exception counter-revolutionary and as a screen for the watchword "Down with the Soviets." The Perp 9se of the resolution was to support with all the organized force of the Soviets the left half of the Constituent Assembly against the right, bourgeois and compromisers, half. 2. The Menshevik Sukhanov dryly put the logical dilemma. If current events were part of the bourgeois revolution, then the Constituent Assembly should be fully supported. If they were in fact the socialist revolution, then it should not be summoned at all. 3. But the chosen tactics, though possibly the result of a compromise in the councils of the party, were more dramatic. They were correctly diagnosed in a protest issued by the non-Bolshevik survivors of the first VTSIK appointed by the First All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which maintained a shadowy existence and still more shadowy claim to legitimacy. the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets was being summoned in order to torpedo the Constituent Assembly. 4. The preparations for the campaign were completed at a meeting of VTSIK on January 3/16, 1918-1 when the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People was drafted for adoption by the Constituent Assembly. The declaration opened with the constitutional announcement already quoted. 1. Russia is declared a Republic of Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. All power in the center and locally belongs to these Soviets. 2. The Russian Soviet Republic is established on the basis of a free union of free nations, as a federation of national Soviet republics. Then, in a long enunciation of principles which was an endorsement, put into the mouth of the Constituent Assembly, of Soviet policy and legislation, it introduced 2 paragraphs which constituted an act of abdication on the part of the Assembly, being elected on the basis of party lists compiled before the October Revolution, when the people could not yet rise in its masses against the exploiters and, not having yet experienced the full force of the resistance of the exploiters in defense of their class privileges, had not yet undertaken in practical form the building of a socialist society, the Constituent Assembly would think it fundamentally incorrect, even from the formal standpoint, to set itself up against the Soviet power. Supporting the Soviet power and the decrees of the Council of People's Commissars, the Constituent Assembly recognizes that its tasks are confined to the general working out of the fundamental principles of the socialist reconstruction of society. 2. Unless the moral of this should be overlooked, Izvestiya of January 4/17, 1918, the day before the Assembly met, carried the text of a resolution also emanating from VTSIK and couched in curt and unmistakable terms, on the basis of all the achievements of the October Revolution and in accordance with the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People adopted at the session of the Central Executive Committee on January 3, 1918, all power in the Russian Republic belongs to the Soviets and Soviet institutions. Therefore any attempt on the part of any person or institution whatever to usurp this or that function of state power will be regarded as a counter-revolutionary act. Any such attempt will be crushed by all means at the disposal of the Soviet power, including the use of armed force. 1. The outlawing of the cadets and the arrest of several leading right SRS had blunted the main potential offensive power of the Constituent Assembly. But a certain note of caution in the procedure adopted was due to the apprehension felt by some Bolsheviks, though not justified by the events, of the supposed prestige of the Constituent Assembly among the masses. When the Assembly met on January 5/18, 1918, Sverdlov ousted from the tribune the oldest member of the Assembly, who in accordance with tradition was about to open the proceedings, and in the name of VTSIK declared the Assembly open. The French Revolution, he said, had issued its Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, which was a declaration of rights to the free exploitation of those not possessing the tools and means of production. The Russian Revolution must issue its own Declaration of Rights. He then read the draft prepared 2 days earlier by VTSIK and briefly requested the Assembly to adopt it. The remainder of the proceedings served mainly to illustrate the unreality of the Assembly and the fundamental differences of doctrine between those who composed it. Chernov, the Right SR leader, was elected president by a substantial majority over Spiridonova, the Left SR, who had Bolshevik support. Bukharin, for the Bolsheviks, spoke eloquently of the immediate issues of the socialist revolution, the watershed which at this moment divides this assembly into 2 irreconcilable camps of principle. This watershed runs along the line, for socialism or against socialism. Chernov, in his speech from the chair, had proclaimed the will to socialism, but of what socialism was Citizen Chernov speaking? Of the socialism which will come in 200 years, which will be made by our grandchildren. Was he speaking of that socialism? We speak of a living, active, creative socialism, about which we do not only want to speak, but which we want to realize. And that, comrades, is what is called being an active socialist. Steinberg, the spokesman of the Left SRS, who was People's Commissar for Justice in Sovnarkom, evaded the issue of principle, but argued that the time had passed for a discussion of policy and that the only function of the assembly, as the child of the people, was to submit to the will of the toiling people set forth in the program of the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. The speech of THIRD-WORLDISM for the Mensheviks was on a high plane of theoretical cogency and consistency. He argued, at enormous length, as the Mensheviks had argued for 14 years, against anarchic attempts to introduce a socialist economy in a backward country, and protested that the class struggle of the workers for their final liberation could only be conducted under conditions of popular sovereignty based on universal and equal suffrage. One speech-making went on unabated for nearly 12 hours. But little that was said had any relation to the world outside. The harsh challenge implicit in the Soviet declaration was ignored, so was the concentration of effective power in the hands of the proletariat and of the Soviet government. No alternative government capable of wielding power was suggested or could have been suggested. In these circumstances the debate could have no issue. At midnight the Bolshevik declaration was rejected by a majority of 237 to 138 in favor of a motion of the Right SRS to discuss current questions of policy. The debate continued. Then, in the early hours of the morning, a Bolshevik, Raskolnikov, announced that in view of the counter-revolutionary majority in the assembly the Bolsheviks would leave it. An hour later the left SRS also withdrew. Then the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, which had remained in session elsewhere in the building, decided to act. The sailor in command of the military guard, Zheleznyakov by name, announced to the President of the Assembly that he had received instructions to close the meeting because the guard is tired. 2. In the ensuing confusion a resolution on the agrarian question and an appeal to the Allied powers for peace were read to the Assembly and declared carried. It was characteristic of the bankruptcy of the Assembly that it could do nothing more than repeat in substance what the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets had done on the morrow of the revolution 10 weeks earlier. Then shortly before 5 a.m. it adjourned for 12 hours. It never met again. Later in the same day VTSIK, having listened to a 2-hour speech from Lenin, one decreed its formal dissolution. Its reassembly was prevented by the simple method of placing a guard on the door of the Tauride Palace. Marx, in discussing Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état of December 2, 1851, commented in a famous passage on the procedure of his predecessors. Cromwell, when he dissolved the Long Parliament, walked alone into its midst, pulled out his watch in order that the body should not continue to exist 1 minute beyond the term fixed for it by him, and drove out each individual member with gay and humorous invectives. Napoleon, smaller than his prototype, at least went into the legislative body on the 18th Brumaire and, though in a tremulous voice, read to it its sentence of death. 2. Every period of history has its own dramatic symbols. The dismissal of the All-Russian Constituent Assembly by an armed sailor because the guard is tired was one of these. The contemptuous gesture masked a certain nervousness in Bolshevik circles as to the possible consequences of their high-handed action. A demonstration in favor of the Constituent Assembly at the moment of its meeting had been dispersed by troops, and several persons variously described as peaceful demonstrators and armed conspirators were killed. 3. But the act of dissolution passed almost without protest, and the verdict of a right member of the Soviet, equally unsympathetic to the SRS and to the Bolsheviks, seems to reflect accurately the prevailing mood. The impression of the injustice committed by the Bolsheviks against the Constituent Assembly was attenuated to a considerable extent by dissatisfaction with the Constituent Assembly itself, by its undignified behavior, and by the timidity and feebleness of its president Chernov. The Constituent Assembly was blamed more than the Bolsheviks who dispersed it. 1. It was one more demonstration of the lack of any solid basis, or any broad popular support, in Russia for the institutions and principles of bourgeois democracy. When, therefore, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets opened at the Tauride Palace on January 10, 1918, it found itself the natural, though self-constituted, heir to the Constituent Assembly, whose formal dissolution it at once confirmed. After the singing of the Internationale, the Marseillaise was also played as a historical recollection of the path traversed. The symbolism is explained by the enthusiastic compiler of the official records of the Congress. The Internationale has conquered the Marseillaise as the proletarian revolution leaves behind it the bourgeois revolution. To the business of the Congress, as Sverdlov, its president, informed it in his opening speech, was to build the new life of the future and to create an all-Russian power. It had to decide whether this power is to have any link with the bourgeois order or whether the dictatorship of workers and peasants will be finally and irrevocably constituted. 3. Lenin was, as usual, cautious in diagnosis, but firm in conclusion. He who has understood the meaning of the class struggle, the significance of the sabotage organized by the officials, knows that we cannot all at once make the leap to socialism. I have no illusions about the fact that we have only begun the transitional period to socialism, that we have not yet arrived at socialism. But you will act correctly if you say that our state is a socialist republic of Soviets. 4. Martov repeated once again the Menshevik argument: the full socialist transformation is possible only after prolonged work caused by the necessity to recreate a whole political organization of society, to strengthen the economic position of the country, and only after that to proceed to the realization of the slogans of socialism. 5. And Lenin in reply traced the course traversed in the past 12 years. The Bolsheviks talked of the bourgeois democratic revolution in 1905. But now when the Soviets are in power, when the workers, soldiers, and peasants have said, we will take the whole power and will ourselves undertake the building of a new life, at such a time there can be no question of a bourgeois democratic revolution. And this was already said by the Bolsheviks in congresses and meetings and conferences, in resolutions and decisions, in April last year. 1. Politically, Lenin's argument could hardly be refuted. The October Revolution had settled the question for good or ill. Whether the bourgeois revolution had been completed or not, whether the time was or was not ripe for the proletarian revolution, and whatever the ultimate consequences if these questions had to be answered in the negative sense, the proletarian revolution had in fact occurred. After October 1917 nobody could undo what had been done or force the revolution back into a bourgeois democratic mold. Political development seemed to have outrun economic development. This was indeed the assumption which Lenin made on the eve of October. Owing to the revolution, Russia in a few months has caught up the advanced countries in her political organization. But this is not enough. War is inexorable and puts the question with unsparing sharpness: either perish, or catch up and overtake the advanced countries economically as well. 2. But the hypothesis of a suddenly acquired political maturity did some violence to the facts as well as to Marxist doctrine. Lenin himself was not unconscious of the embarrassment, for, in his retrospect on the situation in the autumn of 1918, he offered a substantially different analysis from that given at the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets in January of the same year. Yes, our revolution is a bourgeois revolution so long as we march with the peasantry as a whole. At first with all the peasantry against the monarchy, against the landowners, against medievalism. Then, with the poorest peasantry, with the semi-proletariat, with all the exploited. Against capitalism, meaning also against the rich peasants, the kulaks and the speculators, and, so far, the revolution becomes socialist. 1. And Lenin continued, reviving after a long interval Marx's idea of permanent or uninterrupted revolution, to attempt to put up an artificial Chinese wall between one and the other, to separate one from the other by any other element except the degree of preparedness of the proletariat and the degree of its unity with the poor of the countryside, is the greatest perversion of Marxism, its vulgarization, its replacement by liberalism. 2. Nor were these difficulties of analysis purely scholastic. They reflected the persistent dilemma of a socialist revolution struggling retrospectively to fill the empty place of bourgeois democracy and bourgeois capitalism in the Marxist scheme. When the debate in the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets was over, the Congress adopted the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People shorn of its last 2 paragraphs, which had become superfluous, and, on the motion of the People's Commissar for Nationalities, Stalin, it passed, with only 24 dissentients and 3 abstentions in a Congress of some 900 delegates, A resolution on the federal institutions of the Russian Republic, the first paragraph of which added a fresh foundation stone for the Soviet order. The Russian Socialist Soviet Republic is created on the basis of a voluntary union of the peoples of Russia in the form of a federation of the Soviet republics of these peoples. 3. The word provisional, hitherto officially attached to the title of the Workers' and Peasants' Government, disappeared. The Congress instructed VTSIK to prepare for submission to the next Congress a draft of the fundamental principles of the Constitution of the Russian Federal Republic. Chapter 6. The Constitution of the RSFSR. He decision of the hitherto anonymous Workers' and Peasants' Government to abandon its provisional status, to give itself both a geographical and an ideological designation, and to draw up for itself a formal constitution, marked a symbolical turning point in its history. The new constitution did not so much create new forms of government as register and regularize those which were in course of being established by uncoordinated initiative in the aftermath of the revolutionary upheaval. The debates in the drafting commission reflected the frictions of a natural process of growth, and the same flexibility enabled it to survive through a series of adjustments and transformations for 18 revolutionary years. It would, however, be easy to exaggerate its importance in the eyes of its authors. The enthusiasm of the first months of the revolution had no great respect for constitutional forms. The period of the drafting of the Constitution was one of grave and continuous crises both in economic and in external policy, which threatened the existence of the regime and left little leisure for smaller preoccupations. Finally, the republic for which the Constitution was being drafted was still regarded by its rulers as a brief transitional stage on the way to a worldwide socialist republic or federation of republics. The Constitution was scarcely expected to last as a working instrument. Its character and purpose are perhaps best described in a phrase applied by a modern historian to the Jacobin Constitution of 1793, a political prospectus. 1. In these circumstances it is not surprising that the principal leaders themselves took no personal part in the work. The revision of the party program, much discussed at this time though not in fact undertaken till a year later, occupied far more attention. In party circles, Lenin's copious speeches and writings of these months will be searched in vain for any reference to constitution making. It was the period of the Brest-Litovsk crisis and of the hurried transfer of the capital from Petrograd to Moscow. For more than 2 months, apart from several draft constitutions prepared in the commissariats of internal affairs and of justice and elsewhere, no progress was made, and nothing was ready for the Fourth All-Russian Congress of Soviets when it met in March. Then on April 1, 1918, VTSLK decided after a short debate to create a commission to draft a constitution. Its president was Sverdlov, the party factotum and president of VTSIK, and its other members were Stalin, the party expert on the national question and the only representative of Sovnarkom on the commission, Bukharin and Pokrovsky, both party intellectuals, Steklov, a former waverer between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, who had been secretary of the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet after the February Revolution and was now editor of Izvestiya, and representatives of the commissariats of internal affairs, justice, nationalities, war, and national economy. 2. The commission worked for 3 months and produced an agreed text. The result of its labors was published on July 3, 1918, the same day on which it was submitted for approval to the Central Committee of the party as a preliminary to its presentation to the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The Constitution began with general principles. The first 4 chapters recited textually the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People adopted by the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Chapter 5 enunciated a series of general propositions, including the federal character of the Republic, the separation of church from state and school from church, freedom of speech, opinion, and assembly for the workers, assured by placing at their disposal the technical means of producing papers, pamphlets, and books as well as premises for meetings, the obligation for all citizens to work on the principle he that does not work, neither shall he eat, the obligation for all workers of military service in defense of the Republic, the right of citizenship for all workers living on Russian territory and of asylum for foreigners persecuted on the ground of political or religious offenses, and the abolition of all discrimination on grounds of race or nationality. The Constitution then turned to practical arrangements. Chapters 6 to 8 dealt with organization at the center. The supreme power was the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, composed of representatives of city Soviets on the basis of one deputy to every 25,000 voters and of provincial Soviets on the basis of one deputy to every 125,000 inhabitants. The All-Russian Congress elected the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of not more than 200 members, which exercised all powers of the Congress when the Congress was not in session. VTSIK appointed the Council of People's Commissars, whose function was the general administration of the affairs of the RSFSR, but also extended to the issuing of decrees, orders and instructions. The 9th chapter defined the functions of the All-Russian Congress and of VTSIK, while chapters 10 to 12 related to the organization of regional, provincial, county and district congresses of Soviets and to the formation of city and village Soviets. Chapter 13 confined the franchise to those who earn their living by production or socially useful labor, soldiers and disabled persons, specifically excluding persons who employ hired labor, rentiers, private traders, monks and priests, and officials and agents of the former police. The remaining articles were concerned with routine matters of detail. The making of constitutions is normally a battlefield of contending purposes, and the finished product bears on its face more or less obvious scars of the conflict. The controversy which lay behind the making of the first constitution of the RSFSR took three forms which were often barely distinguishable. It was a conflict between those who sought a weakening and those who sought a strengthening of state power, between those who desired a dispersal of power and initiative through local authorities and those who desired a concentration of authority and discipline at the center, and between those who sought to make federalism effective and those who, under whatever guise, sought to establish the one and indivisible republic. The former group was composed in part of left SRS, who traditionally represented these trends, but not exclusively of them. Its most effective spokesman in the drafting commission was Reisner, the representative of the People's Commissariat of Justice. Its views were, however, tinged with an unpractical utopianism, so that the sterner realists would probably have emerged victorious even if they had not found an incontrovertible argument in the emergencies of a struggling and gravely menaced revolutionary regime. But the pattern of much subsequent Soviet political controversy was set in the debates of the Commission on the drafting of the Constitution. The Bolshevik doctrine of the state was entangled in a contradiction already inherent in Marxist teaching. Marx and Engels accepted to the full the traditional socialist hostility to the oppressive state, culminating in the belief that the state would die away altogether in conditions of socialism. At the same time they recognized the need to establish a powerful state machine to consummate and establish the victory of the revolution through the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin, who on the eve of the revolution devoted one of his ablest writings, under the title State and Revolution, to an analysis of the Marxist doctrine of the state, met the dilemma by regarding the dictatorship of the proletariat as a temporary expedient, necessary so long as the remnants of bourgeois power had not yet been eradicated, but destined, like any other form of state, to die away when the final goal of communism is achieved. The Bolshevik leaders were thus able, while maintaining the deeply rooted socialist tradition of hostility to the state, to defend as a transitional measure that strengthening of state power, the paramount necessity of which became increasingly obvious in the dark winter of 1917 to 1918, and the still darker summer of 1918. The distrust of the state and the opposition to bourgeois parliamentarism which lay at the root of Marxist theory drove many even of the Bolsheviks in the direction of syndicalism, and the left SRS had marked syndicalist leanings. So long as bourgeois democracy was a living tradition, Bolsheviks and syndicalists could find a certain amount of common ground in denouncing it. Both regarded the citizen of bourgeois democracy as an atomized abstraction, and treated man as essentially a member of a class of producers. It was not therefore surprising that the strongest assaults on the conception of a powerful Soviet state should have had a syndicalist complexion. Indeed, the Soviets themselves, being in origin professional rather than territorial organizations, lent themselves easily to this tendency. 1. A draft constitution emanating in January 1918 from the Commissariat of Justice was a pure example of syndicalism. It proposed a republic whose constituent members would be 5 federations of workers, land workers, industrial workers, employees of trading institutions, employees of the state, and employees of private persons. 2. That this was no mere freak was shown by the speech of the spokesman of the left SRS, Trudovsky, at the meeting of VTSIK which appointed the drafting commission. Trudovsky explicitly argued that a constitution was a bourgeois conception, that the socialist state could only be a center which regulates productive and economic relations, and that the business of the commission was to work out not properly speaking a constitution, but the mutual relations which must exist between different organs of power in so far as we can speak of power over persons. No vote on the question of principle was taken in VTSIK, and Reisner continued throughout April 1918 to uphold these ideas in the drafting commission. It is indispensable to keep in mind that territorial organization and territorial federalism cannot serve as a basis for the solution of state questions in a socialist republic. Our federation is not an alliance of territorial governments or states, but a federation of social economic organizations. It is founded not on the territorial fetishes of state power, but on the real interests of the toiling classes of the Russian Republic. 1. In the final debate on the Constitution in the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets, one speaker wished to discard the terms federation and republic as smacking of the old discarded conception of the state and to call the new entity the All-Russian Workers' Commune. 2. These syndicalist aberrations led to the intervention of Stalin, who presented a set of theses to the drafting commission and secured their adoption by a majority vote as the basis of its work. They contained a reminder that the plan of the Constitution now being worked out by the Commission must be temporary, being designed for the period of transition from the bourgeois to the socialist order, and that it must therefore take account of questions of the diktatorship of the proletariat and the poor peasantry, of the organization of power as an expression of this dictatorship, etc. Questions which have no relation to an established socialist order where there will be no classes or apparatus of power. The dying away of the state remained as an ultimate ideal. But in the intervening period the state form of the Socialist Soviet Republic was to conform to a pattern of territorial sovereignty familiar in the capitalist world. Article 9 of the finished constitution skillfully combined a recognition of the transitional character of Soviet state power with a reminder that, while it lasted, it must be strong. The principal aim of the constitution of the RSFSR, which is designed for the present transition period, consists in the establishment of the dictatorship of the urban and rural proletariat and the poorest peasantry in the form of a strong all-Russian Soviet power for the purpose of the complete crushing of the bourgeoisie, the abolition of the exploitation of man by man and the establishment of socialism, under which there will be neither division into classes nor state power. Since, however, the establishment of socialism could be conceived only as an international event, the Russian Federation was merely the first unit of an eventual world federation of socialist republics. 1. In this sense, 2. It marked a transition period. The underlying clash between the conception of a state in transition towards its own eventual dying away and a dictatorship of the proletariat powerful enough to crush bourgeois opposition was also reflected. In the struggle between local self-government and centralization. The peculiarity of the Soviet structure lay in the fact that it was built up round Soviets which had already taken shape and acquired some degree of organization before they became constitutional organs of state power. It was emphasized again and again that the Constitution merely registered forms spontaneously evolved by the masses themselves. In the words of the rapporteur to the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets, it was realized in practice long before it was written down on paper. 2. The Soviets were initially, and in part always remained, loose and informal assemblies without clearly defined functions. Village Soviets, created under no fixed or uniform rules. 3. Combined to form rural district congresses of Soviets, and these again to form county congresses of Soviets. 4. County congresses combined with city Soviets, created on a different and mainly professional basis, to form provincial congresses of Soviets, and these in turn combined to form regional congresses. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets was composed of delegates from either provincial or regional congresses and from the largest city Soviets which were outside the lower stages of the Congress system. The local Soviet, urban or rural, was the supposed source of power, the Congresses of Soviets at different levels and the All-Russian Congress of Soviets at the summit being emanations from it. The very informality of the system was regarded by Lenin as its main recommendation. All bureaucratic formalities and limitations disappear from the elections, and the masses themselves determine the ordering and timing of the elections with free right of recall of those elected. 1. The Soviets constituted, like the Paris Commune, a new kind of state, free from the obnoxious characteristics of the old bureaucratic state and designed to replace it. All power on the spot, ran the proclamation of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets at the moment of the revolution, passes to the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants deputies, who must ensure true revolutionary order. 2. This idealized conception of authority did not survive the test of experience. The very spontaneity of the movement which had created Soviets in factory and village up and down the country meant that their independent acts were irregular, uncoordinated, and disruptive of orderly administration. After the October Revolution, an attempt was made in a decree of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs to define the place of the local Soviets in the new order. Locally, the Soviets are the organs of administration, the organs of local power. They must bring under their control all institutions of an administrative, economic, financial, and cultural educational character. Each of these organizations, down to the smallest, is fully autonomous in questions of a local character, but conforms its activity to the general decrees and resolutions of the central power and to the resolutions of the larger Soviet organizations into the composition of which it enters. Thus is created a coherent organism of the Republic of Soviets, uniform in all its parts. 3. But it was easier in the first weeks of the revolution to issue such decrees than to secure their observance. In the first half of 1918, when the constitution of the RSFSR was in the making, signs of a general breakdown and dispersal of authority were manifest all over Russia. Lenin himself might pretend to make light of what happened when some local Soviet sets up an independent republic and call this a disease of growth and a quite natural phenomenon of the transition from Tsarist Russia to the Russia of United Soviet Organizations. 1. But it was not seriously possible to ignore the necessity of restoring some kind of effective central authority if the country was to survive the difficulties crowding in on it from all sides. The conditions of the moment therefore favored those who in the drafting commission pleaded the cause of centralization. The initial debate turned on the question whether to begin by defining the powers of the local Soviets or those of the central organs. Stalin is said to have turned the discussion, it is not quite clear how, by invoking the federal principle. 2. A significant verbal antithesis between Article 10 and Article 12 of the finished constitution may reflect the keenness of the debate. According to the one, all authority within the territory of the RSFSR is vested in the entire working population organized in urban and rural Soviets. According to the other, supreme authority in the RSFSR is vested in the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and, in the interval between congresses, in VTSIK. But the same formal antithesis between the derivation of authority from below and the exercise of authority from above is implicit in any constitution claiming to rest on a basis of popular sovereignty, and the text of the constitution left no room for doubt. According to the instruction of the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, local matters were to be decided exclusively by the local Soviets, and the central authorities were to be left to control the execution of the fundamental principles of the Federation as well as of measures of national importance. The way in which this instruction was carried out in the final text was decisive. A long and comprehensive enumeration of 17 questions of national importance falling within the competence of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and of VTSIK was framed in such a way as to be illustrative rather than exhaustive, and followed by the precautionary rider that in addition to the above-mentioned questions the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and VTSIK may decide on any other matter which they deem within their jurisdiction. 1. This rider was the nearest thing in the Constitution to an allocation of residuary powers. A later chapter of the Constitution defined in general terms the tasks of the local Soviets and Th0 regional, provincial, county and district congresses of Soviets with their executive committees. These were, the carrying into effect of all resolutions of the corresponding higher organs of Soviet power, the taking of all measures to improve the territory in question culturally and economically, the settlement of all questions having a purely local significance, underscore the unification of all Soviet activity within the territory in question. The effect of the last provision was to encourage the Soviets to absorb pre-revolutionary organs of local government and to transform themselves into local government organs of the normal pattern. The budgetary chapter of the Constitution, which was a subject of controversy between the People's Commissariats of Internal Affairs and of Finance, contributed to the same result. A decree passed while the drafting commission was at work prohibited local Soviets from levying taxation on local organs of the Central Commissariats serving general state needs. 1. The Constitution recognized the right of local Soviets to raise taxes and levies exclusively for the needs of the local economy. But all local revenue and expenditure were brought under direct or indirect central control, the budgets of the minor Soviets being reviewed by the provincial or regional Soviets or their executive committees, the budgets of the city, provincial and regional Soviets by the All-Russian Congress of Soviets or by VTSIK. What was in effect a monopoly of finance was enjoyed by the central government, and the granting of credits and subsidies was a powerful means of bringing local Soviets under the supervising authority of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. 2. The Soviets were thus firmly fitted into their place in the constitutional structure. On the one hand, they were the formal source of authority and the electoral colleges by which, through several intermediate stages, the delegates to the Supreme All-Russian Congress of Soviets were chosen. On the other hand, they were organs of local government enjoying a large measure of local initiative, but subject in all their functions to ultimate control, through the same intermediate levels of authority, by the organs of the central government. It was the second and novel aspect of their position which at first gave some trouble. In June 1918 the interpretation of the slogan "All power to the Soviets" as meaning all power to the local Soviets was pronounced by an authoritative commentator to be harmful and a thing of the past. 1. But the indiscipline of the local Soviets died hard. 6 months later it was still necessary to exhort them to execute without demur and with strict accuracy all decisions and orders of the central authorities. 2. The third issue, between the federal and the unitary state, was not explicitly raised in the debates on the Constitution, but was implicit in discussions of the interpretation to be given to the term federal in the title of the RSFSR. The words federal and federation, while having a precise meaning in constitutional law, are politically neutral in color. In the American Revolution the Federalists were those who stood for union and a strong central authority. In the French Revolution they were Girondins who stood for a dispersal of authority and resisted Jacobin policies of centralization. It was the tradition of the French Revolution which influenced 19th-century socialist views of federation. In his address of 1850 to the Communist League, Marx had written that, while German bourgeois democrats supported federation and sought to weaken the central power by strengthening the independence of the regions, the workers must use their influence not only for the one and indivisible German Republic, but for a decisive centralization of force within it in the hands of the state power. 4 Engels at the very end of his life, attacking the system of petty states under the federal constitutions of Germany and Switzerland, held that the proletariat can make use only of the form of the one and indivisible republic. 5 On the other hand, Proudhon and the anarchists, invoking the other aspect of the French revolutionary tradition, freely used the words federal and federation without constitutional precision, but with a strong flavor of 1 Sovetskoye Pravo, No. 3, 1924, p. 29. Emotional approval. To indicate a loose voluntary association of local units, the antithesis of the strong and centralized state. The position was complicated by the fact that the communards of 1871, who, being for the most part Proudhonists rather than Marxists, had treated federation as the ultimate form of union between free communes and had been popularly known as Gesveders, also received the blessing of Marx. The commune was to be the political form of the smallest village. The rural communes of every district were to administer their common affairs by an assembly of delegates in the central town, and these district assemblies were to send deputies to the national delegation in Paris. The few but important functions which would remain to the central government, were to be handed over to communal, i.e. strictly responsible, officials. This project, which served as a prototype for the Russian Soviets, fitted in well enough with the conception of local self-government and direct democracy as an antidote to a bureaucratic and tyrannical executive. But the context made it clear that Marx was thinking here in terms of the dying away of the state. There was no question of breaking up a great nation into a federation of small states such as was dreamt of by Montesquieu and the Girondins. On the contrary, the unity of the nation was to become a reality by the destruction of state power. One Marxist objections to federalism were inherited by Lenin and the Bolsheviks, and were reinforced by the long struggle with the Jewish Bund, which, following the precedent of Austrian social democracy, wished to introduce the federal principle into the organization of the party. Even later, when prejudices against a federal constitution for the state had been overcome, Bolshevism never wavered in its insistence on a unitary, centralized Russian Communist Party. But at the outset objections to federalism were as rigidly maintained in state as in party organization. In 1903 Armenian Social Democrats were rebuked by Lenin for advocating a federal Russian republic. In 1913 Lenin noted that Marxists are, of course, hostile to federation and decentralization on the ground that capitalism for its development demands as large and as highly centralized states as possible. And in a letter of the same year he declared himself against federation in principle, adding that it weakens the economic link and is an unsuitable form for a single state. The argument was not constitutional but practical. Federation meant decentralization, the unitary state was praised as the instrument of centralization. Like other political principles, opposition to federation was for Lenin never an absolute rule. It had, for instance, to be weighed against the principle of national self-determination. We are unconditionally, other conditions being equal, in favor of centralization and against the bourgeois ideal of federal relations. Nevertheless, even in this case, it is not our business, not the business of Democrats, to help Romanov Bobrinsky Purishkevich to strangle the Ukraine, etc. The party tradition continued, however, to be strongly vagiljated against federation. Stalin in an article of March 1917 against federalism declared that the trend was everywhere towards centralization. Is it not clear that federalism in Russia does not and cannot solve the national question, that it merely confuses and complicates it with quixotic ambitions to turn back the wheel of history? Four-party orthodoxy was modified only by the victory of the revolution. In the first place, the Soviet system, purporting to follow the precedent of the Paris Commune and professedly based on the voluntary organization of local organs to form a central authority, was the very essence of what 19th-century socialist writers had meant by federalism. Secondly, federation was the one political concept which could be invoked to satisfy the aspirations of the former dependent nations of the Tsarist Empire and at the same time retain them within a Soviet framework. Once the right of national self-determination had been proclaimed, federalism became an indispensable corollary, or antidote. The turning point coincided with Lenin's State and Revolution, written on the eve of the October Revolution. Engels. In the criticism of the Erfurt program, in which he had declared so bluntly for the one and indivisible republic, had nonetheless admitted that in England, where four nations live on two islands, federation would be a step forward. Lenin, quoting this passage, described federation as an exception and a hindrance to development which may yet be a step forward in certain special conditions. And among these special conditions the national question appears prominently. But the discussion that followed made it clear that the issue of federal or unitary state was still for Lenin a question not of constitutional form, but of the decentralization or centralization of power, and it was significant that this qualified conversion to federation occurred in a work in which he was largely concerned with the dying away of the state. Such was the background of the federal aspects of Soviet constitution making. The Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, drafted by VTSIK and presented by way of ultimatum to the Constituent Assembly, proclaimed the Russian Soviet Republic as a federation of national Soviet republics, and, after the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets instructed VTSIK to draft the fundamental principles of the Constitution of the Russian Federal Republic. The use of the term was doubtless due in part to its popular appeal. It even gave encouragement to syndicalist visions of a federation of social economic organizations. But the position was made clear in a statement by Stalin which was published in Pravda on April 3 and 4, 1918, while the drafting commission was at work. The Soviet Federatio I did not represent, like the Swiss or American federations, a union of territories divided only by geographical environment or by historical accident. It was a union of historically distinct territories differentiated by a special way of life, as well as by their national composition. Whereas, moreover, bourgeois federation was a transitional stage from independence to imperialist unification, Soviet federation represented a transition, to be achieved with the lapse of time, from forced unification under the Tsars to the voluntary and fraternal union of the working masses of all nations and peoples of Russia. The ultimate goal was the future socialist unitarism. On Stalin's motion, a resolution in similar terms was adopted by the drafting commission as the basis of its work. What clearly emerged was the view of federation not as a good in itself, which figured prominently in the party program of 1903 and was long current in party circles. Every state and every government was an instrument of the supremacy of a ruling class. The dictatorship of the proletariat, like every other form of state, was in Lenin's phrase a special kind of cudgel, nothing else. Its purpose was to beat down and crush the exploiting classes. It followed that the powers conferred on the state by the Constitution were in their essence unlimited, undivided, and absolute. It was a deduction from this view that the Soviet Constitution involved no recognition of constitutional safeguards or of rights of individual citizens against the state. The Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People was not a declaration of rights in the conventional sense, it was the announcement of a social and economic policy. This was perfectly logical. Marxism rejected the bourgeois view that the freedom of the individual could be guaranteed by the non-intervention of the state in his activities. Such freedom in conditions of class rule remained formal and ineffective. To bring true freedom to the workers, positive action was required. Thus, under the constitution of the RSFSR, freedom of conscience was secured to the workers by the separation of church from state, and of school from church, freedom of opinion by assuring to the workers all technical and material means for the publication of newspapers, pamphlets, books, and all other printed works, and for their distribution throughout the country, freedom of assembly by putting at the disposal of the workers all premises suitable for holding popular meetings with equipment, lighting, and heating, access to knowledge by full, universal, and free education. The freedom of the worker was to be asserted, not against the state, but through the action of the state. What the Constitution provided was the promise and guarantee of this action. The notion of an antithesis between individual and state was the natural assumption of a class society. The interest of the individual worker was the interest of the working class as a whole. It would have been illogical and incongruous to set him in opposition to the workers' state. It followed also that the Constitution did not recognize any formal equality of rights. No such tradition existed in Russian constitutional practice. The subjects of the Tsars had been divided into 5 legally established estates, each enjoying a different legal status. A decree of November 10, 1917, abolished these distinctions and created a single legal category of citizens. But so long as economic classes existed, in fact, equality between individual members of unequal classes, such as was recognized in bourgeois democratic constitutions, remained, according to Bolshevik doctrine, essentially unreal. Equality between individuals could become real only in the classless society. The purpose of the dictatorship of the proletariat was not to establish formal equality between individual members of the bourgeoisie and of the working classes, but to destroy the bourgeoisie as a class. The Soviets, which were the embodiment of that dictatorship, were class organs of the workers and peasants. Only workers and peasants were recruited into the Red Army. The rights accorded by the Constitution were thus logically accorded to the toilers or the working class and the poor peasantry, and to them alone. The statement of general principles specifically justified discrimination. In the general interest of the working class, the RSFSR deprives individuals or separate groups of any privileges which may be used by them to the detriment of the socialist revolution. Hence no validity was conceded to such principles of bourgeois democracy as one man, one vote, and the franchise ceases to be a right and is trans of the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic. Chapter 7. Consolidating the Dictatorship. He termed dictatorship of the proletariat one applied by the Bolsheviks to the regime established by them in Russia after the October Revolution, carried no specific constitutional implications. It defined the ruling class, but was neutral about the form of government through which that class exercised power. There was no opposition in this sense between dictatorship and representative government. The dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which was the antithesis of the dictatorship of the proletariat, was generally exercised through the medium of representative government. The emotional overtones of the word dictatorship as associated with the rule of the few or of one man were absent from the minds of Marxists who used the phrase. On the contrary, the dictatorship of the proletariat would be the first regime in history in which power would be exercised by the class constituting a majority of the population, a condition to be satisfied in Russia by drawing the mass of the peasantry into alliance with the industrial proletariat. Moreover, since the dictatorship of the proletariat was the rule of the vast majority, it would require, once the bourgeoisie was struck down, less compulsion to maintain it than any previous order of society. Far from being a rule of violence, it would pave the way for the disappearance of the use of violence as a social sanction, i.e. for the dying away of the state. Nothing in the first days of the revolution shattered this idealistic and optimistic mood. The almost effortless success of the Petrograd coup of October 25, 1917, seemed to show that it, indeed, had behind it the vast majority of the population. The boast of the Bolsheviks that the revolution itself cost remarkably few lives, and that most of these were lost in attempts by their opponents to wrest the victory from them when it had already been won, was justified. By one of those acts of generosity which often attend the first hours of a revolution, the young officer cadets captured at the Winter Palace were allowed to go free on promising not to take up arms against the people anymore. To Krasnov, the white general who helped Kerensky to organize his feudal counter-offensive from Gatchina and was captured there, was released on parole, which he broke a few weeks later to participate in the civil war in the south, and that this clemency was no accidental freak is shown by a statement of Lenin 10 days after the Bolshevik victory: "We are reproached with using terror. But such terror as was used by the French revolutionaries who guillotined unarmed people we do not use and, I hope, shall not use. When we have made arrests we have said, we will let you go if you will sign a paper promising not to commit acts of sabotage." And such signatures are given. 3. The members of the provisional government who had been arrested and lodged in Peter and Paul Fortress on the day of the revolution were quickly released and subjected only to a nominal form of supervision, which did not prevent them from conspiring actively against the new regime. Capital levies or forced loans extracted more or less at haphazard from the bourgeoisie, or such incidents as that of the threat to send 15 wealthy Kharkov capitalists down the Donets mines if they did not provide 1 million rubles to pay the Kharkov workers for, were evidence not so much of calculated ferocity as of the dilemma of inexperienced and determined men trying to create a workable administrative machine out of non-existent or recalcitrant material. In the desperate chaos of the first weeks of the revolution, the new rulers had little time for concerted action or even for consistent thinking and planning. Almost every step taken by them was either a reaction to some pressing emergency or a reprisal for some action or threatened action against them. 1. In seeking to ride the storm they were themselves driven before it. Many cases of mob violence occurred in the cities and throughout the country. Many brutalities and atrocities were committed by revolutionaries too, as well as by their adversaries. But no regular executions either by summary judgment or by normal judicial process appear to have taken place in the first 3 months of the regime. The first legislative act of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets on the day after the revolution had been to abolish the death penalty at the front, where it had been restored by Kerensky in September 1917 under military pressure after its total abolition at the time of the February Revolution. 3. The revolutionary tradition of opposition to the death sentence weakened and collapsed only after the outbreak of the Civil War and open insurrection against the Soviet regime. 4. It would, however, be an error of a different order to suggest that the measures of repression eventually applied for the defense of the victorious revolution were forced on reluctant Bolshevik leaders in defiance of their cherished convictions. The principle of terror was embedded in the revolutionary tradition. Robespierre had dismissed, in words which Lenin would have echoed, the ordinary processes of law as insufficient to defend a revolution. Is it with the criminal code in one's hand that one must judge the salutary precautions demanded by the public safety in times of crisis brought about by the very impotence of the laws? And again, if the attribute of popular government in peace is virtue, the attribute of popular government in revolution is at one and the same time virtue and terror, virtue without which terror is fatal, terror without which virtue is impotent. The terror is nothing but justice, prompt, severe, inflexible. It is thus an emanation of virtue. 1. In the autumn of 1848 Marx declared that, after the cannibalism of the counter-revolution, there was only one means to curtail, simplify and localize the bloody agony of the old society and the bloody birth pangs of the new, only one means, the revolutionary terror. 1. And later he paid tribute to Hungary as the first nation since 1793 which dared to meet the cowardly rage of the counter-revolution with revolutionary passion, the terror blanche with the terror rouge. 2. Bourgeois society, however little heroic it may now appear, had in its day needed heroism, self-sacrifice, terror, civil war and bloody battlefields to bring it into the world. In the second half of the 19th century the growth of liberal humanitarian sentiment spread to large sectors of the working class, particularly in England and Germany. Traces of it can be found in the later writings of Engels. 4. The program of the German Communist Party drafted by Rosa Luxemburg in December 1918 specifically rejected terror. In bourgeois revolutions the shedding of blood, terror and political murder were the indispensable weapon of the rising classes. The proletarian revolution needs for its purposes no terror, it hates and abominates murder. 5. But in Russia, at any rate, the doctrine of revolutionary terror was never denied by any revolutionary party. The controversy which raged between Russian Social Democrats and Russian Social Revolutionaries on the subject turned not on the principle of terror but on the expediency of the assassination of individuals as a political weapon. The Mensheviks, owing in part to their disbelief in the immediate practicability of a proletarian revolution and in part to their closer affiliations with Western Social Democrats, were perhaps less predisposed than the Bolsheviks to the use of terror. After 1918, when the Bolsheviks began for the first time to use this weapon against other socialist parties, the Mensheviks, in common with the social democratic parties of Western Europe, were among its most vigorous and unsparing critics. Reared in the Jacobin and Marxist schools of revolution, Lenin accepted the terror in principle, though in common with all Marxists he condemned as futile isolated terrorist acts. I principle we have never renounced terror and cannot renounce it. This is one of those military actions which may be completely advantageous and even essential at a certain moment of the battle in a certain situation of the army and in certain conditions. But the gist of the matter is that terror at the present time is applied not as one of the operations of an army in the field, closely connected and coordinated with the whole plan of the struggle, but as an independent method of individual attack divorced from any army. 2 months before the October Revolution he warned his followers that any kind of revolutionary government could scarcely dispense with the death penalty as applied to exploiters, and reminded them that the great bourgeois revolutionaries of France 125 years ago made their revolution great by means of the terror. 2. In conformity with this view, Lenin is said to have expressed consternation when the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, on the motion of Kamina, hastily abolished the death penalty at the front. 3. Lenin had his utopian moments. But he had a more realistic appreciation than Kamina of what revolution meant, though some half-jesting remarks on the subject attributed to him scarcely carry the weight that has been placed on them. 4. The most militant pronouncements of the first weeks of the revolution came from Trotsky, whose role in the Military Revolutionary Committee and in the military organization of the October coup gave him a special title to speak. It was Trotsky who, after the suppression of the revolt of military cadets on the morrow of the revolution, issued a fierce public warning: "We hold the cadets as prisoners and hostages. If our men fall into the hands of the enemy, let him know that for every worker and for every soldier we shall demand 5 cadets." They thought that we should be passive, but we showed them that we could be merciless when it is a question of defending the conquests of the revolution. 1. We shall not enter into the kingdom of socialism in white gloves on a polished floor, he told the All-Russian Congress of Peasants' Deputies. 2. And on the occasion of the outlawry of the Cadet Party he issued another warning: "At the time of the French Revolution more honest men than the cadets were guillotined by the Jacobins for opposing the people. We have not executed anyone and do not intend to, but there are moments when the fury of the people is hard to control." 3. It was Trotsky who, challenged in VTSIK on arrests and searches carried out by the new regime, retorted that demands to forego all repressions at a time of civil war are demands to abandon the civil war. 4. After the suppression of the Cadet Party he added still more ominously: "You protest against the mild terror which we are directing against our class enemies. But you should know that not later than a month from now the terror will assume very violent forms after the example of the great French revolutionaries. The guillotine will be ready for our enemies and not merely the jail." 1. Within a week of this speech, the All-Russian Cheka came into being. It was the offspring of the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet which had organized the October Revolution. After victory had been won, the committee was transformed into a committee of VTSIK and remained in charge of various operations designed to consolidate the victory and to combat counter-revolution, including such abuses as sabotage, concealment of supplies, deliberate holding up of cargoes, etc. Z. Among its duties was the examination of suspects arrested on charges of counter-revolutionary activities, and to deal with this it set up a special section under Dzerzhinsky, who, being military commandant of Smolny, was concerned with questions of security. 3. When the Military Revolutionary Committee was finally dissolved this section remained, and, by a decree of Sovnarkom of December 7, 1917, was reorganized as the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for the purpose of combating counter-revolution and sabotage. 4. The commission was composed of 8 members under the presidency of Dzerzhinsky. One of its first acts was to issue a circular to local Soviets, APPRizing them of its establishment, asking them to send to it all information about organizations and persons whose activity is directed against the revolution and popular authority, and suggesting that they should create similar local commissions. A few days later a further decree created a revolutionary tribunal to try those who organize uprisings against the authority of the workers' and peasants' government, who actively oppose it or do not obey it, or who call on others to oppose or disobey it, as well as civil servants guilty of sabotage or destruction or concealment of public property. The tribunal was to fix penalties in accordance with the circumstances of the case and the dictates of the revolutionary conscience. 2. At the critical moment of a hard-fought struggle the establishment of these organs can hardly be regarded as unusual. Within 6 weeks of the revolution Cossack armies and other white forces were already mustering in southeastern Russia. The Ukraine, egged on by French and British promises, was in a state of all but open hostilities against the Soviet power. The Germans, in spite of the armistice, were a standing threat in the West. The military danger made it essential to bring order out of chaos at home. The first application of forced labor was to bourgeois men and women sent to dig trenches for the defense of the capital against the Germans. The three abuses against which the Cheka turned its first energies were, according to one of its members, the sabotage of administration by the bourgeoisie, destruction and rioting by drunken mobs, and banditry under the flag of anarchism. 3. Lenin at this time reserved his fiercest anathemas for speculators and wreckers on the economic front. He did not, it is true, publish an article, written in January 1918 and afterwards found among his papers, in which he advocated among other measures putting in prison 10 rich men, a dozen swindlers and half a dozen workers who keep out of the way of work, and shooting on the spot 1 out of every 10 found guilty of idling. 4. But shortly afterwards, in the struggle against hoarding of food, he declared that until we apply the terror, shooting on the spot, to speculators, we shall achieve nothing. 1 and 3 months later he was still demanding the arrest and shooting of takers of bribes, swindlers, etc. and arguing that there will be no famine in Russia if stocks are controlled and any breach of the rules laid down is followed by the harshest punishment. 2. The development of the Cheka was a gradual and largely unpremeditated process. It grew out of a series of emergencies. When the Germans at Brest-Litovsk denounced the armistice and resumed their advance, the famous proclamation of February 22, 1918, declaring the socialist fatherland in danger was followed by an order from the Cheka to all local Soviets to seek out, arrest and shoot immediately all enemy agents, counter-revolutionary agitators, and speculators. 3. At this time the total headquarters staff of the Cheka did not exceed 120, 4. And the degree of organization of the local commissions was, like everything else in these EAR.ly pies, largely a matter of chance. It was the transfer of the seat of government from Petrograd to Moscow which first conferred on the Cheka the attributes of a large and independent department of state. Dzerzhinsky, who, as chief security officer, was in charge of the move, set up his own headquarters in Moscow, not in the Kremlin, but in the premises of a large insurance company on Lubyanka Square, and established within it an inner prison for suspects. Thus equipped the Cheka quickly found work. Hitherto the regime had been saved by a confusion and lack of cohesion which afflicted its opponents even more than itself. Counter-revolutionary organization did not yet exist. But the picture was soon to change. The left SRS had voted in the Fourth All-Russian Congress of Soviets against the ratification of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and, when it was carried against them, withdrew their members from Sovnarkom. One-party government was thus restored, and though the left SRS remained in the Soviets and in VTSLK, their loyalty was henceforth in doubt. In April 1918 foreign intervention began with the Japanese landing at Vladivostok, and provided a hope and rallying point for all elements in Russia itself which were opposed to the regime. In the spring and summer of 1918 Moscow became a focus round which Allied and German agents, fragmentary groups of the right and center, and the surviving parties of the left all wove their several, or sometimes joint, plots and intrigues against the Soviet government. 1. The first concerted action of the Cheka was taken against the anarchists, a name which covered sincere idealists whose philosophy found no outlet in action, as well as organized gangs whose political creed was little more than a cover for hooliganism. On the night of April 11 to 12, 1918, known anarchist centers in Moscow were surrounded by Cheka agents and Soviet troops, and called on to surrender arms in their possession. Resistance occurred in a few places and was crushed with force. Some 600 persons were arrested, of whom 1/4 were immediately released. The offenders were branded not as anarchists but as criminal elements. Emboldened by the prospect of Allied intervention, the right SRS at their party conference in Moscow in May 1918 openly advocated a policy designed to overthrow the Bolshevik dictatorship and to establish a government based on universal suffrage and willing to accept Allied assistance in the war against Germany. 1. The Mensheviks, who lacked the SR tradition of conspiracy and violent action, temporized. Since December 1917 the party had been torn by internal dissensions. The old defensists led by Patrusov had seceded, leaving two groups of internationalists headed respectively by Martov and Dan to reach an uneasy compromise. Their proceedings reflected the embarrassments of attempting at one and the same time to condemn the so-called German orientation of the Bolsheviks, the legacy of Menshevik opposition to Brest-Litovsk, and to reject the Anglo-French orientation which was the sole effective basis of an anti-Bolshevik policy, and their resolution was uncompromising only on one point, their hostility to the regime. 2. Their inconsistencies did not save them. By a decree of June 14, 1918, VTSIK excluded both right SRS and Mensheviks from its ranks on the ground of their association with notorious counter-revolutionaries seeking to organize armed attacks against the workers and peasants, and recommended all Soviets to exclude them, thereby virtually eliminating them from participation in the governmental machine. 3. This step left only two major parties in effective existence, the Bolsheviks themselves and the left SRS, formerly, though since Brest-Litovsk no longer, members of the government coalition. In June 1918, however, relations between these two parties were also near to breaking point. In the first place, the Bolsheviks, hard-pressed to extract adequate supplies of grain from the country, had embarked on the policy of organizing committees of poor peasants against their richer fellows, among whom the SRS found their most solid supporters. 4. Secondly, a new issue had flared up between them on the application of the death penalty. Since February, when the socialist fatherland had been proclaimed in danger, executions had been carried out by the Cheka, in what numbers cannot be determined. 1, without any regular or public judicial process. Both right SRS and Mensheviks had from time to time protested against these proceedings. The left SRS, retaining their membership of VTSIK and of the Soviets though not of Sovnarkom, were still represented in the Cheka and bore their share of responsibility for its actions. But when the Revolutionary Tribunal for the first time pronounced a death sentence, on a counter-revolutionary admiral named Shchostny II, the left SRS sought to have the sentence quashed by VTSIK, and, when they failed, withdrew their representatives from the tribunal. It is, however, important to recognize the grounds on which the objection was taken. It was not founded on humanitarian considerations. The charge of being Tolstoyans was indignantly denied, for not only had the left SRS participated in the work of the Cheka, but they had in the past been the prime instigators of assassination as a political weapon. Their case rested in part on the formal argument, which the Bolsheviks rejected as irrelevant, that the death sentence had been abolished by decree of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. 3. But mainly on opposition to the imposition of a death sentence by judicial process. The left SRS admitted that it was sometimes legitimate and necessary to kill opponents, whether by assassination or by some special process such as that of the Cheka. But they were irrevocably opposed to the revival of the old accursed bourgeois state principle implied in a regular process of condemnation and execution by a court. 1. The argument seemed fine drawn, and Krylenko neatly replied that the admiral had not been condemned to death but only ordered to be shot. 2. But it was a logical and consistent expression of the anarchist background of social revolutionary thought, which accepted terrorism, but rejected the state. 3. The situation was therefore exceedingly tense when the Fifth Russian Congress of Soviets met in Moscow at a critical moment in history on July 4, 1918. Of the 1,132 delegates with voting powers, the Bolsheviks accounted for 745, the left SRS for 352, the remainder representing various small fractions. 4. The proceedings at once developed into a duel between the two major parties. The peasant issue was raised, but was less in evidence than indignation at the suppression of rival parties and at the use of the death penalty. The sharpest protests of all were heard against the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the subservience of the Soviet government to Germany, and the most animated clashes of the Congress occurred over Trotsky's insistence that it would be madness to tolerate any attack on the German forces in the Ukraine. On July 6, 1918, apparently in the hope of forcing a breach, two left SRS assassinated the German ambassador, Merbuk. The murder was planned by SR members of the Cheka, and the assassins gained admittance to the ambassador by producing papers purporting to have been signed by Dzerzhinsky.s. This coup was followed by an attempt to seize power in Moscow and by insurrections in various provincial centers, of which that at Yaroslav was the most serious. Savinkov, the well-known SR terrorist, afterwards claimed to have been the organizer of these revolts, and to have been financed by funds supplied through the French military attaché in Moscow. One faced with treason on this large scale at a moment when Allied forces were landing in Murmansk and Vladivostok, when the Czech legions had begun open hostilities against the Bolsheviks, and when the threat of war was looming on all sides, the Soviet government was under no temptation to resort to half measures. The rising in Moscow was quickly put down. Most of the left SR delegates to the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets were arrested, including Spiridonova, who admitted that Murbaka's assassins had acted on her instructions. 13 of them who had been members of the Chayka were shot. Several newspapers were suppressed. After 3 days of confusion, the Congress resumed its sittings and, having expressed approval of the actions of the government, passed a cautiously worded resolution to the effect that insofar as certain sections of the left SR party associate themselves with the attempt to involve Russia in war through the murder of Murbak and the rising against the Soviet power, these organizations can have no place in the Soviets of Workers' and Peasants' Deputies. J. The concluding act of the Congress, on July 10, 1918, was to approve the constitution of the RSFSR, which thus came into force at the darkest and most dangerous moment in the history of the Republic, when the open revolt of the last considerable independent party had driven the regime a long step further on the road to the one-party state. Accounts of punitive measures taken by the Chayka are nearly always fragmentary and unreliable. But some authentic information exists of the reprisals which followed the suppression of the widespread provincial revolts of the summer of 1918. The insurgents in Yaroslav held out for a fortnight, and 350 were shot when the city was finally taken. In the neighboring town of Murom, where the revolt collapsed at once, 10 leaders were shot and a levy of 1,000,000 rubles imposed on the bourgeoisie. In Nizhny Novgorod, 700 officers and gendarmes were arrested, and the local Chayka broke up the White Guard organization by arresting almost its entire membership and shooting part of it. On the night of July 16 to 17, 1918, the former Tsar and his family were shot in Ekaterinburg by order of the Ural Regional Soviet. When the Czechs captured the town 10 days later, the Ural Regional Chayka moved to Vyatka, where it arrested more than 400 persons and shot 35 who were involved in counter-revolutionary plots. When a kulak rising occurred in August 1918 in Penza, Lenin himself telegraphed instructions to put into effect an unsparing mass terror against kulaks, priests, and White Guards, and to confine suspects in a camp outside the city, and recommended the taking of hostages who would answer with their life for prompt and accurate deliveries of grain. These bald records undoubtedly conceal horrors and brutalities committed both in the heat of battle and in cold blood and common to all parties, though specific accounts of them rarely carry conviction. Such occurrences, as well as the multiplication, exaggeration, and sheer invention of them by opponents, are the invariable concomitants of war and revolution waged with the fanatical desperation which marked the struggle unleashed in Russia by the events of October 1917. The sanctions thus applied were frankly described by their authors as terror and justified as measures of war. The Soviet power must guarantee its rear, ran a resolution adopted by VTSIK on July 29, 1918, after speeches by Lenin and Trotsky. By putting the bourgeoisie under supervision and carrying out mass terror against it. And Dzerzhinsky said in a press interview at this time, the Chayka is not a court. The Chayka is the defense of the revolution as the Red Army is, as in the Civil War the Red Army cannot stop to ask whether it may harm particular individuals, but must take into account only one thing, the victory of the revolution over the bourgeoisie, so the Chayka must defend the revolution and conquer the enemy even if its sword falls occasionally on the heads of the innocent. But the culmination of the terror was provoked by a further recourse of the SRS to the method of political assassination, this time against the Bolsheviks. Volodarsky, a Bolshevik leader famous in his day as a mob orator, had been killed in Petrograd in June 1918. On August 30, 1918, Uritsky was also assassinated in Petrograd, and Lenin seriously wounded in Moscow. All these assaults could be traced to SRS of one faction or the other. The indignation and the fear caused by them put fresh weapons into the hands of the Cheka. Next day the British representative in Moscow was arrested on a charge of British complicity in counter-revolutionary plots. 4 and the British naval attaché was killed in an attack on the British embassy in Petrograd. On September 2, 1918, VTSIK adopted a resolution on the murder of Uritsky and the assault on Lenin, which concluded, all counter-revolutionaries and all who inspired them will be held responsible for every attempt on workers of the Soviet government and upholders of the ideals of the socialist revolution. To the white terror of the enemies of the workers and peasants' government, the workers and peasants will reply by a mass red terror against the bourgeoisie and its agents. One more than a coincidence of date recalls the Paris terror of September 2, 1793, when, following on the Duke of Brunswick's proclamation threatening foreign intervention and ruthless repression of the revolution, mass reprisals started in Paris in which 3,000 aristocrats are said to have perished. In both revolutions this date marked the turning point after which the terror, hitherto sporadic and unorganized, became a deliberate instrument of policy. No reliable estimate can be formed of the total of those who suffered in the Red Terror of the autumn of 1918. The largest number of executions recorded at any one time and place were the 512 counter-revolutionaries and White Guards shot in Petrograd immediately on the announcement of the terror. Those shot in Moscow included many Tsarist ministers and a whole list of high personages. Of numerous reports from the provinces, perhaps the most revealing came from Kazan. After stating that punitive expeditions have been sent into every county, it continued, in Kazan proper only 7 or 8 people have been shot by the tribunal. This is explained by the fact that the entire bourgeoisie, including the petty bourgeoisie, the priests, and the monks, fled from the city. Half of the city houses are deserted. The property of the fugitives is being confiscated for the benefit of the city poor. 4 The essence of the terror was its class character. It selected its victims on the ground, not of specific offenses, but of their membership of the possessing classes. The English bourgeois have forgotten their 1,649, the French their 1,793. The terror was just and legitimate when it was applied by the bourgeoisie for its own advantage against the feudal lords. The terror became monstrous and criminal when the workers and poor peasants dared to apply it against the bourgeoisie. The Cheka, as one of its members explained, does not judge, it strikes. Those who compared the Cheka with the Tsarist Okhrana have slept through the February and October revolutions, and expect others to do all the dirty work necessary for the construction of the new communist order, so that they can step in with unstained hands and clean, starched collars. Moreover, since the counter-revolutionaries are active in all spheres of life, there is no sphere in which the Cheka does not operate. 2. The events of the summer of 1918 left the Bolsheviks without rivals or partners, the ruling party in the state, and they possessed in the Cheka an organ of absolute power. Yet a strong reluctance remained to use that power without restraint. The moment for the final extinction of the excluded parties had not yet arrived. The terror at this time was a capricious instrument, and it is common to find parties against which the fiercest anathemas had been pronounced and most drastic measures taken continuing to survive and to enjoy a measure of tolerance. One of the first decrees of the new regime had authorized Sovnarkom to close down all newspapers preaching open resistance or disobedience to the workers' and peasants' government. 3 And in principle the bourgeois press ceased to exist. Yet in spite of this decree, and of the outlawing of the Cadet Party at the end of 1917, the cadet newspaper Svoboda Rossii was still being published in Moscow in the summer of 1918. 4 The Menshevik newspaper in Petrograd, Novy Ilok, was suppressed in February 1918 for its campaign of opposition to the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. But, borrowing a technique used in the past by the Bolshevik press, it reappeared in April in Moscow under the new name of Vpered, and for some time continued its career without interference. Anarchist journals were published in Moscow long after the Chayka action against the anarchists in April 1918. Makhno, the Ukrainian anarchist, came to Moscow in the summer of 1918, had interviews with Lenin and Sverdlov, and freely visited the Moscow anarchists, among whom he found an atmosphere of paper revolution. One practice was everywhere less consistent than theory. Before the end of 1918 other factors were leading to some mitigation of the excesses of the terror. The thirst for revenge had been slaked, fears of the counter-revolution at home were less acute, the German collapse had, momentarily at any rate, relieved external pressures. On the other hand, the encroachment of the Chayka on almost all branches of the administration excited the jealous resentment of local Soviets and of some central departments, notably the commissariats of justice and internal affairs, too, and those responsible for economic policy, who were finding non-Bolshevik technicians more and more indispensable as specialists, could have little sympathy for a policy of indiscriminate terror against political opponents. This was the mood when the 6th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, the first almost exclusively Bolshevik Congress, met on the eve of the first anniversary of the revolution. It at once approved what was described as an amnesty, ordering the release of all those detained by the organs for combating counter-revolution unless a definite charge of counter-revolutionary activities were preferred against them within 2 weeks of their arrest, and of all hostages except those held by the Central Chayka as a specific guarantee for comrades in enemy hands. The same resolution settled a disputed question of competence by giving the right of supervising its execution to VTSLK and to local executive committees. One having thus, on paper, at any rate, clipped the wings of the Chayka, the Congress passed a further resolution on revolutionary legality, enjoining on all citizens of the Republic, and all organs and officials of the Soviet power a strict observance of the laws, and giving citizens a right of appeal against any neglect or violation of their rights by officials. The injunction on officials and public institutions to observe the laws was, it is true, qualified by a carefully guarded exception in favor of measures required by the special conditions of civil war and the struggle against counter-revolution. 2. But the resolutions of the 6th All-Russian Congress of Soviets represent the first of a series of sincere, though ultimately unavailing, attempts to check the exercise of arbitrary power by the security organs of the Republic and to confine them within the limits of legality. The Congress was followed by a further notable step on the path of conciliation. It was decided to hold out an olive branch to the excluded socialist parties, or to accept it when proffered by them. The exclusion of the Mensheviks from VTSIK and from the Soviets had not prevented the Central Committee of the party from holding a 5-day conference in Moscow at the end of October 1918. The outbreak of the Civil War and the open threat to the regime placed them in an embarrassing position, since, for all their hostility to the Bolsheviks, they had still less to hope from a restoration. They chose once more the path of compromise. The conference adopted a series of theses and resolutions recognizing the October Revolution as historically necessary and as a gigantic ferment setting the whole world in motion, and renouncing all political cooperation with classes hostile to democracy. At the same time, while promising direct support of the military actions of the Soviet government against foreign intervention, the resolution demanded the abrogation of the extraordinary organs of police repression and the extraordinary tribunals and the cessation of the political and economic terror. 3. A public proclamation by the Mensheviks denouncing counter-revolution and foreign intervention. One was followed by an unusually conciliatory speech from Lenin, who declared that no more was asked of the Mensheviks and SRS than neutrality and good neighbor relations, and that it was important to make use of those hesitating elements which the bestialities of imperialism are driving towards us. 2. On November 30, 1918. VTSLK passed a resolution annulling the exclusion pronounced against the Mensheviks in the previous June, while accepting from this act of grace those groups of Mensheviks who continue to be allied with the Russian and foreign bourgeoisie against the Soviet power. 3. The SRS made haste to follow the Menshevik example. As an avowedly revolutionary and terrorist party, they had even less than the Mensheviks to expect from former Tsarist generals and their foreign backers. Kolchak had just given short shrift to the SRS whom he had caught in western Siberia. In February 1919 a conference of SRS at Petrograd decisively rejected any attempt to overthrow the Soviet power by way of armed struggle and denounced the Russian bourgeois parties and the imperialist countries of the Entente, and about the same time the group of former SR members of the Constituent Assembly who in 1918 had formed the so-called Samara government surrendered and were accorded an amnesty. For these demonstrations of goodwill evoked a resolution of VTSIK of February 25, 1919, reinstating the SRS with the same reservation against all groups which directly or indirectly support external and internal counter-revolution. This uneasy compromise, based on the principle of toleration for loyal Mensheviks and SRS, lasted after a fashion for 2 years, so long as the prolongation of the Civil War provided a motive for restraint. But the proviso that it did not apply to those directly or indirectly supporting counter-revolution gave it a fluidity of which the authorities freely availed themselves. When the Eighth Party Congress met in March 1919 the atmosphere was already less friendly to the minority parties. One delegate openly protested against the legalization of Mensheviks and SRS, and Lenin himself spoke in language quite different from that which he had used in the previous November. Very frequent changes are required of us in our line of conduct, which for the superficial observer may seem strange and incomprehensible. What's this? He will say. Yesterday you were making promises to the petty bourgeoisie, and today Dzerzhinsky declares that left SRS and Mensheviks will be put against the wall. What a contradiction! Yes, a contradiction. But there is also a contradiction in the behavior of this same petty bourgeois democracy which does not know where to sit down, tries to sit between two stools, jumps from one to the other and falls over, now to the right, now to the left. We say to it, you are not a serious enemy. Our enemy is the bourgeoisie. But if you march with it, then we shall have to apply to you too the measures of the proletarian dictatorship. Immediately afterwards the SRS added fuel to the flames by once more splitting into several factions, one pledged to cooperation with the Bolsheviks, one hostile to them, while a third group under the old SR leader Chernov sought to establish a third force equally removed from Bolshevism and Restoration. From this time the Cheka played a cat-and-mouse game with the opposition parties, harrying and patronizing them by turn, alternately arresting and releasing their leaders and making their organized existence almost, but never quite, impossible. Dan, one of the Menshevik leaders, has left a detailed record of his adventures in the period 1919 to 1921, during which he was alternately arrested and released, was expelled from the capital under the guise of more or less mythical professional appointments in the provinces, returned to Moscow illicitly for political meetings, and on one occasion was recalled there officially to attend the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. These harrying tactics were not without effect. So far as concerned the rank-and-file Mensheviks, Stalin probably did not much exaggerate when he described them at this time as crossing over little by little into the camp of the Soviet Republic. It was in these conditions that the Menshevik leaders were present, by invitation though not as elected delegates, at the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1919. Dan made a brief ceremonial speech in which he spoke with sympathy of Soviet victories in the Civil War and the repulse of Yudenik before Petrograd and greeted the single revolutionary front, in all that concerns the defense of the revolution. The more controversial utterance was reserved for Martov who attacked violations of the Soviet constitution, diagnosed an apathy of the masses nourished and strengthened by centuries of slavery under tsars and serf owners, a paralysis of civic consciousness, a readiness to throw all responsibility for one's fate on the shoulders of the government, and read a declaration demanding a restoration of the working of the Constitution. Freedom of the press, of association, and of assembly. Inviolability of the person. Abolition of executions without trial, of administrative arrests and cf. Official terror. Lenin, in an effective debating speech, replied that Martov's declaration meant back to bourgeois democracy and nothing else, and that when we hear such declarations from people who announce their sympathy with us, we say to ourselves, no, Both terror and the Chayka are absolutely indispensable. Throughout 1920 the Mensheviks had party offices and a club in Moscow, and issued news sheets and proclamations through friendly printing establishments over the signature of the Central Committee of the party. In the local Soviet elections of that year they secured 46 seats in the Moscow Soviet, 250 in Kharkov, 120 in Yaroslav, 78 in Kremenkug and smaller numbers in most of the other large towns. 1. In May 1920 members of the British Labour delegation visiting Moscow were allowed complete freedom to see politicians of opposition parties. 2. And even attended a session of the Menshevik Central Committee. Some of them were afterwards present at a meeting of 3,000 workers organized by the predominantly Menshevik Printers Trade Union and Address 3 ed both by Menshevik and by Bolshevik orators. In the course of the meeting, Chernov, the SR leader, already wanted by the Chayka, appeared in disguise on the platform and delivered a harangue in which he compared socialism with primitive Christianity and the degeneracy of the Bolsheviks with that of the medieval church. According to Dan, it was the last such meeting in Bolshevik Moscow. In August 1920 a Menshevik party conference was held openly in Moscow and even reported in the Soviet press. 4. Later still the Mensheviks continued to control important trade unions and to act as an organized group at congresses of the Central Council of Trade Unions. The 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1920 was, however, the last to admit, without voting rights, delegates of the Mensheviks and SRS as well as of a few minor groups. 5. The tone of the opposition speakers was more irreconcilable, and their reception by the overwhelming Bolshevik majority at the Congress more sharply hostile, than in the previous year. Martov had already left Russia, and had delivered in the autumn of 1920 an effective fighting speech against Zinoviev and the Bolsheviks at the Halle Congress of the German Independent Socialists. 1. The policy of qualified toleration of dissident parties in the Soviets was obviously wearing thin. The first months of 1921 brought the most serious internal crisis in Soviet history since the summer of 1918. The end of the Civil War revealed the full extent of the losses and destruction which it had entailed and removed the restraints of loyalty which war commonly imposes. Discontent with the regime became, for the first time outside political circles, widespread and vocal, extending both to peasants and to factory workers. The Kronstadt Mutiny of the beginning of March 1921, was its expression and its symbol. At the 10th Party Congress in the same month, which approved the new economic policy, party discipline was tightened up to meet the emergency. The toleration of dissentient minorities outside the party became all the more anomalous. No formal decree similar to that of June 1918 was issued. But Lenin himself seems to have given the signal. In a pamphlet in defense of NEP published in May 1921 he wrote, "As for non-party people who are nothing else but Mensheviks and SRS dressed up in modern, Kronstadt, non-party attire, we shall either keep them safely in prison or send them to Martov in Berlin for the free enjoyment of all the amenities of free democracy and for the free exchange of ideas with Chernov, Milyukov, and the Georgian Mensheviks." 2. According to a Menshevik source, the result of this hint was immediate. Repressions against Social Democrats began all over Russia. The only way to avoid persecution was to write a statement to the Bolshevik newspaper renouncing any connection with the Social Democratic Party. Many complied, but many also were banished to Solovki, to Suzdal, Siberia, Turkestan and so forth. 3. Martyrs seem to have been few. No obstacles were placed in the way of the departure of the Menshevik leaders for Berlin, where, in the spring of 1921, an important Menshevik center was established with a Menshevik weekly journal, Sotsy.Alistekeski Vestnik. The rank and file for the most part made their submission or abandoned political activity. There is, however, a certain irony in the fact that the extinction of organized political opposition to Bolshevism from without coincided with the development of the most important organized opposition within the party since the days of Brest-Litovsk. Sharp differences of opinion continued to exist. But they were now concentrated within the party. The party had drawn into itself the whole political life of the country. Its internal affairs were henceforth the political history of the nation. It is, however, once more significant of the flexibility of Soviet policy, and of its empiricism in the choice of means, that this same spring and summer of 1921, which saw the virtual extinction of all independent parties in Soviet Russia, should have witnessed the two most serious attempts made to bring about an understanding between the Soviet power and the survivors of the bourgeois intelligentsia remaining on Soviet soil. On the Soviet side, NEP was the symptom of a willingness to compromise which might be supposed to have its political counterpart. On the other side, many of those Russians hitherto hostile to the Soviet power, whether in Russia or already in emigration, saw in NEP a surrender of the hitherto uncompromising principles of Bolshevism which might pave the way for a partial reconciliation. In April 1921 a proposal was put forward for a joint public meeting to be followed by a banquet between representatives of the Soviet government and of the bourgeois intelligentsia, at which the official spokesmen were to explain the significance of NEP and the spokesmen of the intelligentsia to welcome the change in policy. The plan broke down owing to the intransigence of the representatives of the intelligentsia who were unwilling to commit themselves to any public blessing of Soviet action. At the end of June 1921 news of the catastrophic famine threatening the eastern provinces of European Russia began to reach Moscow, and a group of public men and intellectuals approached the Soviet authorities with proposals for an appeal to foreign countries for help. The magnitude of the impending disaster and the belief that a conciliatory gesture would favorably impress foreign opinion made the Soviet government amenable to the project. A decree of July 21, 1921, set up an all-Russian committee for aid to the hungry consisting of some 60 persons. These included Kamina, the president of the committee, Rykov, Lunacharsky, Krysin, Maxim Gorky and a few other Bolsheviks, two former ministers of the provisional government, Kishkin and Prokopovich, some prominent cadets and a large number of non-party intellectuals. It was to draw funds both from voluntary contributions and from a state subsidy, to collect supplies both in Russia and abroad, and to see to their distribution. One such a committee was unique in the history of the Soviet regime, and the difficulties inherent in it were quickly revealed. The émigré Russian press hailed the step as proof that the Soviet regime was in desperate straits and no longer able to maintain itself without bourgeois support. The British representative, newly arrived in Moscow, entered into relations with the committee over the head of the Soviet government, and foreign governments showed an obvious inclination to treat it as an alternative government which might succeed to power once the Soviet regime was overthrown. The committee in fact did little but collect information and make publicity at home and abroad. On August 20, 1921, the Soviet government concluded an agreement with Hoover's American Relief Administration for the organization of famine relief. This success made the continued existence of the committee, from the Soviet point of view, not only superfluous, but dangerous, for ERA clearly hoped to use the relief program to weaken the position of the Soviet government and would seek as far as possible to deal with the predominantly bourgeois committee rather than with the Bolshevik authorities. At an earlier stage plans had been made for delegates of the committee to proceed to London and other foreign countries to solicit aid. This was now out of the question. The Soviet government informed the committee that its work in Moscow was complete, and that its members should take their place in the organization of relief in the stricken regions. When the majority of the committee refused to accept this decision and insisted on the plan of sending delegates abroad, it was formally dissolved by a decree of August 27, 1921, and its leading bourgeois members arrested. Thus ended the first and last attempt at cooperation between the Soviet regime and the surviving elements of the old order. It illustrated both the intensity of the mutual animosity between them and the way in which any independent force in Soviet Russia became, or could be plausibly suspected of becoming, a focus of foreign intervention against the regime. 2. Before returning to the development of the party in its relation to the state, two further episodes must be recorded as marking stages in the consolidation of the dictatorship. The first was the abolition and transformation of the Chayka, which occurred in the spring of 1922. The second was the public trial of the SR leaders 3 months later. Hostility to the Chayka came from two sources, both well represented in the party. from idealists who disapproved of the terror and of extrajudicial proceedings as a regular instrument of government though they had accepted them as necessary in an emergency, and from the vested interests of other branches of the administration which objected to the encroachment of a privileged and irregular institution on their normal functions. At the center, this last objection was voiced by the commissariats of internal affairs and of justice. In the regions, the local commissions of Chika raised in its most acute form the chronic constitutional problem of the responsibility of local organs to the local Soviets. More generally, the end of the Civil War had been followed by a relaxation of tension, of which NEP was the symptom in the economic field. The demobilization of the army should, it was felt, be crowned by a demobilization of the organ which had conducted the campaign, now triumphantly completed. On the home front, at the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Smirnov, an old Bolshevik who had been associated with opposition movements in the party from the left communists of 1918 onwards, proposed in the briefest of speeches a motion which, if the records are complete, was adopted without debate. It ran as follows: the Congress of Soviets takes note of the heroic work performed by the organs of the Chika at the most acute moments of the Civil War and the immense services rendered by it to the task of strengthening and defending the conquests of the October Revolution against attacks from within and without. The Congress considers that the present strengthening of Soviet power within and without makes it possible to narrow the extent of the activity of the Chika and its organs, reserving for the judicial organs the struggle against violations of the laws of the Soviet republics. Therefore the Congress of Soviets charges the Presidium of VTSIK to review at the earliest date the statute of the Chika and its organs in the sense of reorganizing them, of restricting their competence and of strengthening the principles of revolutionary legality. To accept in the initial heat and enthusiasm of a revolution, fundamental issues of the mechanics of power are rarely discussed in public by those who exercise it. The future of the Chika was such an issue. How far the acceptance of Smirnov's resolution by the party leaders at the Congress of December 1921 was a tactical maneuver, how far views were subsequently modified by the desperate famine whose effects did not reach their peak before the early months of 1922, or what forces were responsible for the ultimate decision, cannot be determined. But it is difficult to believe that, at a time when the introduction of NEP, through its toleration of capitalist and petty bourgeois elements, had increased the need for vigilance, the party leaders could seriously have thought of dispensing with so powerful an instrument of security. On February 8, 1922, VTSLK issued a decree abolishing the Chika and its local commissions, transferring its functions to the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, and creating at the Commissariat a state political administration to exercise these functions, with corresponding political sections in the provinces and in the autonomous republics and regions of the RSFSR. The dual responsibility of these sections to the GPU in Moscow and to the Soviet executive committees on the spot was defined in the usual vague terms which left no serious doubt of their subordination to the central organ. Special army detachments were placed at the disposal of the GPU, and among their functions was mentioned the task of combating crime in the army and on the railways. Finally, it was laid down that any person arrested by the GPU must, after 2 months, either be released or handed over to the judicial authorities for trial, unless special permission for his continued detention were obtained from the Presidium of VTSIK. This last provision was the escape clause which enabled the GPU, where necessary, to avoid the trammels of legal procedure. But even this formality does not appear to have been observed for long, and after the creation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in the following year, the nominal attachment to the Commissariat of Internal Affairs also disappeared. The transformation of February 1922, while it purported to transfer the quasi-judicial functions of the Chika to the courts, in fact removed political offences altogether out of the scope of judicial procedure, and left the GPU more arbitrary powers to deal with such offences than the defunct Chika had ever claimed or exercised. The GPU was not 2 months old when Lenin, at the 11th Party Congress, criticized it for intervening in an economic transaction which did not appear to be its concern. The second landmark of 1922 was the trial of the SR leaders. The measures of repression applied to the Mensheviks in the previous year had descended equally on the SRS. But the SRS were of a different breed, and not so easily snuffed out. They were a revolutionary party with a tradition of underground conspiracy, and when the policy of opposition was resumed, some at least of them reverted to this tradition. The newly created GPU soon took a hand. In February 1922 it was announced that 47 leading SRS had been arrested on charges of conspiring against the Soviet power and would be brought to trial. The announcement made some stir abroad, especially in socialist circles. In April 1922 the matter was raised at a meeting in Berlin between representatives of the three internationals, the solitary attempt at compromise between these rival bodies. One Bukharin and Radek, who represented the Russian party in the Comintern delegation, undertook that the death penalty would not be demanded against the SRS, and were publicly reproved by Lenin for their acquiescence in this intrusion into Soviet domestic affairs, though he admitted that the agreement must be kept. Before the trial could begin, Lenin had been laid low by his first stroke. The trial opened on June 8, 1922, lasted for 2 months, and secured international publicity through the presence of Van der Velde, the Belgian socialist, as principal counsel for the accused. It was the first great political trial of the regime. The general case against the SRS was formidable. Through Kerensky they were saddled with responsibility for every act of the provisional government. They had played a leading part in more than one white government during the Civil War. The assassins of Merbuk and the author of the attempt on Lenin's life had been SRS, and, where concrete acts could not be proved, there were plenty of pronouncements by leading SRS in favor of acts of terror against the Soviet power. Van der Velde and his foreign colleagues abandoned the defense after a few days at the request of the accused, and issued a statement denouncing the tribunal and the prosecution for violation of the Berlin Agreement. J of the 34 defendants, a few were acquitted, and many sentenced to different terms and degrees of imprisonment. 14 were sentenced to death. 2 of these were reprieved by a decree of VTSIK, and the sentences on the remainder suspended. It is noteworthy that throughout the proceedings it was not alleged that the SR Party was in itself an illegal institution. Evidence was brought against the defendants of acts which under any system of government would have been criminal. The decree of VTSIK of August 8, 1922, confirming and suspending the sentences, continued to imply recognition of a legal party. If the party of the SRS indeed and in practice discontinues its underground conspiratorial terrorist and military espionage activity leading to insurrection against the power of the workers and peasants, it will by so doing release from paying the supreme penalty those of its leading members who in the past led this work and reserved at the trial itself their right to continue it. The fiction of a legal opposition was, however, long since dead. Its demise cannot fairly be laid at the door of one party. If it was true that the Bolshevik regime was not prepared after the first few months to tolerate an organized opposition, it was equally true that no opposition party was prepared to remain within legal limits. The premise of dictatorship was common to both sides of the argument. Chapter 8. The Ascendancy of the Party. Evolution after October 1917 of the Bolshevik wing of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, soon to become the Russian Communist Party, was a process both of continuity and of change. The party throughout its history continued to bear the stamp which Lenin had imprinted on it, and constantly returned to the traditions and controversies of its youth. The October Revolution changed it in some obvious, and some more subtle, ways. But here again it is difficult to distinguish between changes inherent in its nature as a party, or in particular as a revolutionary party, and changes peculiar to it or to the situation in which it had to operate. The three main developments which marked the period between the October Revolution and the death of Lenin were the increase of authority in the hands of a small central party leadership, the transformation of the party from a revolutionary organization directed to the overthrow of existing institutions into the directing nucleus of a governmental and administrative machine, and, finally, the creation for it of a monopoly position through the elimination of other parties. The tendency to concentrate power at the center of any large organization, and the necessity of concentration as a condition of efficient working, has been a commonplace of modern political parties. One parties, like the anarchists, which resisted it, condemned themselves to political sterility. Other parties were, on the whole, successful in proportion to their willingness to accept the discipline of a strong central authority and management. This fact has disturbing implications for parties purporting to be organized on democratic lines. All organized political parties, and particularly parties representing the masses, where the rank and file is widely separated from the leaders by the intellectual and technical qualifications required for leadership, have tended, however democratic the principles on which they rest, to develop in the direction of a closed oligarchy of leaders. A sociologist whose material was derived mainly from study of the German Social Democratic Party and the Italian Socialist Party before 1914 has diagnosed the symptoms: in every social relation nature itself creates domination and dependence. Thus every party organization represents a powerful oligarchy resting on democratic feet. Everywhere are electors and elected. But everywhere, too, is the power of the elected leadership over the electing masses. The oligarchic structure of the building conceals the democratic foundation. When the Bolsheviks became a mass party after 1917, this process set in rapidly. It was no doubt accelerated by the traditions of secrecy and discipline established in the party before 1917, by the special position which it gradually achieved after 1917 as a monopoly party in the state, and perhaps also by the political backwardness and inexperience of the Russian workers in comparison with their Western counterparts. But the perspective will be seriously distorted if the process is regarded as peculiarly Russian or peculiarly Bolshevik. It was common, in greater or less degree, to all political parties of the first half of the 20th century. The evolution of a revolutionary party into a governmental party has been a feature of all victorious revolutions, and produces some consequences so familiar that they may be called stereotyped. The party, turning from the task of destruction to that of administration, discovers the virtues of law and order and of submission to the rightful authority of the revolutionary power, and it is attacked from the left by those who wish to carry on the revolution in the name of former revolutionary principles which the government of the revolution is now alleged to be betraying. This pattern was followed in the history of the Russian Revolution. But another and more distinctive feature resulted from the new interaction of party and state. The association between party and state directly involved the party in every national crisis, and transformed every call for national unity and national leadership into a call for party unity and loyalty to the party leader. To close the ranks was, for the party as for the nation, the natural reaction to the national danger. Nor was it possible to separate Lenin the party leader from Lenin the leader of the nation. The ascendancy which he exercised was one of moral authority rather than of external power. But it helped to establish in the party, as well as in the state, a tradition of personal leadership which it was difficult to shake off. The third important change was the acquisition by the party of what was in effect a political monopoly in Soviet territory. No political theory denies to a political party the right to impose rigid conditions, whether of conduct or of creed, on its members and to exclude those who fail to comply. This right, however, had hitherto presupposed that the individual had the option of changing his party allegiance, and that some alternative party had a comparable opportunity of influencing public affairs. Before the revolution, dissenting Bolsheviks could, and did, become Mensheviks or join other parties or political groups. In the first months after the revolution, this fluidity of membership between the surviving parties, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, left and right SRS, was still to some extent operative. The Bolsheviks were the ruling party, but still one of several parties. But after the summer of 1918, other political parties existed only on sufferance, their status becoming more and more precarious, and from 1921 onwards they virtually disappeared. Resignation or expulsion from the sole remaining party henceforth normally meant, to say the least, exclusion from any legal form of political activity. Thus disputes within the party were liable to grow increasingly bitter, both because there was no other channel through which dissentient opinions could be expressed and because such opinions could now plausibly be attributed to former Mensheviks or SRS who had entered the party for insincere or interested motives. 1. It became easy and natural to treat dissent as disloyalty. In the one-party state, conceptions of party unity and party discipline developed hitherto unsuspected implications. These changes developed by stages. In spite of Lenin's long-standing insistence on conformity of doctrine and on party discipline to enforce it, the original party statute adopted by the Second Party Congress of 1903 and confirmed in a slightly revised form by the Third Congress of 1905 left implicit the obligation on members to submit to party decisions. In the revised party statute adopted by the Sixth Congress in August 1917, this obligation was made for the first time explicit. What is perhaps surprising is that the victory of the revolution appeared at first to relax the bounds of party discipline and to lead to an outburst of unfettered dissension and controversy unprecedented in the annals of the Bolshevik Party and perhaps rare in those of any other. These controversies within the party, acute as they were, proceeded under the recognized rule that party members retained their freedom of action until, though only until, the party decision had been taken. The offense for which Kamina and Zinoviev had been threatened with expulsion on the eve of the revolution was not that they had expressed dissentient views in the debates of the Central Committee preceding the decision, but that they had publicly challenged that decision when, by the vote of a majority, it had gone against them. No party, facing such defiance, could reasonably be denied the right to apply sanctions. A few days after the victory of the revolution, Lenin faced a further revolt, once more led by Kamina and Zinoviev, against the policy of excluding other parties from the Soviet government, and this crisis only ended with an ultimatum and several resignations. 2. A winter of free speech and hard-hitting in the Central Committee of the party culminated in the famous debates in February and March 1918 on the Brest-Litovsk negotiations with Germany and the signature of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. In these debates the point was reached where Dzerzhinsky expressed regret that the party was not strong enough to risk the resignation of Lenin, and Lomov, prepared to face even this contingency, openly said that we must take power without Vladimir Ilyich. While, however, the initial effect of the revolution had been to encourage a freedom and publicity of discussion rarely practiced by any party on vital issues of public policy, other forces soon began to operate in the opposite sense. The uncritical enthusiasm bred by the triumph of the revolution evaporated. In the spring of 1918 economic difficulties were already acute, and opposition began to come from left groups within the party which accused the party leadership of opportunist tendencies and of an abandonment of Bolshevik principles. Thus the controversies over Brest-Litovsk gave birth to a group of left communists which for a fortnight published in Petrograd an opposition daily newspaper Communist, and drew Lenin's fire at the Seventh Party Congress convened to ratify the Brest-Litovsk Treaty in March 1918. The serious crisis through which our party is passing in connection with the formation within it of a left opposition is one of the biggest crises through which the Russian Revolution has passed. Defeated over Brest-Litovsk, it turned its attention to the critical economic situation, attacking Lenin's policy on such matters as the employment of specialists, the formation of industrial trusts and one-man management in industry, and it was not unnaturally, though perhaps unjustly, suspected of intriguing with the left SRS who had left Sovnarkom on the Brest-Litovsk issue. The group secured control of the party organization in Moscow, and in April 1918 published 2 numbers of a new journal under the title Communist. Described as the organ of the Moscow Regional Bureau of the Russian Communist Party. The editors were Bukharin, Obolensky, Radek, and V. Smirnov. The first number printed a long manifesto on the economic situation which had been read at a meeting of the group with the party leaders, including Lenin, on April 4, 1918. In the following month, the group was subjected to one of Lenin's most formidable broadsides in an article, on left INF anti-slashism and the petty bourgeois spirit, and faded away in the summer of 1918 when the conspiracy of the SRS and the beginning of the Civil War frightened the party into a re-establishment of unity and self-discipline under Lenin's leadership. 3. The Seventh Party Congress, which decided to ratify Brest-Litovsk, also gave effect to the proposal made by Lenin a year earlier in his April theses to change the name of the party from Social Democratic to Communist. Marx and Engels had expressed their dislike of the old title when the German Workers' Party adopted it in 1875. Already at that time the word democracy, even qualified by the adjective social, was beginning to lose its revolutionary connotation. Since 1914 the Social Democrats of Europe, except for an insignificant minority, had abandoned the cause of worldwide proletarian revolution, and become bourgeois reformists and chauvinists. In December 1914 Lenin had inquired whether it would not be better to abandon the stained and degraded name of Social Democrats and return to the Marxist name of Communists. 1. It was time to mark the gulf between them, and to claim the Marxist heritage for the revolutionaries by reverting to the old Marxist title Communist. The change had a dual significance. Internally, the party finally turned its back on the bourgeois stage of the revolution and set its face resolutely towards the communist goal. Externally, the change marked the division in the European workers' movement between those who clung to bourgeois policies of reform and those who stood for revolution through the proletariat. The split which Lenin had brought about in the Russian party in 1903 was now repeated on an international scale. There had been some reluctance within the party to alter the traditional name, but in March 1918 Lenin's followers finally ceased to call themselves the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, a disputed title long shared with the Mensheviks and now abandoned to them, and became the Russian Communist Party. 2. The time had also come to tighten up party organization. The system of organization had long been described in party circles as democratic centralism, a term intended to denote that double process by which authority flowed upwards from party cells in town or factory or village through intermediate local or regional committees till it reached its apex in the Central Committee, which was the organ of the Sovereign Congress, and discipline flowed downwards through the same channels, every party organ being subordinated to the organ above it and ultimately to the Central Committee. With the triumph of the revolution, the transformation of the party into a legal organization, and its large increase in membership, this conception could at length be fully realized on lines bearing a close resemblance to the organization of the Soviets. The supreme organ, the Party Congress, met in principle, and, during the first few years after the revolution, in fact, annually. The Central Committee, which was the main executive organ, met, according to the statute of 1917, not less than once in 2 months. When the revolution enabled the party to spread its net all over Russia, a vast hierarchy of central and local organizations was called into being. Beneath the All-Russian Congress and its Central Committee, each constituent republic or region had its regional conference and regional committee. Beneath them were the provincial conferences and provincial committees. Then came the county conferences and committees and the district conferences and committees, and last of all came the party cells, each with its bureau, in factories, in village communities, in the Red Army, in Soviet institutions, everywhere, indeed, where 2 or 3 party members could gather together. Though standing lowest in the hierarchy, the cells were by no means the least important element in the party machine. It is even more difficult to obtain an authentic picture of these than of the local Soviets, which formed the lowest grade in the Soviet system. But in many respects they inherited the hard tradition of the small underground groups through which the party had made its influence felt in Tsarist Russia, and the whole structure depended, at any rate in the early stages of the revolution, on their loyalty and effectiveness. Given the composition of the party and the turbulent conditions into which it was plunged within a few months of its revolutionary triumph, its evolution was inevitable. In the struggle latent in the term democratic centralism, the struggle between the flow of authority from the periphery to the center and the imposition of discipline by the center on the periphery, between democracy and efficiency, the second was bound to emerge as the predominant factor. So long as Lenin firmly held the reins, the two forces could be reconciled and run in double harness, and he himself was always impatient of those who tried to draw a contrast between authority from above and from below. 1. But the increasing ascendancy of Lenin's outstanding and self-confident personality in the critical years through which the new regime had to pass justified the tradition of strong leadership and helped to establish the need for it. Other forces were also at work. The strongest of all was the oppressive weight of the whole tradition of Russian administration and of the Russian social structure. Beyond question, Lenin desired in principle, and even strove in practice, to initiate the rank and file of the party, and subsequently of the proletariat, into active participation in the affairs of the party and of the nation, and when he spoke, as he did on many occasions in his later years, of the backwardness and lack of culture of the Russian people, he was thinking in part of his failure to realize this dream. It was likely to take more than one generation to make any serious impression on so deep-seated a tradition of administrative direction from above. Nor did the Russian Communist Party differ as much in this respect as is sometimes supposed from political parties in other countries where controversial issues are fought out, and the party line determined, by a narrow circle of leaders rather than by any effective consultation of the rank and file. It was thus not surprising that the same irresistible tendency towards the concentration of authority which affected the Soviet organs, equally, though somewhat later in time, attacked those of the party. The formerly sovereign party Congress, though it met annually from 1917 to 1924, became too cumbersome, and its meetings too rare for the exercise of effective power, and its decline followed, though at a certain interval, that of its state counterpart, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The Seventh Party Congress of March 1918, which voted for the ratification of Brest-Litovsk, was the last to decide a vital issue of policy by a majority vote. The next few congresses continued to debate crucial issues and witnessed on occasion sharp exchanges of opinion. This was particularly true of the 12th Congress of 1923, the first since the October Revolution, at which Lenin was not present. But even when discussions took place on the floor of the Congress, the real decisions were reached elsewhere. Already in October 1917 it was the Central Committee which had taken the vital decision to seize power, and it was the Central Committee which succeeded to the authority of the Congress. But even the Central Committee, like VTSIK, its counterpart in the Soviet system, failed in turn to retain its power, which was soon to be sapped by smaller and more effective organs. When Zinoviev in 1923 enthusiastically declared that the Central Committee of our party, in virtue of tradition, in virtue of the history of its 25 years of existence, constitutes a group which sucks into itself all that is most authoritative from the party, he was describing a situation which was about to pass into history. 1. The issue of centralization within the party first came into the open at the 8th Party Congress, which met in March 1919 at the height of the Civil War. The process had by this time gone a long way. Osinski complained at the Congress that all party work was centered round the Central Committee, and that even the Central Committee as a collegiate organ does not, properly speaking, exist, since comrades Lenin and Sverdlov decide current questions by way of conversation with each other or with individual comrades in charge of this or that branch of Soviet work. 2. Nonetheless, the Civil War placed the party, as a resolution of the Congress admitted, in a position where the strictest centralism and severest discipline are an absolute necessity. 1. And it was particularly unfortunate that Sverdlov, hitherto the competent manager of the party machine, had died on the eve of the Congress. The Congress, accepting the need to strengthen the central authority, endeavored to equip the Central Committee for its task both by limiting its numbers to 19 and by prescribing fortnightly meetings. But it took at the same time the fateful step of creating 3 new organs which, though nominally emanations from the Central Committee, were destined, within the next 3 or 4 years, to divide its functions between them and to usurp all but the outward trappings of authority. The first of these bodies was a Politburo of 5 members, whose name and character recalled the political bureau previously created at a moment of crisis on the eve of the October Revolution. Its function was to take decisions on questions not permitting of delay and to report to the fortnightly meeting of the Central Committee. But it need hardly be said that the formal restriction of its competence to urgent questions, like the similar restriction of the powers of Sovnarkom in the constitution of the RSFSR, proved quite unreal, the Politburo quickly became the principal source of major decisions of policy, which were executed through the machinery of the state. The second new body was an organizational bureau, also of 5 members, which was to meet 3 times a week and conduct the whole organizational work of the party. The third organ was a secretariat of the Central Committee, consisting of a responsible secretary and 5 technical assistants, whose functions were not further defined. 2. The dangers of a clash between Politburo, Orgburo, and Secretariat were reduced by the expedient of an interlocking membership. Krestinsky, who became the first responsible secretary, also had a seat on the Orgburo. 1 member of the Politburo was also to be a member of the Orgburo. Stalin was chosen for this dual role. At the next Congress in 1920, a further fateful step was taken. It was decided to strengthen the Secretariat by giving it a membership of 3 permanent workers, all members of the Central Committee, and by entrusting to it the conduct of current questions of an organizational and executive character, only the general direction of the organizational work being reserved for the Orgburo. 1. The reinforced Secretariat was to be composed of Krestinsky, Preobrazhensky and Serebryakov. It had not been generally foreseen that the main questions confronting this untried Secretariat would be issues of party discipline. The dying away of the left communist movement in the summer of 1918 under the impact of civil war did not betoken the end of opposition within the party. The Russian Revolution had reached the point, common in the experience of all revolutions, when the party which had made the revolution was faced with the task of consolidating its power and of strengthening the state machine, and at such a moment opposition from the left in the name of old revolutionary principles was inevitable and persistent. At the 8th Party Congress of March 1919, with the Civil War at its height, a military opposition unsuccessfully challenged Trotsky's policy of building up a new national conscript army with professional officers partly drawn from the old Tsarist army. At the 9th Congress of March 1920, a group using the party slogan of democratic centralism objected to the introduction of one-man management in industry and secured the support of the trade unions in the person of Tomsky, and this proved to be the starting point of a new opposition movement. Its growth during the summer of 1920 was traced in a report of the Central Committee to the Party Congress in the following spring. Sometimes it took the form of clashes within the same party organ, sometimes of defiance of a provincial committee by the county organizations, sometimes of dissatisfaction among the workers' part of certain provincial committees, sometimes of disputes between workers and peasants' organizations. The trouble was put down to several causes: the terrible exhaustion of the working masses from war, civil war, economic disorganization, cold and hunger, the admission to the party of sincere, devoted, but politically untrained workers and peasants, and the admission to the party of former members of other parties. Towards the end of the summer a commission was appointed to look into the matter, including 2 of those who had figured in the opposition at the previous Congress, Ignatov and Sapronov, and a resolution drafted by this commission was approved by an all-Russian party conference in September 1920. The resolution spoke in general terms of the need to improve contact between the rank and file and the central authority, and to impart fresh vigor and vitality to party life. But its most concrete recommendation was to establish a control commission side by side with the Central Committee. The function of the commission was to receive and examine complaints of all kinds, to discuss them, if necessary, jointly with the Central Committee and to reply to them. Pending the next Party Congress, the main Control Commission was to consist of Dzerzhinsky, Muranov, Preobrazhensky, and 4 members appointed by the largest local party organizations. Thereafter it was laid down that in general members of the Central Committee should not be elected to membership of the Control Commission. 2 similar commissions were also to be attached to the provincial party committees. A special Kremlin Control Commission was set up to investigate Kremlin privileges, which were giving rise to complaints within the party, and to bring them, insofar as it was impossible to eliminate them altogether, within limits which would be understood by every party comrade. 3. The Central Control Commission inaugurated its work with a circular to all party members inviting them to communicate to it all offenses against the party by its members, without for a moment being embarrassed by the position or function of the persons incriminated. These measures did nothing to allay the growing unrest. In the 11th of 1920, when the Civil War was virtually over, the most formidable dissentient group organized within the party since the Revolution came into being under the name of the Workers' Opposition. It was stronger in numbers than in leadership or program. Its only well-known leaders were Shliapnikov, who, formerly himself a metal worker and People's Commissar for Labor in the first Soviet government, constituted himself the champion of the workers, and Kollontai, whose prestige no longer stood so high as in the early days of the revolution. Its program was a hodgepodge of current discontents, directed in the main against the growing centralization of economic and political controls, against the growing efficiency and ruthlessness of the machine. It proposed the transfer of the control of industry and production from the state to the trade unions, thus appealing to the vague demand for workers' control and to the syndicalist trend endemic in certain sections of the party. It protested against the predominance of intellectuals in the party and called for a drastic purge of non-workers, and it wanted open election to all party posts and free discussions within the party with facilities for the dissemination of dissentient views. These criticisms and proposals, having been widely ventilated in the press and elsewhere during the winter of 1920 to 1921, were embodied in a pamphlet, The Workers' Opposition by Kollontai, which was distributed to members of the party at the time of the 10th Party Congress in March 1921. 1. The views of the workers' opposition made it one of the main wings in the controversy on the role of the trade unions which agitated the party throughout the winter of 1920 to 1921. While the workers' opposition stood for the independence of the trade unions and their supremacy in the economic system, Trotsky, publicly ranged against Lenin for the first time since Brest-Litovsk, desired their open subordination to the state. Throughout the month of January 1921, Pravda carried, day after day, polemical articles in which the principal party leaders aired diametrically opposite opinions. The party published 2 numbers of a special discussion sheet in order to provide a forum for a more detailed exchange of views. Lenin took alarm. In a pamphlet called The Party Crisis, he spoke of the fever which was shaking the party and asked whether the party organism was capable of healing itself completely and making a repetition of the disease impossible, or whether the disease will become chronic and dangerous. He accused Trotsky of creating a fraction on an erroneous platform, and, turning to the workers' opposition, he enunciated the hitherto accepted party rule with a qualification which was afterwards used to annul it: to form ourselves into different groups is of course permissible. But it must be done within the limits of communism and in such a way as not to provoke laughter. He ended with a familiar warning of the exploitation by external enemies of internal party dissensions. The capitalists of the Entente will undoubtedly try to take advantage of the disease in our party to launch a fresh attack, and the social revolutionaries to organize conspiracies and risings. We are not afraid, since we shall all unite as one man, not fearing to recognize the disease, but conscious that it demands from us more discipline, more restraint, more firmness at every post. Before the long-awaited Party Congress met on March 8, 1921, the Kronstadt mutiny, the most serious internal threat to the regime since the revolution, had justified Lenin's fears and added point to every appeal to close the party ranks. The 10th Party Congress of March 1921 was decisive in the history of the party and of the Republic. It met at a moment when the easy hopes born of the triumphant conclusion of the Civil War had been dashed, when economic crisis had appeared in the stark form of failing food supplies, and when political insurrection had raised its head for the first time since the summer of 1918. A sense of the precariousness of the situation pervaded the Congress. The least of its achievements was the settlement of the vexed dispute about the trade unions. The announcement of NEP came at a late stage of the proceedings and was not discussed in any far-reaching way. The real leitmotif of the Congress, harped on by Lenin in nearly all his numerous utterances, was the overriding need for unity in the party. He struck it dramatically in his brief opening speech: "Comrades, we have lived through a remarkable year. We have allowed ourselves the luxury of discussions and disputes within our party. For a party which is surrounded by the strongest and most powerful enemies embracing the whole capitalist world, for a party which carries on its shoulders an unheard of burden, this luxury was truly astounding. I do not know how you will assess it now. Has this luxury in your view been fully consistent with our material and moral resources? And later he turned with unwonted passion on the opposition, all these reflex ions about freedom of speech and freedom of criticism which, bound in all the speeches of the workers' opposition, constitute 9/10 of the sense of speeches which have no real sense, nothing but words of this character. Comrades, do not let us talk only about words, but about their content. You cannot fool us with words like freedom of criticism. When we said that the party shows symptoms of disease, we meant that this diagnosis deserves threefold attention. Undoubtedly the disease is there. Help us to heal this disease. Tell us how you can heal it. /VE have spent a great deal of time in discussion, and I must say that now it is a great deal better to discuss with rifles than with the theses of the opposition. We need no opposition, comrades, now is not the time. Either on this side, or on that, with the rifle, not with the opposition. The terminology was vague. The context allowed it to be supposed that all that Lenin was demanding was the exclusion from the party of those who persisted in their opposition, and who might be logically expected to find themselves on the other side of the barricades. Yet he conveyed, and intended to convey, that within the party ranks freedom of criticism was a luxury which easily degenerated into a disease, and that beyond those ranks the only effective instrument of settling differences was the rifle. These conclusions may well have been correct in the conditions of crisis and armed insurrection which overshadowed the 10th Congress. They had their roots in party doctrine, and Lenin helped to rivet them in the party tradition. Two resolutions bearing on the theme of party unity and discipline were adopted by the Congress. One, bearing the title, "On the Syndicalist and Anarchist Deviation One in Our Party," pronounced the dissemination of the ideas of the workers' opposition to be incompatible with membership of the Russian Communist Party. The resolution added, a little inconsequently, that place should be found in special publications, miscellanies, etc. for the most detailed exchange of opinions among members of the party on all the questions concerned. 2. And the Congress, in a short separate resolution, refused to accept the resignation of members of the workers' opposition who had been re-elected to the Central Committee, and summoned them to submit to party discipline. 3. The other major resolution on the unity of the party insisted that all disputed issues in the party should be submitted not to discussion by groups formed on some platform or other, but to discussion by all members of the party. The Central Committee was instructed to bring about the complete abolition of all fractionalism, for the Congress prescribes the immediate dissolution of all groups without exception forming themselves on this or that platform, and instructs all organizations to insist strictly on the inadmissibility of any kind of fractional activities. Non-fulfillment of this decision of the Congress must entail unconditional and immediate exclusion from the party. Finally, the Congress added a secret rider, which became famous as Point 7, in the following terms: in order to realize strict discipline within the party and in all Soviet work and to attain the greatest possible unity through the removal of all fractionalism, the Congress gives the Central Committee full powers in case of any breach of discipline or revival or toleration of fractionalism to apply all measures of party sanctions, including expulsion from the party, or, as regards members of the Central Committee, transfer to the status of candidates, or even, as an extreme measure, exclusion from the party. The application to members and candidates of the Central Committee and to members of the Control Commission of so extreme a measure is conditional on the summoning of a plenum of the Central Committee to which all candidates of the Central Committee and members of the Control Commission shall be invited. If such a general meeting of the responsible leaders of the party recognizes by a 2/3 majority the necessity of transferring a member of the Central Committee to the status of candidate or excluding him from the party, such a measure should be carried out immediately. 1. The periphrastic drafting, the precautions against hasty action, and the decision to keep secret this final paragraph of the resolution, 2 were evidence of the reluctance with which the Congress adopted this minatory measure. The hesitation was justified. The resolution, though a logical outcome of the passing of effective power from Congress to Central Committee, was capital for the future of the party. The 10th Party Congress was a milestone in the development of the power of the party machine. The current doctrine of party discipline required the party member, and especially the member of the Central Committee, to comply loyally with decisions of the party once they had been taken, subject to the extreme penalty of exclusion from the party. Until the decision was taken, he remained perfectly free, in accordance with the Statute of 1919, to disseminate his opinions. As late as January 1921, Lenin had recognized the right of the party members within the limits of communism to form groups and canvass for votes. 2 months later, the darkening clouds of political and economic crisis at the 10th Congress caused the withdrawal of this recognition. Henceforth, the criticism of individuals or even of groups would be tolerated within the party, but the opposition must not organize. That would be to commit the sin of fractionalism. Even the composition of the Central Committee was in the last resort removed from the exclusive competence of the Sovereign Congress, since 2/3 of its members were now in a position to expel recalcitrant colleagues. The sum of these measures, approved and sponsored by Lenin himself in the crisis atmosphere of the 10th Party Congress of March 1921, was enormously to increase the disciplinary power of the inner group of party leaders. These measures born of the party emergency eclipsed a multitude of good intentions inspired by the ending of the Civil War, and made the introductory paragraphs of a long resolution on party organization somewhat unreal. The resolution referred to the militarization, to the extreme organizational centralism, and to the system of fighting commands which had of necessity dominated party affairs during the Civil War, and admitted that a highly centralized apparatus created on the basis of the very backward cultural level of the masses had been one of the contradictions of war communism. The Civil War being now over, the 10th Congress felt no further need for these anomalies and passed a resolution in favor of workers' democracy within the party. Party workers were to take their turn at the bench or the plow, the discussion of party questions, both particular and general, by local party organizations, was to be encouraged, and everything was to be done to realize a constant control by the public opinion of the party over the work of its leading organs, and a constant interaction in practice between the latter and the whole party in its entirety, together with the furtherance of strict accountability of the appropriate party committees not only to the higher, but also to the lower organizations. But such aspirations were feebly reflected in the changes made in the organization and membership of the central party organs. The Congress confirmed the resolution of the September Conference on the establishment of a system of control commissions, and attempted to define their scope and functions, though it became clear that the multiplication of central party organs was little to the taste of many of the rank and file of the party. The existing central organs underwent minor but significant changes. The fortnightly meetings of the Central Committee prescribed by the 8th Congress in 1919 had fallen into desuetude. The 10th Congress required it to meet only every 2 months. This made it easier to increase the membership to 25. The number of candidates entitled to attend meetings of the committee, but not to vote, was not laid down. On this occasion 15 were elected. These changes marked no fresh development, they were steps in the gradual transformation of the Central Committee from the main working organ of the party into a Grand Council of party chiefs. It was perhaps more significant that the 10th Congress raised the membership both of the Politburo and of the Orgburo to 7 with 4 candidates. The constitution of the Secretariat was untouched, but a clean sweep was made of the 3 secretaries of the past 12 months, who had failed to cope with the opposition and supported Trotsky in the trade union controversy. Krestinsky, Preobrazhensky, and Serebryakov not only disappeared from the Secretariat, but were not even re-elected to the Central Committee, a sure mark of disgrace. The 3 new secretaries were Molotov, Yaroslavsky, and Mikhailov, and these were also elected for the first time as members of the Central Committee with a high quota of votes, well above such old party leaders as Zinoviev and Kamenev. What rivalries and what calculations may have lain behind these appointments can only be guessed. It is perhaps worth noting that the 3 dispossessed members of the Secretariat were to become Stalin's enemies and 2 out of the 3 new members his staunchest supporters. For the first time Stalin's hand may with some plausibility be discerned in crucial party appointments. How little attention was, however, generally paid to such matters in the party is shown by some curious remarks of Ryazanov at the Congress itself. Ryazanov complained that our nice comrade Bukharin, who was a pure theorist, had been called on to make the report on party organization, and deduced that there are no specialists in organization in the Central Committee and the place left vacant by Sverdlov is still unfilled. 2. Meanwhile the growing significance of the Secretariat in the party machine was reflected in its constantly increasing staff. It had entered on its functions in May 1919 with 30 workers. At the time of the 9th Party Congress in March 1920 it had 150 workers. A year later on the eve of the 10th Congress the number had risen to 602, besides a military detachment of 140 men to act as guards and messengers. One hardly less important than the reorganization and strengthening of the Secretariat was the initiation by the 10th Congress of the first systematic purge in the party ranks. The idea was implicit in Lenin's conception of the party. Better, he had already said at the 1903 Congress, that 10 workers should not call themselves members of the party. Then that one chatterbox should have the right and possibility to be a member of the party. J quality came before quantity. Above all the party must be kept pure. Its growth was for a long time exceedingly slow. On the eve of the 1905 revolution the Bolshevik wing of the party claimed no more than 8,400 members. On the eve of the February Revolution of 1917 the number was 23,600. A year later, after 2 revolutions, it had risen to 115,000. Thereafter it rose steadily to 313,000 at the beginning of 1919, with corresponding figures of 431,000 and 585,000 for January 1920 and January 1921. But it accorded with the party tradition that enthusiasm at this access of strength should be tempered by recognition of its dangers. It was at the 8th Party Congress of March 1919 that the note of alarm was first struck. Nogin, a member of the Central Committee, spoke of horrifying facts about the drunkenness, debauchery, corruption, robbery, and irresponsible behavior of many party workers, so that one's hair simply stands on end. 5. And a resolution of the Congress recorded its conclusion in emphatic, though less highly colored, terms: elements which are not sufficiently communist or even directly parasitic are flowing into the party in a broad stream. The Russian Communist Party is in power, and this inevitably attracts to it, together with the better elements, careerist elements as well. A serious purge is indispensable in Soviet and party organizations. 1. Lenin returned to the theme at the party conference of December 1919. After greeting the new members, those thousands and hundreds of thousands who joined us while Yudenik was within a few versts of Petrograd and Denikin north of Orel, he went on, now that we have carried out such an expansion of the party, we must close the gates, we must be particularly cautious. We must say, now, when the party is winning, we do not need new members. We know perfectly well that in a dissolving capitalist society a mass of noxious elements will fasten itself onto the party. 2. The resumption of civil war in 1920 once more postponed action, and it was the 10th Party Congress of March 1921 which finally sanctioned the purge. Even then the cautious phraseology of the resolution suggests the need to appease rank-and-file objectors. An extreme necessity exists to turn the lever of party policy decisively towards the recruitment of workers and towards purging the party of non-communist elements by way of an accurate examination of each individual member of the Russian Communist Party, both in the light of his discharge of the work assigned to him and also in his capacity as a member of the Russian Communist Party. It was to be a scrutiny both of conduct and of convictions. Lenin himself went out of his way to record the opinion that of the Mensheviks who entered the party after the beginning of 1918 not more than about 1% should be left in the party, and that everyone who is left should be checked 3 or 4 times. 4. In October 1921 the Central Committee of the party announced the beginning of the scrutiny, which was to be conducted under the supervision of a central verification committee of 5 members, including Zalutsky as president and Shlyapnikov as representative of the opposition, and 5 candidates, including Molotov and Preobrazhensky. 1. This committee may be presumed to have acted as a court of appeal from the local party organizations charged with the task of sifting and cross-examining their members on the spot, and to have supervised the political aspect of the purge. This aspect was, however, kept on this occasion in the background. The report on the purge made to the 11th Party Congress in March 1922 dwelt on misconduct and neglect of party duties as the main offenses which had merited expulsion. Lenin's anathema against the Mensheviks can hardly have been ignored, but the prominence of former Mensheviks in the party at a later date suggests that it cannot have been fully applied. Numerically, the purge was severe. Of rather more than 650,000 members, 24% suffered expulsion, bringing the total membership just under 500,000. 2. That the purge fell slightly more severely on intellectuals than on workers and peasants is shown by the calculation that, as a consequence of it, the proportion of workers and peasants in the party rose in the industrial provinces from 47 to 53% and in the agricultural provinces from 31 to 48%. 3. The purge of 1921 to 1922 coincided with a fresh period of internal stress and dissension within the party, centering round the acute controversies provoked by the introduction of NEP. The stringent resolutions of the 10th Congress of March 1921 on party discipline and the tightening up of the party organization crushed the workers' opposition as an open group. But its members had not been convinced, and unrest in the party had not been quelled. The first overt trouble appears to have started from a one-man revolt. A certain Myasnikov, by origin a worker from Perm, who had acquired a following in party circles both in Petrograd and in the Urals, began to agitate for freedom of the press from monarchists to anarchists inclusive. In May 1921, he wrote a memorandum in support of his views to the Central Committee of the party and followed this up with a published article. He was sufficiently important to receive a personal letter from Lenin attempting to dissuade him from the error of his ways. 1. Myasnikov, however, continued to agitate, and, when called to order by the Orgburo, published in his native Perm his own letter and article, Lenin's reply and his reply to Lenin, together with a protest from local party members against the censure of the Orgburo. This was clearly too much. The machine moved slowly. But on February 20, 1922, the Politburo expelled Myasnikov from the party, with the right to apply for readmission after a year. For the first time the penalty approved by the 10th Congress for fractional activities had been cautiously applied. This episode would have been insignificant if it had not been accompanied by an outburst of renewed discontent in the party. Inspired by the application of NEP, the party leadership was abandoning communism, was making concessions to the peasantry at the expense of the proletariat, and was becoming itself counter-revolutionary and bourgeois. The proposed grant of concessions to foreign capitalists was the most popular target, and Shlyapnikov, still a member of the Central Committee of the party, was once more the protagonist of the opposition. In August 1921 Lenin convened a joint meeting of the Central Committee and of the Control Commission, in accordance with Point 7 of the March resolution, and proposed Shlyapnikov's expulsion from the party. He just failed, however, to secure the necessary two-thirds majority, once more a token of the extreme dislike of severe measures against prominent party members, and Shlyapnikov escaped with an admonition. 2. This was followed by the foundation in Moscow of a party discussion club, which quickly became a focus of opposition to NEP. A party conference in December 1921 exhorted party workers to explain to party members the significance and role of party solidarity and discipline, and to illustrate the necessity of discipline by the example of our victories and defeats throughout the period of the historical development of the party. 1. The Moscow Discussion Club was dissolved on the initiative of the Central Control Commission of the party in January 1922. 2. It seemed likely, therefore, that, although the workers' opposition of 1921 was dead and buried, the 11th Party Congress, which was to meet in March 1922, would have to face at least as strong criticism and at least as grave a threat to party unity and discipline as its predecessor. On the eve of the Congress, the critics of the official policy began to organize, and, conscious of the weakness of their position, had the desperate idea of seeking to mobilize the support of foreign communists by an appeal to the Executive Committee of Comintern. The appeal, which came to be known as the Declaration of the 22, detailed at some length the grievances of the opposition in terms plainly recalling the former workers' opposition to which half the present signatories had belonged. At a time when the forces of the bourgeois element press on us from all sides, when they penetrate even within the party, the social composition of which favors this, our leading centers conduct an irreconcilable, disintegrating struggle against all those, especially those proletarians, who permit themselves to form their own opinion, and apply all kinds of repressive measures to the expression of such opinion in party circles. The attempt to draw the proletarian masses towards the state is called anarcho-syndicalism, and its advocates are subjected to persecutions and disgrace. The united forces of the party and trade union bureaucracy, availing themselves of their position and of their power, ignore the decisions of our congresses about the carrying into effect of the principles of workers' democracy. The declaration ended, the position in our party is so grievous that it impels us to turn to you for help and in this way to remove the threat of a split which hangs over our party. 3. It was not difficult to dispose of the matter in Icky by a soothing resolution which declared that the leadership of the Russian party fully recognized these dangers, and mildly condemned the opposition for endangering party unity by knocking at an open door. But the 11th Party Congress took a more serious view. A commission consisting of Dzerzhinsky, Zinoviev and Stalin found no difficulty in convicting the 22 of the offense of organizing a fraction, and recommended the expulsion from the party of the 5 ringleaders, Kollontai, Shlyapnikov, Medvedev, Maidan, and Kuznetsov. On this report the Congress decided to expel the 2 last, who were relatively obscure, and reprieve the first 3. It is significant that at this time, in spite of the resolutions of the 10th Congress, the highest party organ, the last party Congress to be attended by Lenin, was still reluctant to apply the penalty of expulsion to known and tried party members. Notwithstanding the conditions of crisis and the strong appeals of the leaders, the tradition of toleration within the party died hard. In spite of this leniency towards errant individuals, the 11th Congress showed no hesitation in once more tightening up the machinery of centralized control within the party. Solz, the spokesman of the Central Control Commission, expounded the case for party discipline by a brutally frank analogy: we knew very well how to talk about the democratization of an army which we had to disperse. But when we needed our own army, we implanted in it the discipline which is obligatory for any army. 3. But it was Lenin who created the sensation of the Congress by returning in much more specific terms to last year's theme of discussion with rifles. In his principal report he described NEP as a retreat, a difficult military operation calling for the most rigid discipline. Then discipline must be more conscious and is 100 times more necessary, because, when a whole army retreats, it is not clear to it, it does not see where it will stop, it sees only retreat. Then sometimes a few panic voices are enough to start everyone running. Then the danger is immense. When such a retreat is being carried out with a real army, machine guns are brought out, and, when the orderly retreat becomes disorderly, the command is given, fire. And quite right. At such a moment it is indispensable to punish strictly, severely, unsparingly the slightest breach of discipline. Having explained that this necessity applied not only to some of our affairs within the party, Lenin launched an attack on Mensheviks, SRS, and their foreign sympathizers, and declared that for the public exhibition of Menshevism our revolutionary courts must shoot. Once more the text was ambiguous. But the use of what appeared to be the same threats against unruly party members as against Mensheviks and SRS was new and startling. Shlyapnikov complained that Lenin had threatened the opposition with machine guns, too, and Lenin, in his concluding speech, attenuated a painful impression by explaining that the machine guns were intended for those people whom we call Mensheviks and SRS, and that, So far as the party was concerned, it is a question of party measures of discipline 3, such as the penalty of expulsion approved by the previous Congress. The final conclusions from Lenin's speech were thus not drawn at the Congress, and Lenin himself would perhaps have shrunk from them. Nevertheless, the atmosphere had changed, even from the Congress of the previous year. A monster resolution on the strengthening and the new tasks of the party denounced the cliques and groupings which in places have reduced party work to complete paralysis, and exhorted the Central Committee in struggling against such phenomena not to flinch from expulsions from the party. For the Congress adopted a new statute for the party control commissions, and declared that the work of the control commissions must continue the activity of the verification commissions, the implication being that the purge of 1921 to 1922 was to be transformed from a single operation into a continuous process. S. More striking was perhaps a development of the functions of the Central Control Commission which was announced at the following Congress a year later. We have coordinated our work with organs which by the nature of their activity are in close contact with the Control Commission. These are the judicial organs and the organs of the GPU. Members of the party from time to time are arraigned in the courts or fall into the hands of the GPU. For this purpose we have established contact with the Supreme Court. It informs us of any comrade who is charged in a court. Similarly with the GPU. We have arranged matters so that we have our investigator in the GPU, and as soon as the case of a communist is brought in he conducts it as an investigator of the Control Commission. 1. The convenience was mutual. The GPU secured direct party support. The Party Control Commission could invoke the assistance of the GPU for the furtherance of its own task. It is not unfair to say that the main ultimate difference between the Chika and the GPU was that, whereas the former directed its activities exclusively against enemies outside the party, the GPU acted impartially against all enemies of the regime, among whom dissident party members were now commonly the most important. The difference was due not to any change in the character of the institution, but to the change which came over the political scene when the party acquired a political monopoly in the Soviet state. It was becoming more and more difficult to distinguish between disloyalty to the party and treason against the state. Another event occurred as soon as the 11th Congress ended. The Central Committee undertook a further remodeling of the Secretariat. On April 4, 1922, 2 days after the Congress closed, Pravda carried 2 modest paragraphs on its front page in the space usually reserved for routine party announcements. The Central Committee elected by the 11th Congress of the Russian Communist Party has confirmed the Secretariat of the Central Committee as follows: Comrade Stalin, Comrade Molotov, and Comrade Kuibyshev. The Secretariat has fixed the following times of reception at the Central Committee from 12 to 3, Monday, Molotov and Kuibyshev, Tuesday Stalin and Molotov, Wednesday, Kuibyshev and Molotov, Thursday, Kuibyshev, Friday, Stalin and Molotov, Saturday Stalin and Kuibyshev. The only novelty here was that the Central Committee had a Secretary General with 2 assistants instead of 3 co-equal secretaries. Molotov had been a secretary, and a member of the Politburo, for the past year. Kuibyshev was a newcomer. The 11th Congress had just elected him a candidate member of the Politburo. Stalin's appointment had not been publicly discussed, though it had presumably been canvassed in party circles. Nothing suggests that it had aroused any opposition, except perhaps an ill-tempered remark at the Congress by Preobrazhensky, who, mentioning Stalin by name, asked whether it was thinkable that one man should be able to answer for the work of 2 commissariats as well as for work in the Politburo, the Orgburo, and a dozen party committees. 1. The announcement in Pravda seems to have attracted no great attention. Nearly 2 months after the appointment of the new Secretary General, on May 26, 1922, Lenin had a stroke, resulting in a permanent incapacity which prevented him from resuming work except for a brief period, and with much diminished force, in the ensuing autumn and winter. These 2 events marked an epoch in the history of the party. For more than 12 months the acrimonious disputes of the past 2 years were stayed or were carried on only behind the scenes. The uncertainties for the future caused by Lenin's illness, Stalin's strong and efficient hand on the helm and the marked improvement in the economic situation after the harvest of 1922, may all have contributed to this interval of comparative calm. When acute dissensions broke out once more in the summer and autumn of 1923, they took the new form of an undisguised struggle for power, whose prize was supreme control not merely of the party but of the state. Lenin himself had so combined the two functions that they were no longer distinguishable. As the party, by destroying its rivals, had seemed to absorb the state, so the state now absorbed the party into itself. Chapter 9. Party and State. The concentration of power within the party matched a similar process in the organs of state. The same men, sharing the same traditions and the same purpose, directed the affairs of party and of state. The same incessant crisis and the same uninterrupted pressure of events weighed equally between 1917 and 1921 on party and on Soviet institutions. The outstanding developments of these years in the machinery of state, the concentration of central authority in the hands of Sovnarkom at the expense of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and of VTSIK, and the concentration of authority at the center at the expense of the local Soviets and Congresses of Soviets and their organs, had actually preceded the corresponding developments in the party organization. For some time the lines of development in party and state ran parallel. Then, by an inevitable process they began to converge and, finally, to coincide. This process had been virtually completed before Lenin's death. The shift in the balance of power within the Central Soviet machine between the different central organs was far advanced when the Constitution of 1918 was drafted. As was then already apparent, the Sovereign All-Russian Congress of Soviets, a mass meeting of upwards of 1,000 delegates, might reign but could not govern. The original intention to summon it every 3 months was silently abandoned after 1918 in favor of annual meetings. One and a speaker at the Fifth All-Russian Congress in July 1918 complained that neither the president of VTSIK nor the president of Sovnarkom had troubled to make a report to the Congress on the activities of these organs since the previous Congress. But since the Constitution extended almost all the functions of the Congress concurrently to VTSIK, the transfer of power to VTSIK took place, on the whole, painlessly and uneventfully. The same fate befell the provincial and county congresses CF Soviets. In spite of a resolution of the Eighth Party Congress in 1919, deploring the tendency to relegate important decisions from Soviets to executive committees, the process continued unchecked, effective power passing from the congresses of Soviets to the executive committees elected by them. The power thus handed down from the All-Russian Congress of Soviets to VTSIK did not, however, remain with that organ. The self-aggrandizement of Sovnarkom, which had begun in the first days of the regime, could no longer be checked, and VTSLK was destined to experience, rather earlier tale the Central Committee of the party, the same process of numerical expansion and loss of real authority. The membership of VTSIK, fixed by the Constitution of 1918 at not more than 200, was increased once more to 300 by a decree of the Eighth All-Russian Congress of Soviets in 1920. Originally intended to remain in more or less permanent session, its meetings became progressively rarer and were limited after 1921 to 3 sessions a year. An attempt was made by the Seventh All-Russian Congress in December 1919 to restore the authority of VTSIK by conferring special powers on its presidium, hitherto an informal managing committee of its principal officers, including its president, whose prestige derived from the fact that he was required on rare ceremonial occasions to discharge the formal duties of head of the state, a post occupied by Sverdlov and, after his death in 1919, by Kalinin. Under a constitutional amendment adopted by the Seventh Congress, the Presidium of VTSLK acquired specific functions, including the right in the intervals between the sessions of VTSIK to ratify the decisions of Sovnarkom as well as to suspend the execution of such decisions, and at the Eighth All-Russian Congress the further right was conferred on the Presidium to annul resolutions of Sovnarkom and to issue through administrative channels necessary regulations in the name of VSIK. But these innovations, while they ultimately weakened VTSIK by giving its presidium almost unlimited powers to act on its behalf, did nothing to shake the now impregnable position of Sovnarkom, which was no more amenable to control by the presidium of VTSIK than by VTSIK itself. The provision in the Constitution of 1918 that measures of extreme urgency may be put into force on the sole authority of Sovnarkom proved, as it was no doubt intended to prove, the escape clause through which Sovnarkom could elude the unwieldy control of VTSIK. In a period of civil war and national emergency, all major decisions, whether legislative or executive, were likely to be measures of extreme urgency, and Lenin, as president of Sovnarkom and an active participator in its work, conferred his personal prestige on the institution. From the middle of 1918 to the early summer of 1922, when Lenin's illness removed him from the active direction of affairs, Sovnarkom, whatever party authority may have been exercised over it behind the scenes, was the government of the RSFSR. It enjoyed not only full executive authority but unlimited powers of legislation by decree, and owed only formal account to VTSIK or to the nominally sovereign body, the All-Russian Congress of Soviets. In December 1920 the Council of Labor and Defense, a body hitherto concerned with supplies to the army, too was transformed into a commission of Sovnarkom and became, under the direct control of Sovnarkom, a sort of economic general staff. It was under the authority of Sto that the first State Planning Commission was soon to be established. During 1921 the pressure of work on Sovnarkom was so great that a small Sovnarkom was brought into being to sit concurrently with the major body and take routine matters off its hands. Sovnarkom had become the powerhouse from which all the machinery of government was set and kept in motion. The concentration of the Central Soviet power was accompanied by a second process which also had its parallel in party affairs, a concentration of authority at the center, at the expense of local organs. This development also had already gone far when the constitution of the RSFSR was drafted. Its further progress, however, involved an issue which had been ignored in that constitution. The constitution made it clear that congresses of Soviets and their executive committees were subject to the control of the corresponding institutions of a higher category, village Soviets to rural district congresses of Soviets, district congresses to county and provincial congresses, and so on. But nothing was said of the subordination of local Soviets or congresses of Soviets or their executive committees to other central organs. The issue appears first to have become acute in the economic field. Sapronov at the 8th Party Congress in May 1919 complained that the Supreme Council of National Economy was pursuing a policy of creating local Sovnarkozy and cutting them off from the provincial executive committees, saying to the latter when they protested, "You don't understand the first thing about production." And the same speaker accused the central organs of using the financial weapon to bring local Soviet organs to heel. In the emergency of the Civil War, revolutionary committees were set up by decree of Sovnarkom of October 24, 1919, in regions affected by the war, and all local Soviet organs instructed to obey them. This measure was denounced as unconstitutional at the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1919. The complaint was overruled. But the number of decrees of the following year on the status and rights of local Soviets shows the sensitiveness of local opinion to encroachments from the center and the difficulty of reaching a workable arrangement, and at the 9th Party Congress in March 1920 Sapronov once more contrasted the current vertical centralism with the democratic centralism which was the supposed basis of party and Soviet organization in December 1920. The rights of provincial executive committees in this respect were at length formally defined by the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. These committees might suspend the operation of regulations issued by individual people's commissariats in exceptional circumstances or when such regulation is in clear contravention of a decision of Sovnarkom or of VTSIK or in other cases by resolution of the Provincial Executive Committee. The Committee CMLD, however, be held collectively responsible for any such act of suspension. The solution of the dilemma was ultimately found in a so-called system of dual subordination, the local organs being perforce satisfied with a formal authority which was not normally exercised. But the issue continued to cause friction from time to time, and as late as 1922 Lenin himself had to intervene in a serious dispute on the subject of judicial organization. In May 1922 the People's Commissar for Justice, Krylenko, drafted a decree providing that procurators throughout the country should be appointed by the Procurator General and be responsible to him rather than to the Executive Committee of the areas in which they exercised their functions. This proposal was subjected to hostile criticism in VTSIK on May 13, 1922, the system of dual subordination both to the Procurator General and to local executive committee being asked for. Some of the Bolsheviks shared this view, and Lenin came to the support of Krylenko with a memorandum arguing that, since legality must be won throughout the RSFSR, the case for the appointment and control of legal officers by the central authority was irrefutable. Thus called to order, VTSIK on May 26, 1922, on the occasion of the adoption of the first criminal code of the RSFSR, accepted the proposal, and one more step towards the formal concentration of power had been taken. By this time, however, questions of competence arising between different Soviet organs had become to this extent unreal that the ultimate power of decision rested with neither of the disputants, but with the appropriate party organ. The parallel lines of development of party and state institutions had converged to the point where clear distinctions could no longer be drawn. If the system of dual subordination worked, it was because Central Soviet organs and local executive committees both ultimately recognized an authority outside the Soviet system. Like everything else in the RSFSR, relations between the Communist Party and the Soviet state and its institutions had not been charted in advance of the revolution. They had to be worked out gradually in the strain and stress of a period of acute crisis. They were formulated for the first time in categorical terms by the Eighth Party Congress in March 1919. The Communist Party is the organization which unites in its ranks only the vanguard of the proletariat and of the poorest peasantry, that part of these classes which consciously strives to realize in practice the communist program. The Communist Party makes it its task to win decisive influence and complete leadership in all organizations of the workers, in trade unions, cooperatives, village communes, etc. The Communist Party strives especially to establish its program and its complete leadership in the contemporary state organizations, which are the Soviets. The Russian Communist Party must win for itself undivided political mastery in the Soviets and practical control over all their work. These aims were already in course of achievement when this resolution was adopted. They were achieved through two different and distinct procedures. At the highest level, the Central Committee of the party, soon to be supplanted by the Politburo created by the Eighth Congress itself, was the final arbiter of public policy and the ultimate court of appeal in the whole complex structure of government. At lower levels, the party sought to penetrate and permeate every administrative institution, public or semi-public. It would be a mistake to regard the relegation of all major political decisions to party organs as the result of any predetermined design. In the first weeks of the revolution, Lenin showed every intention of making Sovnarkom the principal instrument of government, and important decisions were in fact taken there. The Bolsheviks had been the first to raise the slogan "All power to the Soviets" and, when the victory was won, made the Soviets the repository of the sovereign power of the state. But the Soviets were not exclusively, or, at the outset, even in majority, Bolshevik. For a time the presence of members of other parties even in Sovnarkom I divorced its debates from the inner councils of the party. It thus became the essential function of the party, in the words of the 1919 resolution, to win for itself undivided political mastery in the Soviets. The great decision to unleash the forces of revolution in October 1917 had been taken in the Central Committee of the party. The next contested issue of comparable importance, the conclusion of peace at Brest-Litovsk, was fought out, almost as a matter of course, in the same Central Committee. Thus early in the history of the regime it came to be taken for granted that the function of taking political decisions resided in the party. Today we have received from the Polish government proposals for the conclusion of peace. Who decides this question? We have Sovnarkom, but it must be subject to a certain control. What control? The control of the working class as a formless chaotic mass? No. The Central Committee of the party has been called together to discuss the proposal and decide whether to answer it. 2. When the evolution of party affairs gradually transferred this authority from the Central Committee of the party to its Politburo, the latter quickly established its ascendancy over Sovnarkom and other major organs of government. Successive party congresses devoted more and more of their attention to issues of public policy, great and small. The major decision to launch NEP was first publicly announced by Lenin to the 10th Party Congress. Party congresses made explicit recommendations even on quite minor issues of organization, and on occasion even passed formal resolutions approving the policy of the Soviet government or specific decrees of Sovnarkom. 2. Party control of governmental policy at the highest level was complemented and made effective by the organized introduction of party members at all levels into every branch of the administrative apparatus. Key positions in the administration were filled by party nominations. Long after the Mensheviks and SRS had been eliminated from the central organs of power, a substantial proportion of the membership of local Soviets and, still more, of other lesser public institutions, remained non-party or non-Bolshevik. This made it all the more necessary that the Bolshevik minority in such institutions should be highly organized and disciplined. The resolution of the 8th Party Congress had established this principle. In all Soviet organizations it is essential to form party fractions strictly subject to party discipline. Into these fractions all members of the Russian Communist Party working in a given Soviet institution must enter. Point 4. And another resolution of the same Congress enjoined the party to introduce thousands more of its best workers into the network and defense, discussed practical ways to effect measures already decided on by this inner sanctum of the party, the Politburo, p. 13. Of the state administration. At the same time party members were instructed to become active members of their trade unions. 1. At the next Party Congress, held when the first stage of the Civil War had been triumphantly passed, new spheres of activity were prescribed for party members, in factories and workshops, in transport, in the establishment of various forms of labor discipline, in fuel organizations and in such matters as public dining rooms, house committees, public baths, schools, and welfare institutions. 2. We administer Russia, said Kamina at this Congress, and it is only through communists that we can administer it. Meanwhile, the last section of the party statute adopted in 1919, on fractions in non-party institutions and organizations, prescribed the duties and functions of party members participating in congresses, conferences, or elective organs. They were enjoined to constitute themselves into organized fractions and to vote solidly together in the general meeting of the organization in question. The claims of discipline were strongest of all when party members found themselves in contact with non-party members of official or semi-official organizations. The fractions were completely subordinate to the corresponding party organizations and conformed their action to party decisions and instructions. For it was no part of the original intention of those who made these arrangements to obliterate the dividing line between party and state. The resolution of the 8th Party Congress which had first defined relations between them laid it down that confusion of their functions would lead to disastrous results. It was the duty of the party to lead the activity of the Soviets, but not to replace them. Point 1. Yet the discharge of this duty inevitably tended more and more to place the ultimate responsibility for decisions on the organs of the party rather than on those of the state. Lenin complained at the 11th Party Congress of the habit of constant appeals from Sovnarkom to the Politburo, and spoke of the need to enhance the authority of Sovnarkom. 2. As late as March 1922 the 11th Congress in its main resolution declared it possible and indispensable to unburden the party of a series of questions of a purely Soviet character which it has taken on its shoulders in the preceding period, asked for a far more precise distinction between its current work and the work of the Soviet organs, between its own apparatus and the apparatus of the Soviets, and wished to raise and strengthen the activity of Sovnarkom. 3. But these pious wishes provided a handle for those who, especially in the economic field, sought to detach the administrative organs of the state from the control of the party. And the following Congress found it necessary to give a warning against so broad an interpretation of these texts as might create dangers for the overriding authority of the party. 4 The tide of party encroachment on Soviet functions was indeed too powerful to be stemmed, and Lenin, with his customary realism, faced and accepted what could not be altered. As the governing party, he had already written in 1921, "We could not help fusing the Soviet authorities with the party authorities. With us they are fused and they will be." In one of his last articles in Pravda, early in 1923, he invoked the conduct of foreign affairs as a successful example of unity between party and Soviet institutions. Why indeed should the two not be united if this is what the interest of business demands? Has anyone ever failed to notice that, in a commissariat like Narkomindel, such a union produces enormous advantages and has been practiced from the very start? Does not the Politburo discuss from the party point of view many questions, small and great, of the moves from our side in reply to moves of foreign powers in order to counteract their, well, let us say, cleverness, not to use a less polite expression? Is not this flexible union of Soviet with party element a source of enormous strength in our policy? I think that something which has justified itself, established itself in our external policy, and become so much a habit that in this sphere it provokes no doubts at all, will be at least equally in place if applied to our whole state apparatus. 1. After Lenin's death, the tradition of fusion had become so firmly established that important decisions came to be announced almost indifferently by party or by government, and decrees were sometimes issued jointly in the name of the party Central Committee and of VTSIK or Sovnarkom. If Lenin was driven by practical necessities to recognize a constantly growing concentration of authority, there is no evidence that he wavered in his belief in the antidote of direct democracy. But he began to understand that progress would be slower than he had at first hoped and the bogey of bureaucracy more difficult to conjure. The Soviet system was praised now for its educational function. Only in the Soviets does the mass of the exploited begin really to learn, not from books, but from their own practical experience, the business of socialist construction, the creation of new social discipline, the free union of free workers. 2. In April 1921, Sovnarkom issued a decree whose declared motive was to maintain the link between Soviet institutions and the broad masses of the workers, to enliven the Soviet apparatus and gradually to liberate it from bureaucratic elements. The decree sought, among other things, to bring working women and peasant women into the sections of the executive committees of the Congresses of Soviets. The women were to be employed in administrative work for 2 months, after which they would be returned to their normal employment unless it was desired to retain them permanently. But the most interesting point about an unpractical project was that the women were to be drafted through the women workers sections of the Russian Communist Party. 1. The last public act of Lenin's career was a bold plan for merging party and state functions in a manner designed to counteract the evils of bureaucracy. Under the Tsars, the office of State Controller, originally created to check financial irregularities, had acquired a general supervision over the working of the administration. A decree establishing a People's Commissariat of State Control was issued a few weeks after the revolution, and further powers were given to the institution by a decree of March 1918. 2. But no People's Commissar was appointed, and the commissariat does not appear to have existed except on paper. Presently the party took a hand in the question. The resolution of the 8th Party Congress of March 1919, which first attempted to define relations between party and state, contained a paragraph prescribing that control in the Soviet Republic should be radically reorganized in order to create a genuine practical control of a socialist character, adding that the leading role in the exercise of this control must fall to party organizations and trade unions. J. Zinoviev, who introduced the resolution, suggested that the new organ should push its feelers into all branches of Soviet construction, and have a special section concerned with the simplification and perfection of our machine. 4. Another speaker described the existing state control as a pre-flood institution carrying on with all its old officials, with all kinds of counter-revolutionary elements, etc. The resolution resulted in a joint decree of VTSIK and Sovnarkom of April 9, 1919, establishing a People's Commissariat of State Control. 6. This time the decision took effect. The commissar for the new department, as Zinoviev had already announced at the Congress, was Stalin, who thus secured, simultaneously with his dual appointment to the newly created Politburo and Orgbureau of the party, his first commanding position in the machinery of the state. The task of the new commissariat was, however, delicate and controversial, and it did not long survive in its existing form. By a decree of VTSIK of February 7, 1920, it was transformed into a People's Commissariat of Workers' and Peasants' Inspection and given an entirely novel character. While the People's Commissar remained unchanged, the struggle with bureaucratism and corruption in Soviet institutions was now to be carried on by workers and peasants elected by the same constituents who elected delegates to the Soviets. The elections were to be only for short periods so that gradually all the workers, men and women, in a given enterprise and all peasants may be drawn into the tasks of the inspection. 2. Such was Lenin's conception of the use of direct democracy as a safeguard against bureaucracy. A curious clause in the decree gave the trade unions the right to protest against any candidate elected to work in Rabkrin and to propose the substitution of some other person. In April 1920, the Third All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions decided to participate actively in the work of Rabkrin. 3. It may be surmised that trade union participation was a means of giving coherence to what might otherwise have been a nebulous and unpractical project. The career of Rabkrin continued to be stormy. A first All-Russian Conference of Responsible Workers of Rabkrin met in Moscow in October 1920 and was addressed by Stalin, who claimed that it had incurred hatred from some hidebound officials and even from some communists who had listened to the voice of these officials. 4. One of the difficulties was the recruitment of suitable personnel for this latecomer among the commissariats. Even Lenin, who looked to Rabkrin as an important instrument in the struggle against bureaucracy, admitted that it exists rather as an aspiration, since the best workers have been taken for the front. 1. In the autumn of 1921, a report of Rabkrin on the fuel shortage incurred Lenin's censure, and Stalin replied in the capacity of a departmental chief, tactfully defending a subordinate. 2. Rabkrin was regarded with increasing suspicion in many party circles. Lenin had defended Stalin against Preobrazhenskiy's attack at the 11th Party Congress in March 1922. 3. But when Lenin, a few weeks later, proposed to make Rabkrin the channel for a new system of checking the execution of decrees of Sovnarkom and of the Council of Labor and Defense, Trotsky launched a savage attack on it, observing that those working in Rabkrin are chiefly workers who have come to grief in other fields and complaining of an extreme prevalence of intrigue in the organs of Rabkrin, which has long become a byword throughout the country. Lenin calmly replied that what was required was to improve Rabkrin, not to abolish it. 4. It would be hazardous to speculate whether the growing general discontent with Rabkrin or the strong personal mistrust of Stalin which Lenin developed was mainly responsible for what appears to have been a sudden change of Lenin's attitude during the last few months of his working life. His last 2 articles, written or dictated in the first weeks of 1923, were an undisguised attack on Rabkrin in its existing form, and a proposal to the forthcoming 12th Party Congress to reform it by amalgamating it with the Central Control Commission of the party. The second article, the last which Lenin wrote, was particularly severe. The People's Commissariat of Workers and Peasants' Inspection does not at present enjoy a vestige of authority. Everyone knows that there are no worse equipped institutions than the institutions of our Rabkrin, and that in conditions as they are, nothing at all can be expected of this commissariat. Either it is not worth spending time on one of those reorganizations, of which we have had so many, of so hopeless a concern as Rabkrin, or we must really set ourselves the task of creating by slow, difficult, and unusual methods, and not without repeated verification, something really exemplary, something capable of inspiring anyone and everyone with respect, and not only because ranks and titles call for it. 1. Stalin skillfully turned the implied rebuke by warmly endorsing Lenin's plan of reform. The 12th Congress, meeting in April 1923 after Lenin had been laid low by his second stroke, adopted an interlocking arrangement which amounted to a complete fusion of the state and party institutions. In the first place, the character of the Party Control Commission, hitherto restricted like the Politburo and the Orgburo to 7 members, was completely changed by the enlargement of its membership to 50, mainly workers and peasants, and by the appointment of a presidium of 9 to direct it. Secondly, it was laid down that the Commissar for Workers' and Peasants' Inspection should be appointed by the Central Committee of the Party and drawn, if possible, from the Presidium of the Control Commission. Thirdly, members of the Control Commission were to be appointed to the collegia of the various People's Commissariats as well as to Rabkrin. 2. The Commissariat received extended powers when it was transformed by a decree of November 12, 1923, into a Commissariat of the USSR. 3. But in substance its authority had been merged in that of the Central Control Commission of the party. The Control Commission, strengthened by its recent working arrangement with the GPU, was thus in a position to exercise through Rabkrin direct constitutional supervision over every activity of the Soviet administration. Stalin's report on organization at the 12th Party Congress drew attention to the growing importance of another institution. As Stalin naively but significantly observed, a good political line was only half the battle, it was also necessary to recruit the right workers to carry out the directives. 1. Since 1920, of the 3 party secretaries had been in charge of what was called the Account and Distribution Section, which kept account of the party's manpower and supervised its distribution, mobilizations, transfers, and appointments of members of the party. 2. With the end of the Civil War and the process of demobilization, the scope of UCHRA broadened, and its report to the 10th Party Congress in March 1921 showed that in rather less than 12 months it had been responsible for transfers and appointments of 42,000 party members. At this time it was concerned with mass mobilizations rather than individual appointments, which were left to the regional and provincial committees. But as the administrative machine grew, and management of the national economy became one of its major functions, specialized appointments grew more important, and it was indispensable, as Stalin observed, to know every worker inside out. For this purpose the Central Committee decided, some time before the 12th Congress, to broaden the machinery of UCHRA in order to give the party the possibility to equip the directing organs of our principal enterprises with communists and thus to make real the party leadership of the state machine. UCRA thus became an inconspicuous but powerful focus of the control exercised by the party over the organs of state, political and economic. It also proved, under the management of the General Secretary, a serviceable instrument for building up Stalin's personal authority in the state as well as in the party machine. Stalin's remarks at the 12th Congress were one of the rare glimpses accorded to the outside world of the levers by which the machine was operated. Before the end of Lenin's life, therefore, the authority of the party over every aspect of policy and every branch of administration had been openly recognized and proclaimed. At the highest level the predominance of the party as the ultimate source of policy was assured by the supremacy of the Politburo. In the working of the administrative machine the commissariats were subject to the control of the Commissariat of Workers and Peasants' Inspection and, through it, of the Central Control Commission of the party. At the lowest level, party fractions, subject to party instructions and discipline, participated actively in the work of every official or semi-official body of any importance. Moreover, the party exercised in such organizations as the trade unions and the cooperatives, and even in major industrial establishments, the same functions of leadership as it performed in relation to the state. Just as the autonomy of the constituent republics and territories of the RSFSR was qualified by the dependence of all on decisions of policy taken by the central authorities of the ubiquitous party, so the independence enjoyed by trade unions and cooperatives in relation to organs of the state was qualified by the same common subordination to the will of the party. The formula in which this complicated nexus of institutions and functions was expressed varied from time to time. According to Lenin, the party, so to speak, embodies in itself the vanguard of the proletariat. This vanguard makes the dictatorship of the proletariat a reality, and without having such a foundation as the trade unions who make the dictatorship real, it is impossible to give reality to governmental functions. Reality is given to them through a series of special institutions of a new type, namely through the apparatus of the Soviets. In 1919 he made a trenchant retort to those who assailed the dictatorship of one party, yes, the dictatorship of one party. We stand upon it and cannot depart from this ground, since this is the party which in the course of decades has won for itself the position of vanguard of the whole factory and industrial proletariat. 2. He poked fun at those who treated the dictatorship of one party as a bugbear, and added that the dictatorship of the working class is carried into effect by the party of the Bolsheviks, which since 1905 or earlier has been united with the whole revolutionary proletariat. Later he described the attempt to distinguish between the dictatorship of the class and the dictatorship of the party as proof of an unbelievable and inextricable confusion of thought. This formula continued to satisfy the party for some years. At the 12th Congress in 1923, with Lenin no longer present, Zinoviev made light of comrades who think that the dictatorship of the party is a thing to be realized in practice but not spoken about, and proceeded to develop the doctrine of the dictatorship of the party as a dictatorship of the Central Committee. We need a single strong, powerful Central Committee which is leader of everything. The Central Committee is the Central Committee because it is the same Central Committee for the Soviets, and for the trade unions, and for the cooperatives, and for the provincial executive committees and for the whole working class. In this consists its role of leadership, in this is expressed the dictatorship of the party. 2. And the Congress resolution declared that the dictatorship of the working class cannot be assured otherwise than in the form of dictatorship of its leading vanguard, i.e. the Communist Party. 3. This time, however, Zinoviev's heavy-handedness provoked its reaction. Stalin, for his part, was concerned to resist the encroachment, not of the party on the state, but of the Central Committee on the working organs of the party, including the Secretariat, and the dictatorship of the Central Committee was a doctrine little to his taste. 4. At the Congress he cautiously described the view that the party gives orders, and the army, i.e. the working class, executes those orders as radically false, and developed at length the metaphor of 7 transmission belts from the party to the working class, trade unions, cooperatives, leagues of youth, conferences of women delegates, schools, the press, and the army. 5. A year later he boldly described the dictatorship of the party as nonsense, and attributed its appearance in the resolution of the 12th Congress to an oversight. But, whatever the formula of the moment, the essential fact was nowhere questioned. It was the Russian Communist Party which gave life and direction and motive power to every form of public activity in the USSR and whose decisions were binding on every organization of a public or semi-public character. Every significant struggle for power henceforth took place within the bosom of the party. Note A. Lenin's theory of the state. The conception of the state as a necessary evil springing from man's fallen nature was rooted in the Christian tradition. The Middle Ages recognized a balance between ecclesiastical and political power, each supreme in its sphere but the former enjoying preeminence. It was only when the Reformation subordinated church to state, and the modern state came into being, that the protest against the abuses of political power passed over to the secular arm. Thomas More in his Utopia traced the evils of government to the institution of private property and anticipated an analysis of the state which came to be widely accepted more than 3 centuries later. Therefore I must say that, as I hope for mercy, I can have no other notion of all the other governments that I see or know, than that they are a conspiracy of the rich, who on pretense of managing the public only pursue their private ends, and devise all the ways and arts they can find out. First, that they may, without danger, preserve all that they have so ill acquired, and then that they may engage the poor to toil and labor for them at as low rates as possible, and oppress them as much as they please. This remained, however, an isolated flash of intuition, and it was not till the 18th century that the modern socialist view of the state began to take shape. According to the Christian tradition, the state was evil but necessary because man's nature was evil, According to the rational faith in nature preached by the Enlightenment, the state was unnatural and therefore evil. Marked traces of this view are found, among others, in Morelli and Rousseau, but it was William Godwin who, in his Conceiving Political Justice, produced what rightly ranks as the Bible of anarchism. According to Godwin, property, marriage, and the state are all offenses against nature and reason. Above all, society will no longer be divided into classes, and the state will have no further raison d'etre. The state is thus a substitute for collectivism. The first concise statement of Marx's position occurred in The Poverty of Philosophy, published in 1847. In place of the old bourgeois society, the working class will set up, in the course of its development, the kind of association which excludes classes and their mutual opposition. There will no longer be any political power properly so called, since it is political power which is the official expression of the opposition of classes within bourgeois society. 1. The first work of Marx's maturity, the Communist Manifesto, recorded the same conclusions, looking forward to the day when, the difference between classes having been wiped out, social power will lose its political character. But it was more immediately concerned with the next practical step, which was that the proletariat should establish its supremacy by overthrowing the bourgeoisie, and the state become identical with the proletariat organized as the ruling class. This was the idea which Marx crystallized 4 years later in the famous slogan of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But he added at the same time that this dictatorship was only a transition to the abolition of all classes and to the classless society. 2. 20 years later, when Marx, in the famous address on the Civil War in France, discovered in the Paris Commune an imperfect but recognizable prototype of the dictatorship of the proletariat, he still wrote of the state as a parasitic growth and of the abolition of state power, which now becomes superfluous. J. and Engels added later the more specific comment: the victorious proletariat, like the Commune, will be obliged immediately to lop off the worst sides of this evil, until a generation which has grown up in new free social conditions finds itself in a position to throw overboard all this clutter of statehood. Marx therefore never retracted, or could have retracted, the opinion that state power is an expression of class antagonisms, an evil that will disappear in the eventual classless society. He showed, however, less personal interest in the description of this ultimate goal than in the analysis of immediate measures necessary to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat, and it was left to Engels to produce the most finished exposition of the Marxist doctrine of the state. When there are no longer social classes which have to be kept in subjection, when there is no longer a rule of one class over another and a struggle for existence rooted in the present anarchy of production, when the clashes and violence resulting from it have been removed, then there will be nobody to crush and restrain, and then the necessity for state power, which at present performs this function, will vanish. The first act in which the state will appear as the real representative of the whole society, the conversion of the means of production into social property, will be its last independent act in its capacity as a state. Intervention of state power in social relations will become gradually superfluous and will end of itself. The administration of men will be replaced by the administration of things and by the management of the productive processes. The state is not abolished, it dies away. It was Engels also who wrote a few years later: with the disappearance of classes the state will inevitably disappear. Society, which will organize production anew on the basis of a free and equal association of producers, will send the whole state machine to the place where it will then belong, to the Museum of Antiquities, along with the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. 2. The doctrine of the state which emerged from the writings of Marx and Engels was thus twofold. In the long run, the traditional socialist view of the state as an evil in itself, a product of contradiction and an instrument of oppression, which can have no place in the communist order of the future, was maintained in its entirety. In the short run, it was argued that the proletariat, having destroyed the bourgeois state instrument by revolutionary means, would need to set up a temporary state instrument of their own, the dictatorship of the proletariat. Until such time as the last vestiges of bourgeois society had been eradicated and the classless socialist order firmly established, A working distinction was thus drawn between the eventual communist society, when all inequalities between man and man would have disappeared and the state no longer exist, and what came to be variously known as socialism or the first stage of communism, when the last vestiges of the bourgeois order were not yet eradicated and the state took the form of a dictatorship of the proletariat. This distinction was one day to assume a capital importance in party doctrine. One further refinement of the Marxist doctrine of the state particularly influenced Lenin. The essence of the state was the division of society into two conflicting classes, rulers and ruled. Engels, in his denunciation of Bakunin's secret revolutionary alliance, reproached him with putting a gap between those who directed and those who were directed and restoring the authoritarian state, one, and in his Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, he described the state as a force proceeding out of society, Lenin placing itself above it and becoming more and more estranged from it. Point 2. This raised the familiar problem of bureaucracy. In the opinion of Engels, the Paris Commune had found the answers to it. In the first place, it appointed to all official posts in administration, in the judiciary, in public education, persons elected by universal suffrage, and also introduced the right to recall TLOs elected at any time by a decision of the electors. Secondly, it paid to all officials from the highest to the lowest only the same wages paid to other workers. These measures Engels described as a blowing up of the old state power and its replacement by a new, truly democratic, power. Point 3. Here was the origin of Lenin's favorite thesis of the need to replace bureaucracy, as the characteristic instrument of the state, by the self-administration of the workers. In the 30 years after Marx's death, the doctrine of the state became a touchstone which divided the European workers' movement into two radically conflicting groups, the anarchists and the state socialists. The anarchists started from the traditional socialist rejection of the state. They rejected it on precisely the same ground as Marx, namely, that it was an instrument in the hands of a ruling and oppressive class. They also looked to the same ultimate solution, the replacement of the state by the organization of productive forces and economic services. Point 1. But they extended their rejection of the state to any provisional or temporary form of state. Lenin quoted a dictum of Engels on this point: the anti-authoritarians demand that the authoritarian political state should be destroyed on the spot, even before the destruction of the social relations which gave birth to it. They demand that the first act of the social revolution should be the destruction of authority. Have these people ever seen a revolution? A revolution is beyond doubt the most authoritarian thing imaginable. 2. Their consistent rejection of authority made the anarchists irreconcilable opponents of the dictatorship of the proletariat, an issue which expressed itself in the feud between Marx and Bakunin. The syndicalists, refining on the crude dogmatism of the anarchists, believed that the future organization of society would be based not on any system of territorial states but on a nexus of trade unions and associations of producers. The aim of syndicalism, as defined by its most distinguished philosopher, was to wrest from the state and the commune, one by one, all their attributions in order to enrich the proletarian organizations in course of formation, particularly the syndicates, or, put more curtly, to suppress the state. Point 4. In the matter of immediate tactics, the syndicalist movement rejected all forms of political action. The state would collapse as the result of revolutionary economic action by the workers, taking the form of the general strike. Any constructive program for the state contradicted the nature and principles of syndicalism. These tendencies predominated in France and the other Latin countries, where Marxism had never struck firm roots. On the other hand, the German Social Democrats moved no less decisively towards an interpretation of Marxism diametrically opposite to the views of the anarchists and syndicalists. Reared in a Prussian Hegelian respect for the power of the state, and in a Marxist contempt for the disciples of Bakunin, they allowed themselves to be convinced by the astute policies of Bismarck and by the fiery eloquence of Lassalle that the state could be made to serve the interests of the workers. They soon began to diverge from the strict Marxist position in two significant respects. They relegated to the limbo of utopia the whole notion of the dying away of the state, thus abandoning the fundamental socialist tradition of the state, and, instead of insisting, like Marx, that the proletariat must smash the bourgeois state machine by revolutionary means and set up a state instrument, the dictatorship of the proletariat, of its own. They came to believe in the possibility of taking over the existing state machine and transforming and converting it to proletarian purposes. In the 1890s, Eduard Bernstein became the leader of a revisionist group in the German Social Democratic Party, standing openly for the attainment of socialism through a process of reform in cooperation with the bourgeois state. The inherent strength of this movement was shown by the fact that Koskai and his followers, who originally fought it in the name of orthodox Marxism, ultimately went over to a position indistinguishable from it. Marx's rejection of the state was dismissed, in Lenin's words, as a naivete which had outlived its day, just as the Christians, having attained the position of a state religion, forgot about the naiveties of primitive Christianity with its democratic revolutionary spirit. The German Social Democrats thus approached more nearly to the standpoint of the English radicals, trade unionists, and Fabians, who had never been Marxists and never wholeheartedly adhered to the anti-state tradition of European socialism. The combined influence of the German and English groups in the Second International paved the way for that alliance between socialism and nationalism which rent the International asunder on the outbreak of war in 1914. Lenin remained, at any rate up to the October Revolution, a consistent Marxist in his attitude to the state, steering an even course between the Scylla of anarchism and the Charybdis of state worship. He explained his position with exemplary clarity in one of the letters from afar which he wrote from Switzerland in the interval between the February Revolution and his return to Russia: "We need revolutionary power, we need the state. Therein we differ from the anarchists. The difference between revolutionary Marxists and anarchists lies not only in the fact that the former stand for huge, centralist, communist production, while the latter are for decentralist, small-scale production. No, the difference as to government authority and the state consists in this, that we stand for the revolutionary utilization of revolutionary forms of the state in our struggle for socialism, while the anarchists are against it. We need the state. But we need none of those types of state varying from a constitutional monarchy to the most democratic republic which the bourgeoisie has established anywhere. And herein lies the difference between us and the opportunists and Koskins of the old, decaying socialist parties who have distorted or forgotten the lessons of the Paris Commune and the analysis of these lessons by Marx and Engels. At the moment of his return to Russia at the beginning of April 1917, he added still more emphatically, Marxism is distinguished from anarchism by its recognition of the indispensability of the state and of state power in the revolutionary period in general and in the era of the transition from capitalism to socialism in particular. Marxism is distinguished from the petty bourgeois opportunist social democracy of Messrs. Plekhanov, Koskai, and Co. by its recognition of the indispensability in the said periods, not of a state such as an ordinary parliamentary republic, but of a state such as the Paris Commune. 2 When, however, in the late summer of 1917 Lenin, then in hiding in Finland, sat down to write his major work on the Marxist doctrine of the state, he was more preoccupied with the second than with the first of these heresies. Anarchist and syndicalist objections to political action or to an eventual dictatorship of the proletariat were not much in the picture. 3 It was the loyalty of so-called social democrats to the national state, their abandonment of the fundamental socialist tenet of hostility to the state, which had broken the international solidarity of the workers of Europe and driven them to engage in fratricidal strife at the behest of the ruling classes of their respective nations. Hence the emphasis in State and Revolution, written by Lenin in August-September 1917 but not published till the following year, was somewhat one-sided. The argument against the anarchists in defense of the dictatorship of the proletariat occupied only a few hurried paragraphs. The bulk of the pamphlet was an assault on those pseudo-Marxists who refused to recognize, first, that the state is a product of class antagonisms and an instrument of class domination, doomed to disappear with the disappearance of classes themselves, and, secondly, that the immediate goal is not the taking over of the bourgeois state machine, but its destruction and replacement by a transitional dictatorship of the proletariat which will pave the way for the ultimate disappearance of classes and of the state. The dictatorship of the proletariat bridged the period from the revolutionary overthrow of the bourgeois state to the final establishment of the classless and stateless society, from the state to the no state. For nor was this any less true of democracy than of any other form of state. On the contrary, every state is non-free and non-popular, and the completer the democracy, the nearer is the moment when it becomes superfluous. All this came straight from Marx and Engels, and the most interesting passages in State and Revolution were those which threw some light on the way in which Lenin conceived the transition. He taunted the anarchists, in words borrowed from Engels, for supposing that the state can be abolished overnight. The transition would occupy a whole historical period. Yet this period was thought of in finite terms. In 1918 he put it at 10 years or perhaps more, and in his speech on the Red Square on May 1, 1919, he predicted that a majority of those present who have not passed the age of 30 or 35 will see the dawn of communism, from which we are still far. 4 Later he wrote that 10 or 20 years sooner or later make no difference when measured by the scale of world history. But more important than any question of time was Lenin's emphatic assertion in State and Revolution that the dying away of the state will begin forthwith. According to Marx, what the proletariat needs is only a state in process of dying away, i.e. so constituted that it will at once begin to die away and cannot help dying away. The proletarian state will begin to die away immediately after its victory, since in a society without class contradictions, the state is unnecessary and impossible. 6 Whatever the duration of the process, Lenin at this time clearly expected it to be progressive and continuous. These theoretical views influenced Lenin's attitude after the revolution towards the constitutional structure of the transitional dictatorship of the proletariat. The state structure set up by the victorious revolution had to satisfy divergent purposes which contained from the start the seeds of a mutual incompatibility. It had to be strong and ruthless in order to crush the last resistance of the bourgeoisie and complete the repression of the minority in the interests of the majority. It had at the same time to prepare for its own dying away and even to begin that process at once. This period is inevitably a period of unprecedentedly bitter class struggle, of unprecedentedly acute forms of it. Consequently, the state of this period must inevitably be democratic in a new way and dictatorial in a new way. The dictatorship of one class is indispensable not only for every class society, not only for the proletariat when it has overthrown the bourgeoisie, but for the whole historical period which separates capitalism from the classless society, from communism. Lenin never recognized any difficulty of principle in reconciling the quasi-voluntary association of the workers implied in the dying away of the state with the concentration of power necessary for the exercise of a ruthless dictatorship over the bourgeoisie. Of the ruthlessness of the dictatorship he spoke in uncompromising terms. He recognized that one of the causes of the defeat of the Commune was its failure to crush bourgeois resistance decisively enough. 2 The dictatorship of the proletariat, like any other state, would be an instrument not of freedom, but of repression, the repression not, as in other states, of the majority, but of an intransigent minority. A trenchant passage from Engels was twice quoted by Lenin in his essay: so long as the proletariat still needs the state, it needs it not in the interests of freedom, but in the interests of the repression of its opponents, and when it becomes possible to speak of freedom, the state as such ceases to exist. 3 And Lenin himself epigrammatically added, so long as the state exists there is no freedom, when freedom exists there will be no state. 4 But repressive though the dictatorship of the proletariat was, it was unique in being a dictatorship exercised by a majority over a minority, and this not only gave it its democratic character but enormously simplified its working. The repression of a minority of exploiters by a majority of former wage slaves is so relatively simple, easy, and natural that it will cost far less blood than the repression of risings of slaves, serfs and hired workers, and work out far cheaper for humanity. And it coincides with the extension of democracy to such an overwhelming majority of the population that the need for a special machinery of repression begins to vanish. The exploiters are naturally not in a position to crush the people without a most complicated machine to carry out the task. But the people can crush the exploiters with very simple machinery, almost without machinery, without a special apparatus. through the simple organization of the armed masses. 1. From this angle Lenin approached the old problem of bureaucracy. The evil of the state as something, in the words of Engels, proceeding out of society but standing above it too was epitomized for Lenin in the privileged position of officials as the organs of state power. 3. He appears to have thought of bureaucracy as specifically bourgeois. From absolutist half-Asiatic Russia down to cultured, free, civilized England, he wrote in an early work, everywhere we see this institution constituting the indispensable organ of bourgeois society. For bureaucracy and the standing army were described in State and Revolution as the two most characteristic institutions of the bourgeois period of centralized state power. In capitalist conditions even party and trade union officials show a tendency to be perverted into bureaucrats, i.e. privileged persons divorced from the masses and standing above the masses. 6. In the April Theses, issued immediately on his return to Petrograd, Lenin demanded abolition of the police, the army, the bureaucracy. 7. In State and Revolution he invoked the example of ancient democracy, where the citizens themselves were administrators. Under socialism, much of primitive democracy will inevitably revive, since for the first time in the history of civilized societies the mass of the population will be tied to independent participation not only in voting and elections, but in day-to-day administration. Under socialism all will administer in turn and will quickly become accustomed to nobody administering. It was in this spirit that Lenin praised the Soviets in September 1917 as the embodiment of a new state form in which a direct democracy of the workers could be realized. Power to the Soviets, this means a radical refashioning of the whole old state apparatus, of that apparatus of officialdom which puts the brake on everything democratic, the destruction of that apparatus and its replacement by the new, popular, i.e. truly democratic apparatus of the Soviets, i.e. of the organized and armed majority of the people, of workers, soldiers, and peasants, the reserving to the majority of the people of initiative and independence not only in the election of deputies, but in the administration of the state, in the realization of reforms and transformations. 1. It was in this spirit that he drafted his appeal to the population a few days after the October Revolution, Comrade workers. Remember that you yourselves now administer the state. Nobody will help you if you yourselves do not unite and take all the affairs of the state into your own hands. Your Soviets are henceforth the organs of state power, organs with full powers, organs of decision. 2. If bureaucracy was a specific product of bourgeois society, then there was nothing extravagant in the supposition that it would disappear when that society was overthrown. The same principles apply to the management of economic affairs, of production and distribution. Lenin first expounded his views on this point in the pamphlet Will the Bolsheviks Retain State Power? Written in September 1917. Apart from the repressive apparatus of the state, there was also in the modern state an apparatus closely bound up with the banks and syndicates, an apparatus which performs a mass of accounting and registration. This belonged to the category of the administration of things, and could and must not be destroyed, for this was a large part of the vital apparatus of the socialist order. Without the big banks socialism would be unrealizable. No difficulty need arise either in taking over the employees now engaged in this work or in recruiting the far larger numbers which would be necessary under the proletarian state, since capitalism has simplified the functions of accounting and control, reduced them to comparatively straightforward entries comprehensible to every literate person. In State and Revolution he emphatically repeated this belief, and linked it with an eloquent vision of the process by which the state apparatus might be expected to die away. Thus, when all learn to administer and in fact independently administer socialized production, and independently carry out the checking and control of the boneheads, lordlings, sharpers, and such like defenders of the capitalist tradition, then evasion of this checking and control by the whole people will inevitably become so immeasurably difficult, so rare an exception, and will in all probability be visited by such swift and condign punishment, that the necessity of observing the uncomplicated fundamental rules of every human society will soon become a habit. How far were Lenin's views expressed on the eve of the revolution modified by the experience of the revolution itself? Its immediate effect was to quicken the belief in the possibility of an immediate transition to socialism. Looking back from the vantage point of 1921, Lenin confessed that in the winter of 1917 to 1918 the Bolshevik leaders were, without exception, swayed by presuppositions, not always perhaps openly expressed, but always silently taken for granted, about an immediate transition to the building of socialism. Point 2 But before long the picture radically changed. During the winter the administrative and economic machine was running down at an alarming rate. The danger to the revolution came not from organized resistance, but from a breakdown of all authority. The appeal in state and revolution to smash the bourgeois state machine now seemed singularly out of date. That part of the revolutionary program had succeeded beyond all expectation. The question was what to put in the place of the machine that had been destroyed. The need to destroy the old state, Lenin told Bukharin in April 1918, was a matter of yesterday. What was now required was to create the state of the commune. Lenin had long ago laid down two conditions for the transition to socialism: the support of the peasantry and the support of a European revolution. The hope of realizing these conditions had been the ground of his optimism. The hope had not been fulfilled. At home, the peasantry had supported the revolution as the power which had given them the land. But, once this was achieved, and now that the main demand of the revolutionary regime on the peasant was for the delivery of food to the towns with no visible prospect of an adequate return, the peasantry relapsed into sullen obstruction and even carried a part of the urban workers with them into an attitude of passive opposition. Abroad, the European proletariat still allowed itself to be led by its imperialist governments to internecine slaughter, and the first faint symptoms of revolution failed altogether to mature. The new regime thus found itself isolated at home amid a predominantly indifferent and sometimes unfriendly rural population, the dictatorship not of the vast majority, but of a determined minority, and surrounded by a capitalist world united in its hostility to Bolshevism, though temporarily divided against itself. Lenin never openly admitted these disappointments, or perhaps even admitted them to himself. But they were responsible for the apparent contradictions between the theory of state and revolution and the practice of the first year of the regime. Lenin was faced with a situation in which the old state machine had been destroyed and the conditions for the building of the socialist order had failed to mature. It was in these circumstances that Lenin sounded a first note of warning at the Seventh Party Congress in March 1918. He resisted as premature Bukharin a proposal that the revised party program should contain some description of the developed socialist order in which there is no state. For the present we stand unconditionally for the state, and as for giving a description of socialism in its developed form, where there will be no state, nothing can be imagined about it except that then will be realized the principle from each according to his capacities, to each according to his needs. But we are a long way from that. We shall come to it in the end if we come to socialism. And again, when will the state begin to die away? We shall have time to hold more than 2 congresses before we can say, see how our state is dying away. Till then it is too soon. To proclaim in advance the dying away of the state will be a violation of historical perspective. 1. A little later Lenin emphasized once more that between capitalism and communism lies a certain period of transition, that it is impossible to destroy classes all at once, and that classes remain and will remain throughout the epoch of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. The Lenin of state and revolution had thrown into relief the prospective dying away of the state, and in January 1919 he believed that even now the organization of Soviet power clearly shows the transition towards the complete abolition of all power, of any state. But the Lenin of the years from 1918 to 1922 was more concerned to dwell on the need to strengthen the state in the transitional period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The most striking illustration of the change of emphasis was found in the evolution of his attitude towards bureaucracy. In one passage of State and Revolution he had already shown himself conscious of the charge to which his sanguine expectations might expose him: to abolish bureaucracy at once, everywhere, and finally cannot be thought of. That is utopian. But to destroy at once the old bureaucratic machine and to begin immediately to build up a new machine which will permit of the gradual extinction of every kind of bureaucracy, that is not utopian, that is the experience of the Commune, that is the direct matter-of-fact task of the revolutionary proletariat. Even before the October Revolution he had written that it would be necessary to take the capitalists and compel them to work in the new framework of state organization. To put them to the new state service. Point 2. During the next 3 years, the period of the Civil War, the struggle for efficiency in administration, the fiasco of workers' control in industry, and the discovery that in every field, from war to economic organization, the technical skills of the bourgeois specialist were indispensable to the working of the administrative machine, caused him to beat a retreat from the conception of the management of public affairs by workers in their spare time. At the beginning of 1921, on the eve of the introduction of NEP, Lenin expressed himself in terms which read like an explicit repudiation of his own earlier position: can every worker know how to administer the state? Practical POP know that this is a fairy tale. The trade unions are a school of communism and administration. When they have spent these years at school, they will learn, but it progresses slowly. How many workers have been engaged in administration? A few thousands all over Russia, and no more. It was this dilemma which, as Lenin confessed, had compelled the Bolsheviks, instead of destroying the old state machine root and branch, to take over hundreds of thousands of old official, inherited from the Tsar and from bourgeois society, who work in part consciously, in part unconsciously, against us. Faced with these difficulties, Lenin returned the more persistently to his original antidote, the active participation of the rank and file in administration as the sole way of realizing democracy and countering bureaucracy. The process would be slower than he had hoped, but was all the more necessary. The further development of the Soviet state organization must consist in every member of the Soviet being obliged to undertake constant work in the administration of the state, in addition to his participation in the meetings of the Soviet, and, consequently, in drawing the whole population individually and gradually both towards participation in the Soviet organization and towards taking a share in the service of state administration. In the last 2 or 3 years of Lenin's life, the campaign against bureaucracy assumed immense importance, not only for Lenin the administrator, but for Lenin the political thinker. It was the practical expression of the campaign against state power of which State and Revolution had been the theoretical exposition. It provided the practical answer to the question how the state could in fact die away. This could happen only when every citizen was willing and able to shoulder his own share of the work of administration, simplified as that work would be when the government of men had been transformed into an administration of things. In the words of the party program of 1919, conducting the most resolute struggle against bureaucratism, the Russian Communist Party advocates for the complete overcoming of this evil the following measures: an obligatory call on every member of the Soviet for the fulfillment of a definite task in the administration of the state, a systematic variation in these tasks in order that they may gradually cover all branches of the administration, a gradual drawing of the whole working population individually into work in the administration of the state. The full and universal application of all these measures, which represents a further step on the road trodden by the Paris Commune, and the simplification of the functions of administration accompanied by a rise in the cultural level of the workers, will lead to the abolition of state power. It would, therefore, be a fundamental error to suppose that the experience of power brought any radical change in Lenin's philosophy of the state. The dying away of the state was in Marxist doctrine dependent on the elimination of classes and the establishment of a socialist order of economic planning, economic abundance, and this in turn was dependent on the fulfillment of conditions which had to be empirically determined at any given moment and in any given place. Theory could in itself give no ground for certainty about the right course of action or the prospect for the immediate future. Lenin could perfectly well admit, without stultifying himself or discrediting the theory, that he had miscalculated the rate of the process of transformation. Nevertheless, it was also true that Lenin's theory of the state reflected the dichotomy in Marxist thought, which combined a highly realist and relativist analysis of the historical process with an uncompromisingly absolute vision of the ultimate goal, and strove to bridge the gap between them by a chain of causal development. This transformation of reality into utopia, of the relative into the absolute, of incessant class conflict into the classless society, and of the ruthless use of state power into the stateless society, was the essence of what Marx and Lenin believed. Insofar as this was inconsistent, the inconsistency was fundamental, and there is no point in convicting Lenin, as is often done, of inconsistency of detail in his attitude to the state. Nor does the theory appear to involve belief, as is sometimes suggested, in a radical change in human nature. The liberal doctrine of the harmony of interests did not suggest the nature of men would change, but that their natural egoism would be found in suitable conditions to serve the interests of society. This is the political doctrine which has the closest analogies with the doctrine of the dying away of the state, and Adam Smith has not escaped in recent years the charge of utopianism commonly leveled at Marx and Engels and Lenin. Both doctrines assume that the state will be superfluous insofar as, given the appropriate economic organization of society, human beings will find it natural to work together with one another for the common good. It is the context in which human nature displays itself rather than human nature itself which will be changed. In this sense both doctrines are consistent with belief in an economic order determining a superstructure of political ideology and behavior. Dispersal and reunion. Chapter I. Policy, Doctrine, Machinery. Outlines of policy. T. The Great Russian Empire, when the Bolsheviks took possession of it, was in a process of rapid disintegration, the result of internal turmoil and of defeat in war. The immediate effect of the revolution was to accelerate the process. For several weeks the writ of Petrograd scarcely ran outside the great cities of northern and central Russia. The first 2 months brought the beginnings of an expansion of Soviet power southward through the Ukraine and eastward into Siberia. But this incipient recovery was quickly interrupted. The Brest-Litovsk Treaty of March 1918 lopped off not only those western appendages of the former Tsarist realm whose independence the Soviet government had spontaneously recognized, but a large slice of predominantly Russian territory. The summer of 1918 saw the beginning of civil war and of British, French, Japanese, and American intervention, which long outlasted the German collapse, and for more than 2 years forcibly divided the country between several conflicting authorities. By the end of 1918 the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic was confined within approximately the same boundaries as medieval Muscovy before the conquests of Ivan the Terrible, and few people, few perhaps even of the Bolsheviks themselves, believed that the regime could survive. Yet just 4 years later the diverse units of the former Tsarist Empire were with a few exceptions gathered once more into the fold of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and the cohesion of the newly established unit was destined to prove at least as strong as that of the defunct empire. This consummation, which could have been foreseen by none in the dark days of 1918 or 1919, was an outstanding tribute to Lenin's genius as a constructive statesman. The vast European and Asiatic landmass which had constituted the Russian Empire and, with some minor curtailments, was to form the Soviet Union, was inhabited by a population of extraordinary linguistic and ethnic diversity. Within its confines geographers and philologists discovered nearly 200 more or less distinct peoples and languages. One at the census of 1897 the Great Russians formed only 43% of the total population. After the revolution the severance of the non-Russian western provinces gave them a small majority in what remained. They provided about 75,001 or 52% of a total population of about 140 million. To the next largest groups, the 30 million Ukrainians and the 4,500,000 White Russians were closely allied to the Great Russians in race, speech, and sentiment. These three Slav groups, possessing a large measure of underlying natural cohesion, accounted for 110,100,100 out of the 140,100,100 inhabitants of the whole territory. The 30 million non-Slavs lacked any kind of cohesion, racial, linguistic or political, among themselves. The largest group, the Uzbeks, was only 5 million strong, and some 8,1000 to 10,1000 of the non-Slavs were still in the primitive tribal or nomadic stage. This conglomeration of peoples was held together by a ruling military and bureaucratic caste centered round the Tsar of all the Russias. Into this caste certain non-Russian elements found ready admittance, notably the German landowners of Latvia and Estonia and the Polish landowners of Poland, Lithuania, White Russia, and the Ukraine, but the conditions of this admittance were the use of the Russian language and the assimilation of the Russian tradition and outlook. The lower ranks of the administration, swollen by the growth of the bureaucratic machine, were recruited from the petty bourgeoisie, Russian and, on the same conditions, non-Russian, and at a different level, native Khans, begs and mullahs were the agents of an indirect rule over the more primitive Muslim peoples of the Tsar's dominions. Thus the groups which might have furnished the leadership of national movements among the subject peoples tended to be absorbed into the administrative machine and to enjoy the more or less privileged status which this promotion carried with it. As the experience of 1905 showed, these groups were for the most part inhibited from an active nationalism by fear of the revolutionary violence of their own workers and peasants, against which Tsarist power was a sure protection, and the Russian markets were the foundation of their economic prosperity. Thus the demands made before 1917 in the name of the subject peoples rarely went beyond a mild degree of autonomy. It was only when the revolution destroyed both the symbols of unity and the reality of a common interest that the whole edifice crumbled into ruin. \V had happened in 1917 was due not so much to a deliberate breakaway of the periphery as to a disintegration of the center, not a falling away of the parts, but a collapse of the old Russia. The task which confronted the Bolsheviks of reassembling the scattered fragments of the Tsarist Empire might well have proved insuperable but for one propitious natural factor. The racial and linguistic diversity which favored dispersal at the outset was compensated by the immense preponderance of the great Russian element, which acted like a magnet on the whole mass. It was this circumstance which eventually made it possible to arrest and reverse the disintegration of the Romanov dominions after 1917, whereas the breakup of the Habsburg Empire proved irreparable. The situation in Russia had in certain respects a closer resemblance to that of North Germany. On the Ukrainians and \Vite Russians, the Great Russians exercised the same compulsive centralizing influence as was exercised by Prussia in the German Confederation. Some Ukrainians, like the Bavarians, may have resented the predominance of their more powerful and vigorous kinsmen, but were neither strong enough nor united enough in their separatism to assert themselves effectively for long. The first stage in the process of reassembly was therefore to weld together the three Slav peoples, forming nearly 4/5 of the whole. Once they were united, the force of attraction on the uncoordinated and far less highly developed agglomeration of non-Slav peoples was likely to prove irresistible. And these unifying influences were reinforced and given social and economic substance by the concentration of industrial and commercial power in Great Russian hands. The industrial centers which dominated the economic life of the whole country either lay within the Great Russian core or represented Great Russian outposts in alien territory. Another factor soon entered into the picture. Growing recognition of the practical need for a reunion of the dispersed territories of the defunct empire coincided with a resurgence of Russian patriotism which came as a paradoxical and unexpected reinforcement of Bolshevik policy. The anarchy of the revolution had prompted the extreme demand for separation, and it soon became clear that that demand could be sustained only with the support of foreign arms and foreign money, so that those whose pride had revolted against dependence on Petrograd or Moscow found themselves the satellites and hirelings of Germany or of the Allies or successively of both. That was the story in the Ukraine, in Transcaucasia, and even on the shores of the Baltic. Since both Great Britain and Japan were suspected of wanting a weak Russia, the view that bourgeois nationalism was an instrument for the dismemberment of Russia at the behest, and in the interest, of foreign powers became difficult to refute. Even the white generals who sought to reconstitute the unity of Russia fell under the same condemnation of playing a foreign game. In the bitterness of defeat they too turned against their foreign backers. The locus clas sicut on this point was the remark attributed to Kolchak on the eve of his downfall in a discussion on the national gold reserve held by him. I would rather leave the gold to the Bolsheviks than hand it over to the Allies. Point 1 especially. After the Polish War of 1920, the Bolsheviks came to be widely accepted as defenders of the Russian heritage and architects of a reunited Russia. These centralizing impulses would not, however, have availed by themselves to set in motion the process of reunion. The Slav, and especially the Great Russian, element provided the indispensable hardcore round which the dispersed territories could once more coalesce. But the striking thing was that these impulses should have been felt to so large an extent at the periphery as well as at the center. In 1918 the old loyalties had seemed extinct among the former subject peoples. The tide of nationalism was in full flood. But Lenin had long recognized the revolutionary factors in nationalism, and had foreseen that the only safe course would be to welcome and harness the torrent. The Civil War brilliantly justified Lenin's thesis. Unqualified recognition of the right of secession not only enabled the Soviet regime, as nothing else could have done, to ride the torrent of a disruptive nationalism, but raised its prestige high above that of the White 11 generals who, bred in the pan-Russian tradition of the Tsars, refused any concession to the subject nationalities, in the borderlands where other than Russian, or other than Great Russian, elements predominated, and where the decisive campaigns of the Civil War were fought. This factor told heavily in favor of the Soviet cause. Do not forget that, if in the rear of Kalkuk, Denikin, Rizhel, and Yudenik we had not had the so-called Aliens 11, if we had not had the former oppressed peoples who undermined the rear of these generals by their silent sympathy with the Russian proletariat, and this, comrades, is a special factor in our growth, this silent sympathy, nobody sees it or hears it, but it decides everything. If it had not been for this sympathy, we should not have beaten one of these generals. While we were marching against them, the collapse began in their rear. Why? Because these generals relied on the colonizing 11 element among the Cossacks, they offered to the oppressed peoples a prospect of further oppression, and the oppressed peoples were obliged to come forward and embrace us, seeing that we unfurled the banner of the liberation of these oppressed peoples. Moreover, the eventual identification of nationalism in the Bolshevik program with social reform, meaning, over the great part of the former Russian Empire, a redistribution of the land, was an all-important asset. It persuaded peasants whose nationalism had been mainly an expression of social and economic grievances to align themselves under Bolshevik leadership against counter-revolutionary attempts to restore the previous social order. Whatever national or linguistic diversities might separate them, the peasants everywhere were in overwhelming majority opposed to a counter-revolution which would have returned the land to its former owners, and, so long as fear of counter-revolution was not extinct, the community of interest between the Russian workers and the peasant masses of the subject peoples on which Bolshevik propaganda insisted had a perfectly solid basis. The same forces were at work in the few industrial centers where capitalist development had produced a non-Russian proletariat, in Riga, in Riva, in Baku. The combination between the recognition of a formal right of national self-determination and the recognition of a real need for unity in pursuit of common social and economic ends, which was the essence of the Bolshevik doctrine of Nationafo, proved a vital contribution to the Soviet victory in the Civil War. The 12th Party Congress of 1923, reviewing the whole process at the time of its completion, distinguished three successive stages in Soviet nationalities policy. The first stage was the breaking of the chains of national oppression by the October Revolution, which won for the Russian proletariat the confidence of its brothers of other nations, not only in Russia, but in Europe and in Asia. The second was the period of intervention and civil war, when the peoples of Russia were united by the needs of self-defense and cooperation between them took the form of a military alliance. In the third and final stage, following the victorious end of the Civil War, cooperation took on this time the character of a military, economic and political union of the peoples. These stages were logical rather than chronological. Owing to local conditions and the vagaries of the Civil War, the second stage was far advanced among some of the Western peoples while the first stage had hardly begun in the East, and the approach to the final stage, ordered and leisurely in some regions, was abrupt and violent in others. but the classification has the merit of throwing into relief both the regularity of the process and the confused and contradictory nature of the phenomena contributing to it. Later accounts tended to depict a continuous process of development in which the initial motions of secession and dispersal were a cunningly premeditated prelude to the final act of reunion. This was an error of diagnosis which exaggerated the foresight of the Bolshevik leaders, and concealed the dual character of the process. In part, no doubt, the policy followed was an expression of loyalty to the principle of national self-determination, enforced by Lenin's will, like so many other policies of this time, on his wavering followers. Lenin realized that it was necessary to accept and overtrump the bourgeois doctrine of self-determination by applying it without reserve to the nations of the Russian Empire, and that this bold plan provided the best and, indeed, the only chance of ultimately reconstituting the former unity, not by force, but by voluntary agreement. But it is also necessary to remember that in the first 3 or 4 months after October 1917 the writ of the Soviet government scarcely ran outside a few major centers, and that between the summer of 1918 and the beginning of 1920 it was continually fighting with its back to the wall. At a moment when the Russian Empire was in dissolution and no power could have held it together, wholesale recognition of claims to national independence provided an excellent way of making a virtue of a necessity. At a moment when the Civil War was raging over those outlying sectors of Russian territory which were mainly occupied by the non-Russian peoples, it was a means of enlisting local populations as allies against those who sought to recreate the Russian Empire. Finally, when victory in the Civil War was won and the time came to restore order out of chaos, Soviet nationality's policy was flexible enough to provide a basis on which Moscow could support its friends and allies among the non-Russian peoples and once more weave together the scattered territories in a framework of voluntary reunion. But to attribute the whole process to a cunning calculation by the leaders or to a deliberate manipulation of theory in the interests of policy is to misunderstand the nature of the underlying forces at work. Doctrine in evolution. The seizure of power presented the Bolsheviks with the task of reconciling the apparent contradiction between the disintegrating tendencies of national self-determination and the demand for closer integration implicit in international capitalism as well as in international socialism. Bourgeois statesmen who were wrestling with the same problem at the same time could explain only on grounds of practical convenience why some nations should be encouraged to exercise the right of self-determination and others should not. But this purely empirical criterion was not open to Marxists. What was done must be buttressed on a basis of theory, and this was found in an historical approach which recognized not only stages of development in time but the presence of different stages simultaneously in different countries, so that variations of policy might be justified and required at different periods or in different places at the same period. A consistent flexibility in Bolshevik practice could thus be opposed to the unexplained inconsistencies of the bourgeois attitude towards different claims to self-determination. The Bolshevik doctrine of national self-determination, like other Bolshevik doctrines of political right, was conditional and dynamic. The precise content of the right of self-determination depended on the character of the society in which the right was claimed and exercised. In the 19th century it had been asserted by bourgeois democracy against the survivals of feudal autocracy. It was to this extent progressive, and bourgeoisie and workers shared a common interest in liberation from alien rule, and in Russia this struggle had not yet been completed in 1917. In the 20th century the right of national self-determination, though essentially a bourgeois democratic right, was also being asserted by colonial and semi-colonial peoples against the imperialism of the more advanced bourgeois democratic powers, so that a natural alliance existed between the Russian proletariat seeking, after the defection of the Russian bourgeoisie, to complete the Russian bourgeois revolution, and bourgeois elements and workers of the colonial countries seeking to create their own bourgeois revolution through the process of national liberation. But all this had to be read in the light of the transition initiated in Russia in October 1917 from the bourgeois to the socialist stage of the revolution. The workers' movement was essentially international. For the proletariat the achievement of nationhood, though a necessary and progressive step, was valid only as a component part of its international socialist program. At the socialist stage of the revolution, while the bourgeoisie still appeared as the champions of absolute separation, the workers recognized the superior claims of the international solidarity of the proletarian revolution, and so organized the nation as to make it a contributory factor to the victory of international socialism. The right of national self-determination was still recognized. But whether the workers who now spoke for the nation would decide to exercise it, and with what reservations, depended on the view taken of the wider interests of the proletariat throughout the world. Such was the theory of national self-determination elaborated by Lenin and the Bolsheviks before the October Revolution on the foundations laid by Marx. Its practical application was a gradual process. The Party Conference of April 1917, when the Bolshevik leaders had gathered in Petrograd after the February Revolution, was noteworthy for Stalin's first appearance as rapporteur on the national question. The party as a whole had not yet had time to digest the refinements which Lenin had introduced since 1914 into party doctrine, and was still in the state of confusion created by the April theses of 1917 with their announcement of the move forward from the bourgeois to the socialist revolution. Stalin was still content in the main to treat national self-determination as a problem of the bourgeois revolution against feudalism, and national oppression as something which could be progressively removed even under bourgeois democracy. Piatakov, who had returned to Petrograd with Lenin and was familiar with recent controversies, condemned Stalin for taking into account only national oppression of the old kind. National oppression of the old period. But he also revived the Polish heresy by denying that national self-determination could have any place in a socialist program, and he found so much support in the conference that the drafting commission, by 7 votes to 2, put forward a resolution which declared that the national question could only be solved by the method of socialist revolution under the slogan "Away with Frontiers," rejected the solution of splitting up great state formations into small national states, and branded the right of national self-determination as simply a phrase without definite content. This revolt brought Lenin on the scene with a strong attack on Piatakov. 2. He swayed the conference sufficiently to secure the rejection of the Piatakov draft and the adoption by a substantial majority of a resolution on well-worn lines reasserting the right of all nations forming part of Russia to free separation and the creation of an independent state. 3. But the task of working out the implications of national self-determination under a socialist order still lay ahead. Nor was the party at this time called on to take any practical stand on national self-determination except to condemn the provisional government for its temporizing attitude towards the claims of Finland and the Ukraine. 4. The seizure of power by the Bolsheviks did not at once take the national question out of its bourgeois setting. The first few weeks after the October Revolution left little time, and provided no occasion, for a reconsideration of the Bolshevik doctrine of self-determination, whether as applied to the rapidly dissolving framework of the Tsarist Empire, or to the semi-colonial foreign countries in contact with the new Soviet government. The nationalities policy, like most policies of the new regime, took at first the form of public pronouncements rather than of administrative action. The peace decree of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets called for peace without annexations, and defined as annexation any union of a small or weak nationality with a great or powerful state without the precisely, clearly, and willingly expressed consent and desire of that nationality, at whatever time or in whatever conditions such union might have taken place. The application of this doctrine to the subject peoples of the Tsarist Empire was pointed by a reference in another passage to the annexations of the Great Russians. The first specific pronouncement was the Declaration of Rights of the Peoples of Russia of November 15, 1917, followed a few weeks later by a special appeal to all Muslim toilers of Russia and the East. 3. These documents all proclaimed without reservation or qualification the right of self-determination for all peoples. They tell us that Russia will be partitioned, will fall apart into separate republics, but we have no reason to fear this. However many independent republics there may be, we shall not be afraid. What is important for us is not where the state frontier passes, but that the union of workers of all nations shall be preserved for the struggle with the bourgeoisie of whatever nation. 4. On the other hand, the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People of January 1918, which was adopted by the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets and embodied in the Constitution of the RSFSR, added that all the nations of Russia had the right of unfettered decision whether and on what basis to participate in the federal government and in the other federal Soviet institutions, and this was amplified in the resolution of the same Congress on the federal institutions of the Russian Republic. 6. Thus early was federation established as the appropriate form through which the self-determining peoples could once more be gathered of their own free will into a single fold. But all this remained within the orbit of the bourgeois revolution. It was sufficient, and cost nothing, to invoke bourgeois democratic principles in order to discredit bourgeois democratic practice. The invocation of the principle of national self-determination in former territories of the Russian Empire was, however, soon to provoke embarrassing questions. Some of these had been foreseen, by Stalin among others. In April 1917, when he was emphasizing the validity of bourgeois claims to national self-determination, Stalin appeared clearly to recognize that no objection could be raised to the secession of Transcaucasia, even if this were to result in the establishment of a bourgeois regime there. I personally would be opposed to the secession of Transcaucasia, bearing in mind the general level of development in Transcaucasia and in Russia, the conditions of the struggle of the proletariat, and so forth. But if, nevertheless, the peoples of Transcaucasia were to demand secession, they would, of course, secede, and would not encounter opposition on our part. Yet already in 1913 he had raised the awkward question of the right or duty of the party to interfere in exactly this situation. The Transcaucasian Tatars as a nation may assemble, let us say, in their diet and, succumbing to the influence of their beys and mullahs, decide to restore the old order of things and to secede from the state. According to the meaning of the clause on self-determination they are fully entitled to do so. But will this be in the interest of the toiling strata of the Tatar nation? Can Social Democrats remain indifferent when the beys and mullahs take the lead of the masses in the solution of the national problem? Should not Social Democrats interfere in the matter and influence the will of the nation in a definite way? Should they not come forward with a definite plan for the solution of the problem which would be most advantageous to the Tatar masses? 2. It is true that Stalin in 1913 was thinking purely in terms of propaganda and the party line, whereas in 1917 he was already thinking in terms of action by the state. It may be true that in 1913 he was thinking primarily as a member of a Transcaucasian nation and in 1917 already as a great Russian. It is also true that he did not in 1913 frankly answer his own rhetorical questions in the affirmative, but hedged by adding that all these are questions the solution of which will depend on the concrete historical conditions in which the given nation finds itself. Nevertheless, it was clear that this was one of the points at which the edges of party doctrine were blurred and uncertain. It was also clear, from the way in which Stalin formulated the issue in 1913, that party pressure to interfere in doubtful cases might be severe. The practical issue arose in December 1917, when a bourgeois Ukrainian government, whose claim to national self-determination the Soviet government did not contest, adopted a hostile attitude towards Petrograd, conducted negotiations with a French military mission and lent support to Kaldin, the Cossack leader who had come out in open opposition to the Soviet power. Stalin at once drew what seemed the common-sense conclusion, to invoke the principle of self-determination in order to support the revolt of Kaldin and the policy of disarming revolutionary Soviet armies, as the General Secretariat now does, is to make a mockery of self-determination and of the elementary principles of democracy. This rough and ready answer did not, however, dispose of doctrinal embarrassments. At the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Martov, the Menshevik leader, inquired why at the Brest-Litovsk negotiations national plebiscites were being demanded in Poland, Courland, Lithuania, etc., whereas it was argued that in the Ukraine, Caucasus, Finland, etc., the right to vote should be given only to the workers. The reply returned by Preobrazhensky was that the first-named countries had not yet thrown off the autocratic yoke and reached the democratic stage, whereas the Ukraine, the Caucasus, etc. have passed the stage of bourgeois parliamentarianism, and, Stalin added, it would be sense des to demand Soviet power in the western regions while Soviets do not yet exist there, while there is as yet no socialist revolution there. 1. It was the only possible answer that tallied with party doctrine. But it involved the assumption D1 at the revolution had now passed on from the bourgeois to the socialist stage. With the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly this assumption could, indeed, must, now be openly made. Bolshevik doctrine had to be readjusted to the transition. The mere assertion of a right of self-determination for all nations, irrespective of their class structure or stage of development, no longer sufficed. Stalin's report to the Congress on the national question was a first attempt at this crucial readjustment. He argued that the clashes between Sovnarkom and the borderlands arose not around questions of national character but specifically around the question of power. Two bourgeois governments were simply trying to disguise in a national costume the struggle with the power of the working masses. The conclusion was clear. All this points to the necessity of interpreting the principle of self-determination as a right not of the bourgeoisie, but of the working masses of the given nation. The principle of self-determination must be an instrument in the struggle for socialism and must be subordinated to the principles of socialism. 3. This was the test. On the strength of this argument the proletariat of the Ukraine, of White Russia and of the Baltic countries could be assisted to exercise the right of national determination as against the competing claims of the local bourgeoisie. It was not surprising that Stalin should have rallied to a doctrine which enjoyed at this time wide popularity in party circles and was especially associated with the name of Bukharin. 1. In December 1918 he repeated emphatically that the slogan "All power to the national bourgeoisie" is being replaced by the slogan of proletarian socialism, "All power to the working masses of the oppressed nationalities." 2. This view rarely found expression in official documents, but an appeal to the Karelian people in 1920 spoke of the self-determination of the toiling masses. 3. A first unpromising and abortive attempt was made in the spring of 1918 to apply the thesis of self-determination for the workers to the Tatars and Bashkirs. 4. After the German collapse of November 1918, the thesis was applied under Stalin's aegis in the Ukraine, in White Russia and in the Baltic states. Throughout the non-Russian borderlands the issue of self-determination became inextricably intertwined with the issue of the Civil War. If it was true that Bolshevik regimes could never have been established in the Ukraine or White Russia or the Baltic states without the direct intervention of Moscow, it was equally true that the bourgeois regimes in these countries, which were too often accepted without question in Western Europe as qualified to speak for the inarticulate masses of their nations, could also never have maintained themselves without the backing of foreign governments interested in fostering centers of opposition to the Bolsheviks. What was depicted as a struggle between a national proletariat and peasantry and a national bourgeoisie was in fact a struggle between the Russian Bolsheviks, on the one hand, and Russian and foreign anti-Bolsheviks, on the other, for the controlling influence over the territory concerned. The choice was not between dependence and independence, but between dependence on Moscow or dependence on the bourgeois governments of the capitalist world. The relative strength of the local forces on either side was never tested and could not be tested. Even for these local forces nationalism was also subordinate to the social issue which lay beneath it. Bourgeois and revolutionaries alike eagerly sought outside allies in the struggle to defend or overthrow the social order. Everywhere, and in whatever guise the battle was fought, the real issue was the life or death of the revolution. Lenin was no more prepared at this time than any other Bolshevik, or than any anti-Bolshevik, to treat national self-determination as a question of abstract principle or to take it out of the context of the Civil War. The 1918 slogan of self-determination for the workers was, however, not destined to be permanent. Whatever its utility in a few regions possessing an industrial working class of Bolshevik, or potentially Bolshevik, sympathies, whether Russian or indigenous, it could not be so conveniently applied to the large non-Russian populations of Eastern Europe and Asia among whom the appeal to national self-determination was also being heard. For himself, Lenin had never abandoned the more flexible line laid down in a party resolution as long ago as 1913, and it was to this that he returned when the next serious discussion of the national question took place at the 8th Party Congress in March 1919, which drafted and adopted a new party program. Stalin, engrossed at this time in military affairs, did not speak on this or any other part of the program. Bukharin, rather maliciously quoting the authority of Stalin's report at the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, once more demanded self-determination for the working classes of every nationality. He admitted that he wanted a formula which would cover the claims of Hottentots, Bushmen, Negroes, and Hindus, but not those of the Polish bourgeoisie. One Pyatakov again denounced self-determination as a bourgeois slogan which unites all counter-revolutionary forces, and thought that once we unite economically and build one apparatus, one Supreme Council of National Economy, one railway administration, one bank, etc., all this notorious self-determination is not worth one rotten egg. One Lenin almost single-handed defended the old party position. The slogan self-determination for the working masses was false because it applied only where a cleavage had already been established between proletariat and bourgeoisie. The right of self-determination must be accorded to nations in which the cleavage had not yet occurred, for example, the Bashkirs and other backward peoples of the former Tsarist Empire, and would help to hasten it. It must be accorded to countries like Poland where the communists did not yet form a majority of the working class. Only thus could the Russian proletariat escape the charge of Great Russian chauvinism masked under the name of communism. 2. Lenin had his way, and the articles on the national question in the party program of 1919 constituted the most authoritative brief exposition of party doctrine on the subject in its finished form. The first two articles established for the first time the identity of principle and policy as applied to the nationalities of the former Russian Empire and to those oppressed by other imperialist powers, the link between Soviet domestic and foreign policy. 1. The cornerstone is the policy of drawing together the proletarians and semi-proletarians of the various nationalities for the purpose of waging a joint revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the landlords and the bourgeoisie. 2. In order to overcome the distrust felt by the toiling masses of oppressed countries towards the proletariat of states which oppress these countries, it is necessary to abolish all privileges enjoyed by any national group whatsoever, to establish complete equality of rights for all nationalities, to recognize the right of colonies and non-sovereign nations to secession. Next, by a somewhat abrupt transition, came a clause tentatively offering a stepping stone to ultimate unity. 3. With the same aim in view, the party proposes, as one of the transitional forms to complete unity, a federal union of states organized on the Soviet model. Finally, the vital distinction between the two historical epochs of bourgeois and socialist revolutions was introduced for the first time into a party resolution on the national question. 4. On the question who is to express the nation's will to secede, the Russian Communist Party adopts the class historical viewpoint, taking into consideration the stage of historical development of the given nation, whether it is evolving from medievalism to bourgeois democracy or from bourgeois democracy to Soviet or proletarian democracy, etc. The resolution concluded with an unnumbered paragraph combining the warning against an imperialist attitude on the part of the proletariat of oppressing nations with a further reminder of unity as the ultimate goal. In any case, the proletariat of the nations which have been oppressing nations must exercise special caution and pay special attention to the survivals of national sentiment among the toiling masses of oppressed or non-sovereign nations. Only by pursuing such a policy will it be possible to create conditions for really lasting, voluntary unity among nationally differentiated elements of the international proletariat, as has been shown by the experience of the union of two number of national Soviet republics around Soviet Russia. 1. It was the all-important fourth paragraph which provided the formula for the transition from bourgeois to proletarian democracy. So long as the national bourgeoisie was struggling to emancipate itself from medievalism, it was the legitimate bearer of the nation's will to secede and had the support of the proletariat, and this might apply to support given by the proletariat to the bourgeoisie of other nations as well as of its own. But when the struggle against medievalism was completed, and the stage was set for the transition from bourgeois democracy to Soviet or proletarian democracy, then the proletariat became the only legitimate bearer of the nation's will to secede, and this would obviously be exercised only with the most careful regard for the overriding principle of the international unity of the proletariat and of the breaking down of national barriers in the socialist order. The two potentially conflicting principles of nationalism and internationalism which had been enunciated in the Communist Manifesto were thus reconciled in the achievement of the first proletarian revolution. Applying this doctrine to the Russian Revolution, there was nothing inconsistent in a policy which began, so long as the last strongholds of the feudal order had not yet been overthrown, by unqualified recognition of the rights of self-determination and secession, and then, when the Civil War had been won and the building of the socialist order was taken in hand, passed over to the task of reassembling the scattered national units within the framework of the Soviet Union. In practice, the application of this theoretical scheme was no doubt less simple. In theory, the choice depended on the answer to the question whether in the given historical situation the decision on secession rested with the bourgeois nation or independently with the proletariat of the nation. In practice, the two policies were pursued side by side. In Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, independent Soviet republics were recognized in 1918 and independent bourgeois republics in 1920. In Georgia, a bourgeois republic was recognized in 1920 and a Soviet republic in 1921. In general, the initial recognition of the right of self-determination and secession was accorded after 1917 willingly, sincerely and, on the whole, unreservedly. But where the workers of a seceding unit were too few, too weak, or too unreliable to set in motion the process of reunion and reassembly, and where military or economic necessities made it imperative to hasten this process, the temptation was clearly great for the party, in Stalin's words of 1913, to come forward with a definite plan to redress the situation in the ultimate interest of the /forkers. And the party could, after 1917, as it could not when Stalin wrote, carry any such plan into execution by invoking the power of the Soviet state. Intervention in the Baltic countries in the winter of 1918 to 1919 may have been due to an honest overestimate of Bolshevik prospects in a region where the workers' movement had always been strong. Intervention in the Ukraine in 1919 and again in 1920 may have been a legitimate measure of self-defense against a government which had already invoked foreign intervention. Intervention in the backward regions of the Lower Volga or of Central Asia may have been inspired by the sheer necessity of establishing some sort of order. Intervention in Georgia in 1921 was a rounding off of the Sovietization of Transcaucasia, and, with the Allies still holding Constantinople, fears of a resumption of Allied intrusion in the Caucasus through a friendly and subservient Georgia were less chimerical than they afterwards came to appear. Nevertheless, whatever grounds may have existed to justify intervention in particular cases, the scale on which it occurred clearly put some strain on the party doctrine of national self-determination. While, however, Bolshevik nationality's policy was not free from those empirical impurities which normally distinguish the application of a theory from the theory itself, it was still possible to point to substantial advances on bourgeois practice, as well as on bourgeois theory. The recognition of the right of subject nationalities to political emancipation, which was the sole content of the bourgeois theory of national self-determination, had been coupled with a belief in laissez-faire capitalism, which implied the continuance of existing economic inequalities and of the exploitation, under whatever political form, of the subject by the ruling nationalities. Bourgeois capitalism was thus an insuperable barrier to the creation of those conditions in which alone the bourgeois doctrine of national self-determination could have any practical meaning. As the result of this contradiction, bourgeois society, in the words of the resolution of the 10th Party Congress of March 1921, is completely bankrupt as regards a solution of the national question. 1. The assumption underlying bourgeois theory and bourgeois practice had been that political emancipation was the path to economic welfare. This assumption had been proved false. Bolshevik theory and practice rested on the assumption that economic progress was the path to political emancipation, and that real equality for the former subject nationalities was the path of economic progress. 2. In an article of May 1921, 2 months after the 10th Party Congress, Stalin reviewed the 4 distinguishing features of the communist attitude to the national question as it had been evolved since the October Revolution. The first was the close association between the national and colonial questions, so that emancipation of the peoples of Europe was bound up with that of the African and Asiatic peoples. This was symptomatic of the growing importance of the Eastern peoples as the cardinal point of Soviet nationalities policy. The second was that the vague slogan of self-determination had been replaced by recognition of the right of nations to secede and to form independent states. This disposed of the sham Austrian solution of national cultural autonomy. The third was the association of national oppression with capitalism. Emancipation from both would necessarily be simultaneous. The fourth was acceptance of the principle of real, and not merely juridical, equalization of nations, and Stalin concluded the article by enunciating 5 elementary points required to make national equality effective. 1. The study of the economic conditions, social life, and culture of the backward nations and peoples. 2. The development of their culture. 3. Their political education. 4. Their gradual and painless incorporation into the higher forms of economic life, and 5. The organization of economic cooperation between the toilers of the backward and the advanced nationalities. 1. This emphasis on real equality between nations became henceforth the essence of the party doctrine of national self-determination under socialism. Lenin had established the role of national self-determination in the bourgeois order and in the period of transition from the bourgeois to the socialist order. But, beyond the hypothesis announced in the party program of voluntary unity between the nationally differentiated elements of the international proletariat, little had been said about the place of nations under socialism. Yet, even if nations were eventually doomed to disappear with the dying away of the state, there would be a long intervening period during which nations would certainly retain their significance. 2. According to the argument now developed, the right of self-determination, which presented itself in the period of the bourgeois revolution as a demand for liberation, became in the socialist period a demand for the equality of all national groups within the socialist order. In the Bolshevik view, contemporary nationalism was in the main the product of the inequalities between nations resulting from imperialist oppression and exploitation, and in such conditions national self-determination could only take the form of a right of secession. Under socialism, when a real and not merely formal equality had been created between men, and therefore between nations, the right of secession, while not formally abrogated, would become meaningless and would not be exercised. Under socialism, therefore, the content of the right of national self-determination partakes essentially of the nature of equality, and the evolution of the doctrine repeats the dilemma familiar to those who, since the French Revolution, have sought to reconcile liberty and equality. The pursuit of liberty involves inequality, and liberty, once it ceases to be purely formal, is confined to those who benefit from the unequal division. The acceptance of a limitation of liberty is a condition of equality. The issue of freedom for nations returns to the unending debate about the nature of political freedom. Freedom can be no more unconditional for nations than for men. It depends on the free recognition and acceptance of the necessary demands of contemporary society. 1. The ultimate expression of the Bolshevik doctrine of national self-determination is a union of equal nations in a socialist federation. Machinery. The first act of the Bolshevik Revolution in the national question was to appoint Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashvili Stalin as People's Commissar for the Affairs of Nationalities. The appointment was without precedent, though the provisional government in its last pronouncement on the subject had foreshadowed the formation of a Council for National Affairs with representation of all the nationalities of Russia for the purpose of preparing material on the national question for the Constituent Assembly. 1. It was clearly meant to herald a new attitude. 2 months earlier Lenin had described the national and agrarian questions as the root questions for the petty bourgeois masses of the population of Russia at the present time. 2. Stalin afterwards referred to peace, the agrarian revolution, and freedom for the nationalities as the three principal factors which rallied the peasants of more than 20 nationalities of vast Russia round the red flag of the Russian proletariat. Nor was the importance of the national question exclusively domestic. Liberation and national self-determination for subject peoples also became a cardinal point in Soviet foreign policy. The People's Commissariat of Nationalities was the instrument through which the new policy was applied. Its initial organization was simplicity itself. Whenever the affairs of any nation or nationality formerly belonging to the Russian Empire became in any way acute, the People's Commissariat set up a special department under the direction of a member of the nation in question to deal with them, a form of organization designed, no doubt somewhat naively, but sincerely enough, to foster the management of national affairs by the nation concerned. These special departments were at first described as commissariats and later as sections. But from the outset they formed part of Narkomnats and were subordinate to it. The first such department to be established was a Polish commissariat in November 1917. Its functions were described as affairs of liquidation, army affairs, refugees, etc. And by a subsequent decree government institutions were instructed to issue no orders or decrees relating to Polish affairs without previous consultation with this commissariat. For its immediate successor was a Lithuanian commissariat, whose creation was apparently prompted by the number of refugees evacuated from Lithuania in face of the German advance. One function of the commissariat seems to have been to watch and control the activities of existing national institutions on Russian soil. Thus all Polish institutions were brought under the supervision of the Polish Commissar, all Lettish social, charitable, religious, and similar institutions in Moscow were required to register with the Lettish Commissar, and the Armenian Commissar was given jurisdiction over the Armenian Institute in Moscow. In January 1918 a temporary commissariat for Jewish national affairs and a commissariat for internal Muslim affairs too were brought into being with Jewish and Muslim commissars respectively. These decrees suggested an inclination to experiment with a non-territorial and cultural approach to the national question. But such an approach would have been incompatible with fundamental Bolshevik doctrine, and thereafter commissariats and sections were organized exclusively on a territorial basis. The system received its full development in 1918. In March 1918 the establishment of White Russian and Lettish commissariats served to provide a focus for White Russians and Lets who had moved into Russia and to stimulate national resistance in territories still in German occupation. The same motives inspired the creation of Ukrainian and Estonian commissariats in May 1918. An official publication of Narkomnats records that its main activity in these early days was to maintain contact through underground channels with national movements in territories held by the Germans or by the counter-revolutionaries. 4 Next, the system was applied to stimulate and canalize communist loyalties among peoples whose geographical situation and stage of development fitted them for autonomy rather than independence. Narkomnats soon comprised commissariats or sections for the Tatar Bashkirs, the Kazakhs, the Chuvashes, the mountaineers of the Caucasus, the Muslims of Transcaucasia, the Mordovtsi, the Volga Germans and other still smaller national units. Even Czechoslovak and Yugoslav commissariats were set up to deal with the numerous Czechs, Slovaks, and Southern Slavs in Soviet territory. The People's Commissariat for Affairs of Nationalities was thus in outward form a galaxy of national commissariats or sections each under its own national chief. The appearances suggested that these chiefs were regarded as ambassadors pleading their respective national causes in Moscow. The word petition is actually applied in a decree of VTSLK of 1919 to a request put forward by the Commissar for Kazakh Affairs. But appearances were deceptive. These posts, which were extremely hard to fill, were apt to go to sturdy Bolsheviks whose party loyalties were stronger than their national affiliations, and who, established at headquarters in Moscow, were more interested in carrying out the policy of the center in the national regions than in pressing awkward national desiderata at headquarters. Pestkovsky, the Deputy People's Commissar under Stalin, has left explicit testimony on the prevalence in the hierarchy of Narkomnats of an international attitude to the national question. The Collegium of the People's Commissariat of Nationalities consisted of these Russified non-Russians who opposed their abstract internationalism to the real needs of development of the oppressed nationalities. Actually, this policy supported the old tradition of Russification and was a special danger in the conditions of the Civil War. 1. According to Pestkovsky, Stalin at this time was the one supporter of Lenin's policy in the Collegium of Narkomnats and was frequently outvoted by his colleagues, who were leftists and adherents of the abstract internationalism of the Polish heresy. 2. In the spring of 1918, Stalin, under the orders of the party Central Committee, had the task of imposing a Tatar Bashkir Republic on skeptical colleagues and recalcitrant Tatars and Bashkirs. 3. If Narkomnats seemed to some of the nationalities to be an inadequate champion of their rights and interests, it seemed to many old Bolsheviks to be engaged, under Lenin's inspiration and Stalin's direction, on a reactionary policy of creating nationalities and stimulating national feelings where none existed. As the new regime consolidated itself, and as the national question took on a new urgency under the impact of the Civil War, the functions and machinery of Narkomnats were further extended. In November 1918 it issued the first number of a weekly journal, Zhizn Nationalnosti, devoted to the policy of the Commissariat. For a month later it initiated the system of attaching sections of its own to the administrative organs of the autonomous territories. These local sections had no constitutional status and were perhaps rather in the position of the embassy of a dominant power in a nominally sovereign, but de facto dependent, country. But the definition of their functions in the decree instituting them was the first attempt at a systematic outline of the scope of Narkomnats. The functions of these local sections were, the carrying into effect of the principles of Soviet power in the milieu of the respective nations and in their own language, the carrying into effect of all decisions of the People's Commissariat of Nationalities, the taking of all measures to raise the cultural level and class consciousness of the working masses of the nations inhabiting the given territory, the struggle with counter-revolution in its national manifestations. 1. Narkomnats, in the words of another of its early decrees, was to be a center of ideas for socialist work. 2. But the radiation of ideas was mainly from the center to the localities, not vice versa. The defeat of Kolchak and Denikin, the recovery of lost territories and the establishment within the RSFSR of numerous autonomous republics and regions led in May 1920 to what was officially described as a reorganization of the People's Commissariat of Nationalities. 3. The effect of the reform was to give the nationalities, at any rate on paper, a larger measure of control over the central organ. Each nationality, through its National Congress of Soviets, was henceforth to elect representatives to a Council of Nationalities, and this body, presided over by the People's Commissar for Nationalities, was placed at the head of Narkomnats, becoming, in the words of the official journal of the Commissariat, a sort of parliament of nationalities. 4. In addition to the national sections in Narkomnats there was to be a single section of national minorities to look after groups not numerous enough or compact enough to have territories of their own, Finns, Poles, Lets, Chinese, Koreans, etc. As in most constitutional arrangements of the period, the division of authority was vague and indeterminate. On the one hand, the nationalities might reasonably feel that they had secured a more direct channel of access to the center, on the other hand, they now found their access limited to a single channel. 1. Finally, when, in the autumn of 1920, the policy was adopted of putting relations between the RSFSR and the outlying Soviet republics on a treaty basis, Narkomnats acquired the right to maintain its representatives in friendly republics not entering into the composition of the federation on the basis of agreements made by VTSIK with these republics. 2. This constitutional innovation gave Narkomnats a footing in what were theoretically foreign relations. But by this time the dividing line between the autonomous national republics within the RSFSR and the independent national republics linked in alliance with it was becoming blurred. The first formal statute of Narkomnats, approved by VTSLK and Sovnarkom in May 1921, 3. Defined its functions on well-established lines, to guarantee the peaceful cohabitation and fraternal collaboration of all nationalities and tribes of the RSFSR and also of the friendly treaty Soviet republics, to assist their material and spiritual development with regard to the peculiarities of their way of life, culture, and economic condition, to watch over the application in practice of the national policy of the Soviet power. The political functions of Narkomnats, the fitting of the autonomous republics and regions into the structure of the RSFSR and the adaptation of the independent republics to that dispersal and reunion pt. 3 structure, remain the most important and most exacting parts of its task. But the extent and variety of its work can be illustrated from its multifarious decrees and from the columns of its official journal. It concerned itself with such details as an instruction to district and village Soviets in the Chuvash region to organize meetings of the population in order to read out to them newspapers, leaflets, and proclamations in Chuvash, and to institute a bureau for the receipt of complaints in the Chuvash language, one or the admission of Bolsheviks to a party school. 2. Education, propaganda, and the encouragement of national literature were continually insisted on, and in 1920 the preparation of new cadres of Soviet workers of the national group in question was added to the list of functions. Finally, under the statute of May 1921, Narkomnats was placed in charge of the Society for the Study of the East, of the newly founded Communist University of Toilers of the East 4 and of the Petrograd Institute of Living Oriental Languages, a symptom of the importance which, since 1920, the Eastern peoples had assumed in Soviet national policies. It was not long before the emphasis shifted from political and cultural to economic reconstruction. As early as April 1920 a writer in the official journal of Narkomnats complained that when the question is raised of the East, of the Eastern republics or of the republics in general, it is looked at first of all through economic eyes. Turkestan means cotton, lemons, etc., Kyrgyzia wool, cattle, Bashkiria timber, hides, cattle. 5. In the following year the inception of NEP and the first discussions of regional planning made economic questions a major issue of all Soviet policy, and the grave famine of the winter of 1921–1922 raged most severely in the territories of some of the eastern republics and regions of the RSFSR. When a revised statute for Narkomnats was issued in the summer of 1922, a new clause had been added to the definition of its functions. The guaranteeing of conditions favorable to the development of the productive resources of the national territorial units and the defense of their economic interests in the new economic structure. In its last period Narkomnats was organized not only in national sections, but in functional departments of agriculture, labor, education, army, press, forestry, social security, and so forth. Nothing could be more misleading than to think of Soviet nationalities policy as operative mainly in the cultural sphere. Such national rights as were implicit in the Soviet conception of national autonomy applied both to political and to economic questions. If Narkomnats seemed at any given moment more concerned with one aspect of national autonomy than another, this was simply because Soviet policy as a whole was at that moment directed particularly to that aspect. On the other hand, as the Soviet administrative machine became better organized, a commissariat which had no direct administrative functions of its own but cut across those of most other commissariats was bound to prove an awkward anomaly. It had long had its critics. 6 months after the decree of May 1920 creating the Council of Nationalities, it was admitted that owing to circumstances outside the control of Narkomnats the Council had not yet entered fully on its functions. 2. In December 1920, at the First All-Russian Congress of Nationalities, the acting commissar, Kamensky, drew a gloomy picture of the understaffing of Narkomnats, of the constant absence of its chiefs, including Stalin, on special missions, and of the mobilization for war service of its local workers, and raised the question whether it should not be closed altogether. 3. It was always a moot point whether the nationalities would regard Narkomnats as their advocate and protector or merely as the instrument of a central power seeking to organize and limit their rights. Moreover, as the emphasis of Soviet policy, reflected in the conduct of that policy by Narkomnats, shifted from the cultural to the political and from the political to the economy. the chances of friction between Narkomnats and other Soviet institutions were